Yo, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yo, testing 1 2. All right, cool. That works. What up, everyone? It's a Senate hearing Saturday. Senate hearing Saturday night watch party. So this is a hearing that happened on July 16th. So there's a bunch of hearings that we got to watch. So we'll start with this one. This is regarding Donald Trump's Labor Secretary confirmation, some guy named Keith Sonderling. All right, let's see what this is all about.
Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. Mr. Sonderling, thank you for appearing before the committee and for your willingness to serve, again, the American people, and this time as Secretary of Labor. Mr. Sonderling currently serves as the acting secretary at the Department of Labor, as well as leading sub-agencies within DOL, guiding policymaking, regulation, and enforcement of the nation's labor laws. He was confirmed by this committee as Deputy Secretary of Labor last year. Based on his extensive experience in labor and employment policy and as a public servant, it is clear he is qualified. When President Trump nominated Mr. Sonderling as EEOC Commissioner in 2020, the Senate confirmed him with bipartisan support. As Commissioner, he has worked in a nonpartisan manner to address illegal workplace discrimination and enforce laws as Congress intended. While at the Wage and Hour Division, Mr. Sonderling developed President Trump's independent contractor policy, which empowered millions of workers to earn a living in a manner in which they chose. He has continued to push for the Americans' ability to work as independent contractors at DOL, championing policies that provide regulatory clarity to workers and businesses as to what constitutes an independent contractor. He has also clarified the joint employer standard protecting the American franchise model that employs over 9 million Americans. The workforce is changing. It will continue to change as technology advances. As Secretary, I am confident that he will protect workers, help businesses create more jobs, and help workers navigate AI-driven changes in the workforce. The apprenticeship model offers a solution, but the current system is too burdensome, and inconsistent state laws confuse workers and businesses alike. We must simplify the registration process to make it faster and easier for employers to offer apprenticeships. Senator Banks and I introduced the START Act so industries that are unfamiliar with apprenticeships will be able to easily participate. We must also broaden our retirement system, empowering workers to increase their opportunities to build financial security after finishing their career. Mr. Sonderling is already protecting Americans' retirement. Under his leadership, the Department of Labor ended Biden's pattern of seeking frivolous investigations into large employers for political purposes, ensuring that their work was focused on protecting workers' savings, not chasing headlines. Americans who are saving for retirement should have access to the same variety of lucrative investments as other investors, such as union and government plans. I'm glad the agency proposed a rule clarifying how retirement plans can safely invest in alternative assets. I'm also glad to see Mr. Sonderling cracking down on unemployment insurance fraud. Lax controls on unemployment insurance systems place money in the hands of criminals instead of Americans trying to find a job and to provide for their families. That's why I, in this committee, conducted oversight of states with egregious improper payment rates. I commend Mr. Sonderling for demanding immediate action from states and territories so that Americans' tax dollars will be safeguarded. Thank you, sir, for appearing before the committee. I look forward to hearing more about how you plan to protect workers and create economic growth nationwide. And with that, I recognize Senator Murray.
Well, thank you, Chair Cassidy, and thank you, Acting Secretary Sonderling, for being here today. I'm going to be straight where I stand here. The Department of Labor has a straightforward mission. It's right there in the name. It's not called the Department of Big Business and Billionaires. It is called the Department of Labor. DOL exists to protect the people who do the work in this country. It exists to make sure an honest day's work means a fair wage, safe workplace, and a voice on the job. That mission is more important than ever since this president and this Congress decided that their policy priorities would be trillions in deficit-busting tax cuts for billionaires and giant corporations and starting new wars in the Middle East. That agenda has worked for the very richest and for defense contractors. Elon Musk became a trillionaire. But the basics, groceries, Healthcare, gas, all of that has gotten more and more expensive for regular working people, all while millions of Americans lose their healthcare. Inflation is sky high, and there is no end in sight to Trump's costly war. That's the state of our economy for working families, thanks to this president. That's the reality for everyone who doesn't get a tax write-off for a private jet. So now you're here asking this committee for a promotion, since your predecessor apparently created such a hostile and scandal-plagued work environment, she was pushed out. But let's be clear, you are not a bystander to this administration's anti-worker policies and agenda. You were confirmed as Deputy Secretary in March of last year.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Martin Felix? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Thank you for asking.
What's happening, everyone? What's up? Happy Saturday night, YouTubeville peeps. Carlo's right here posted. What's up, homie Carlo? Yeah, we just got back from, we went to the lake, actually, and we walked like 5 miles. So we're posted up now. Man, it's so hot over here in Los Angeles. I saw a tree looking for Carlo, so Carlo can pee on it. But yeah, I just hosed down like my whole compound over here. It's like, now it's like 20 degrees cooler. But yeah, this is a Senate hearing that happened the other day, recently, on the 16th. So this is recent, just happened a couple days ago. There's like 10 in the queue that we gotta watch, so I figured I'll just start with this one. I'm just gonna marathon it, binge watch Senate hearings until I fall asleep. So we'll probably watch like 2 or 3 hearings after this, or two or three hearings in total, including this one. I think the next one we'll play will be like, I don't know, there's a hearing on the CDC, Trump's nomination for the CDC, so we'll see what's up with that.
Acting secretary since April. I just talked about the harm this Republican majority has done to our economy, but you have built your own anti-worker record at DOL. You rescinded the overtime rule in May, slamming the door on time and a half paid for more than...
Hey, what's up, Caleb? How you doing? Hope you're staying cool out there. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for everyone that tunes in and shares your opinions. Everyone's opinions welcome.
Million workers who already aren't making much to begin with. At the same time, you're working to rescind the independent contractor rule. You want to let giant corporations classify workers as contractors so they don't have to pay them minimum wage and overtime. A conservative estimate finds this rule would rob workers of $3.7 billion a year. That is an outright grip.
Hey, what's up, Rochelle? Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely super hot.
You are also pushing a joint employer rule to let giant corporations take advantage of employment structures so they aren't liable when people like janitors or nurses get a paychecks.
Hey, what's up? Aloha, Kitty. Happy Saturday night. Just posted up. How are you guys all doing?
Or when there are child labor violations or other worker right violations. But here's what every worker watching needs to understand. This department treats its own employees exactly the way it is letting the worst employees treat theirs. For example, Trump's Department of Labor fired 90% of the office that worked to protect workers from discrimination by federal contractors since 1965. And when they did that, they ignored the 4 months notice its own union contract required. The Department of Labor violating a labor contract. You can't make that up. Then this Department of Labor stood by while this administration stripped collective bargaining rights from more than 1 million federal workers. And you actually helped this administration pressure the federal agency that helps protect our civil servants. And when the Bureau of Labor Statistics did its job and reported honest employment numbers the president did not like, its commissioner was fired with no cause. Who should workers call when this administration has been nothing short of outright hostile towards workers and its policies and toward its own employees? I don't have the time to get into how you've undercut this agency's capacity to crack down on wage theft, child labor violations, but needless to say, it will not be easy to rebuild what's been broken. Finally, I have to read something I never imagined addressing in a hearing for a Secretary of Labor. In January, this department's official account posted a video captioned, "One Homeland, one people, one heritage, remember who you are, American. Historians immediately recognized the echo of the Nazi slogan, one people, one realm, one leader. Nobody had to squint to make that connection. Union leaders condemned that. Your own career employees called it disturbing. And that was not a one-off, it's been a pattern. Under your leadership, this department posts constant propaganda about Americanism. You decry globalism and make misleading comments about native-born workers. It is so apparent this department is posting this kind of garbage as a wink and nod to extremists and to get a rise out of everyone else who is paying attention. But you need to hear it from somebody. This kind of language and imagery is a disgrace. Mr. Sonderling, Frances Perkins, the woman who we can thank for the minimum wage, for the 40-hour work week, for Social Security, she built this department to stop employers with records like yours. So I'll close with this. The 4 million workers whose overtime you shut the door on didn't get a vote on that policy. But I have a vote here in the Senate. And I fear any vote to confirm you is for more of the same, to strip overtime protections for our workers, to undercut our unions, and to let giant corporations get away with robbery, literally. America does need a labor secretary who understands our workers, who should not be denied overtime pay, or who will prosecute wage theft and child labor violations, who believes we should increase the minimum wage, who understands America is way overdue for a national paid leave program, and who will stand up every minute for every worker's right to form a union. That is just where I stand. Thank you, Senator Cassidy.
We'll now proceed. We're joined today by Keith Sonderling, nominee for Secretary of Department of Labor. He is currently the acting Secretary of Labor and was confirmed as Deputy Secretary of Labor last year. He will be introduced by his home state senators, Senator Rick Scott and Senator Ashley Moody of Florida, both of Florida. With that, I yield to my colleague, Senator Moody.
I was going to defer to my senior senator to go first.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. If you have less hair, you get to go first.
Thank you. Well, first off, Chairman Cassidy and Ranking Member Murray, thank you, Senator Moody.
Oh man, this guy's the worst right here. This Rick Scott clown right here from Florida. And that Moody chick, she's terrible too. Good thing she's getting voted out this midterms.
To be here in front of this important committee. So it's an honor to be here to introduce a friend of mine and a fellow Floridian, Keith Sonderling, to this committee. A little over a year ago, this committee voted to advance Keith Sonderling to be the Deputy Secretary of Labor. At that time, I expressed my utmost confidence in Keith to fulfill the role of Deputy Secretary. The results speak for themselves, and he is without a doubt qualified to serve as the next Secretary of Labor. Throughout his career, Keith has proven time and again his deep respect for the rule of law and standing up for the American worker. He is committed to making America the best place to get a job. 14 years ago, I was honored to appoint Keith to serve on the Florida Judicial Nominating Commission when I was governor. Throughout his tenure, he thoroughly vetted a record number of judicial candidates to serve on Florida's most important appellate benches. Following his service to the people of Florida, Keith took opportunities to serve all Americans in the federal government. During President Trump's first term, he served at the Department of Labor, where he oversaw a record number of enforcement actions. Keith's exceptional record and work ethic later led President Trump to nominate him to serve as commissioner at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. There, Keith worked to protect every American who came before the commission from arbitrary and illegal discrimination in the workplace. He has served faithfully, earned the respect of his employees, wisely managed its $14 billion budget, and enforced over 180 laws to protect the American worker. During this transitional period, where he served as acting secretary, he embraced the role confidently, providing stability and steady leadership. He has gone above and beyond to reach out to Americans and provide them with guidance and resources to navigate our country's labor laws. And as long as I've known him, Keith has served the hardworking people of Florida and this country with distinction, and there is no one I know more qualified to be the next.
Hey, what's up, none of your business? How you doing? Happy Saturday night, buddy. Yeah, he's just talking Republican talk, which is basically mumbo jumbo, bunch of nonsense.
Of labor. I urge all the members of this committee to favorably report him to the full Senate so that we can swiftly confirm him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and good luck.
Senator Moody.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Senator Scott, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my great honor to introduce one of Florida's own, not just a Florida citizen and one of my constituents, but University of Florida Gator. Coach gets upset when I do that, but we're going to do it anyway. UF alumni, Blue Key alumni, and I am told, Mr. Chairman, that there is a slew of Florida Gators in the audience. Can you guys stand up so I can see you? I don't know, maybe a little Gator chomp for the...
You got to be kidding me with this lady. Jeez, how did she even get voted in?
He always tries to hold me in contempt, but I was a judge and I used to teach contempt.
Like today, I'm a big LSU Tiger fan, Chairman.
I have known Keith for some time and can confidently say he is more than qualified to be our nation's Secretary of Labor. Under his leadership, the department is putting American workers and American industry first.
What's up,
He's
OHS?
been aggressively pursuing workforce development and pro-growth regulatory reforms. He's collaborated with other agencies to break the fraud economy across the nation and cut down on wasteful spending. He's helped ensure our job numbers continue to beat expectations. I have to personally say, as AG, I had to litigate to push back against the last administration who tried to overrule our policymakers, our people, and some of our laws. I had to file suit as Attorney General. I can say, without a doubt, he came in, understood our concerns, got right to work to determine what was best for Florida and respecting our legislatures on behalf of the people's ability to determine what is best for our state and our citizens. I am confident he is the leader the Department of Labor needs to meet the moment, strengthen our workforce, support our economy, restore prosperity. I want to thank his wife, Farah, his parents, Barbara and Howard, for being here today. I can honestly say I have watched him in his prior roles. He is the type of individual that...
Hey, what's up, Rich Shot? How you doing, buddy? Finally cooled down, man. I'm about to take a walk, take a stroll with my husky dog, midnight walk.
Fanfare, self-promotion. He just puts his head down and does the work, good work. And I have often found over the course of my career when I'm talking to others, opportunity often follows. And I think that this is a great example of that. Keith, our state is proud of you. Our university is proud of you. I know those in the audience are here with you to support you, are proud of you. And I know that your approach to this position is informed by many things, not just your education or your professional experience, but your family relationships. And hearing some of the comments and introduction, I know both of your grandparents were Holocaust survivors. That leads you and inspires you in your work on behalf of workers that came here to the United States. I hope you'll elaborate on that a little bit for the information and consideration of all of my colleagues here today. So thank you. Good luck. I support you fully. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I would be remiss if I didn't conclude by saying, go Gators. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, we'll begin questioning. I will defer to Senator Collins. Oops. I'm sorry. I just texted my staff for a cup of real coffee. Now you understand why. So, Mr. Sunderland, your opening statement. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you to Senator Scott and Senator Moody for that very kind introduction. Chairman Cassidy, Senator Murray, and members of the committee. It's an honor.
Yeah, what a loser the chairman is. What a selfish loser the chairman is. So he orders coffee for himself, but he doesn't offer anyone else coffee?
Once again,
LOL.
here before you for the third time, this time as President Trump's nominee for Secretary of Labor. Every member of this committee can agree on one thing. American workers are the best in the world, and they deserve a labor department that is effective, accountable, and responsive to their needs. Serving the American people at the Department of Labor has been the greatest honor of my life. It would not have been possible without President Trump's vision and leadership. I am grateful for the trust he has placed in me and for the opportunity to serve American workers, retirees, unions, and job creators. Above all, I want to thank my family, my wife, Farah, our two boys, Spencer and Barron, and my parents, Howard and Barbara. Before public service, I practiced labor and employment law in Florida. I saw firsthand how the department's policies impact workers and businesses. I then joined President Trump's administration in 2017 as a senior policy advisor at the Department of Labor. There, I learned the mission from the ground up, benefiting every day from the knowledge, experience, and dedication of my colleagues. Over time, I was entrusted with increasing responsibility, eventually leading one of the department's largest enforcement agencies. President Trump later nominated me as a commissioner of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, where I served until 2024. I also taught the laws the department enforces as an adjunct professor at the George Washington University Law School. I then led President Trump's labor transition team before returning to the department on Inauguration Day. Few people have had the opportunity to experience the department from so many different perspectives, from the outside in private practice, as a policy advisor, as an agency head, as an adjunct professor, as deputy secretary, as acting secretary, and now as the nominee for labor secretary. These experiences have prepared me to lead this department with a deep understanding of its mission, its people, and most importantly, the Americans we serve. The story of the American worker is the story of America itself. As we celebrate 250 years of American independence, we honor the men and women who built our nation. And thanks to President Trump's leadership, the American worker is once again the center of the nation's economic agenda. Since President Trump took office, more than 900,000 private sector jobs have been created. Wages are rising, 401ks have reached record highs, and more Americans are working today than at any time in our nation's history. President Trump promised to reindustrialize America and transform our economy. Now, trillions of dollars in new investments are revitalizing manufacturing, rebuilding our infrastructure, expanding domestic energy production, increasing our shipbuilding capacity, and positioning the United States to lead in biotechnology, AI, and quantum computing. The working families tax cuts are delivering for American workers. No tax on tips and no tax on overtimes are putting thousands of dollars back into the pockets of the hard-working Americans who keep this country running. As promised, President Trump's pro-growth agenda is creating unprecedented opportunities for American workers through manufacturing expansion and business investment. My responsibility is to ensure the American workforce has the skills to seize the opportunities while protecting their safety, while protecting their wages, and while protecting their retirement benefits. Under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring compliance assistance, pursuing rulemaking that replaces uncertainty with clarity, expanding retirement investment opportunities, promoting competition and prescription drug pricing, and helping more Americans start families. And as a member of the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, I've worked directly with Vice President Vance to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, ensuring that taxpayer dollars serve Americans and not fraudsters. President Trump has always understood the American people are the foundation of our nation's strength and prosperity. And thanks to President Trump, the world once again knows that the American worker is our greatest competitive advantage. I am grateful for the trust the president has placed in me and for the opportunity to help fulfill his promise to all Americans. You have my commitment that I will continue working every day to faithfully carry out the mission that has guided my service at the department since my first day nearly a decade ago. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And now again, I will defer to Senator Collins to open question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome.
Thank you.
Senator Kaine and I have introduced the Religious Workforce Protection Act to allow foreign-born religious workers in the United States to continue to perform their essential work in communities across our nation. Our bill is narrow. It would allow the extension of temporary R1 status for religious workers past 5 years until he or she receives a decision on the permanent EB-4 visa application. Unfortunately, under an interpretation, and I realize this is by the State Department, in 2023, many religious workers have to leave our country and the communities they serve for at least 1 year before returning to their spiritual service. In Maine, local communities have faced challenges because of this policy. Of the 50 Catholic parishes in Maine, 35 benefit from the ministry of priests from other countries. Recently, 3 Catholic parishes in rural Maine communities, St. Agathe, Bucksford, and Greenville, were left without any priests for months. Many different faith organizations have endorsed our legislation, including the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Rabbinical Council of America, and the National Association of Evangelicals. Important, our bill does not allow entry for any person who is not already permitted under the law to enter the United States. Under your leadership, with the Department of Labor's support, this much needed targeted change in policy.
Well, thank you for the question. And obviously, religious workers are workers too. And you have my full commitment. And I understand there's a shortage in some of the workforce when it also comes to religious workers. So we will help you. And I will work personally with Secretary Rubio and Secretary Mullen to make sure that you have the proper technical assistance so we can help this very important group come and stay in the United States.
Thank you very much. You had previously shared with the committee that your parents survived the Holocaust, as Senator Mooney mentioned, but you've also told us that they later lost out on employment opportunities based solely on their religious beliefs. What role do you believe the Department of Labor should take in protecting American workers against religious discrimination?
It's a very important role for the federal government to play to protect workers and religions of all faith. And that's what you have my commitment to do. We've been doing that significantly. We set up a Center for Faith at the Department of Labor, where the first time we've made a website with all 50 states. And you can click on your state and see what your religious protections are to see if you are discriminated in the workplace, where you can come and get the DOL resources, get the EEOC resources, or state resources. But my family's personal story, as you heard, both my grandparents were Holocaust survivors. They came over here before some of these laws were in place, and they were discriminated based upon that and weren't given the employment opportunities that others were going solely based upon their religion. And unfortunately, we still see that today. And that's a very important role that we have in this administration to root out all religious bias, including anti-Semitism. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission continues to bring those cases. We put out more guidance for religious workers to be able to come forward. Also, too, it's religious discrimination if religious organizations can't get the same federal services that other organizations could get. So we've reversed some of the policies from the Biden administration that discourage that. And in our funding agreements that go out, we make sure that religious organizations, too, know that they're going to be on equal footing to other types of organizations, even though they're religious organizations, to participate in federal government programs. So it's very important to me. It's very important to the president. He's issued executive orders on anti-Semitism, on anti-Christian bias, and religious discrimination as a whole. And we will prosecute those cases as equally as we will any other case.
Thank you. Finally, and I'm almost out of time, I had numerous disputes with your predecessor over Job Corps. Job Corps has been an enormously successful program that has truly changed the lives of students from disadvantaged backgrounds, giving them the skills, the sense of belonging, the confidence that they need to be successful. And as you know, under your predecessor, the 2 Job Corps centers in Maine were forced to pause their enrollment. They now have restarted up, and they truly have been so successful. But I want to just submit my question for the record, but I just want you to be aware of a bill that Senator Jack Reed and I introduced that would provide greater alignment between the jobs that are available in the defense industry and the skills that Job Corps is teaching. It ensures automatic employment for Job Corps graduates who can choose to go into the workforce, the military, or continue with higher education.
And we talked about this at the budget hearing. I think you and I are going to go to a Job Corps Center in Maine in August together. So I look forward to continue to working with you and thinking that legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Joe.
The senator who starts her final statement with 7 seconds left and then goes a minute
Sorry,
over.
I apologize, I really do.
Senator Murray.
Thank you. Acting Secretary Sonderling, right now you are working with Secretary McMahon to take over the Department of Education programs to help Trump abolish that department. It makes zero sense that DOL, an agency whose expertise is in supporting wage earners and job seekers, that it's being tasked now with taking over complex education programs from the Department of Education to help kindergartners and elementary school students. Do you know how many programs at the Department of Labor are focused on elementary school students?
I can tell you that it makes a lot of sense for us to work with the Department of Education. You know, the education
I asked
system
you a
is to
specific
be able
question
to-
on very little time, so do you know how many programs?
We have our IAA agreements under the Economy Act that allows us to
I'm
provide
asking if
services
you know
to
how many are
the Department of
focused
Education.
at, well, I'll tell you, the answer is none of them. And that is concerning because while some offices within your department are taking on a set of responsibilities they have no experience dealing with, they're also struggling to manage their own grant programs. As recently as this last January, a report from the DOL Inspector General noted the Employment and Training Administration is, quote, challenged in effectively managing its grant portfolio. So Acting Secretary Sonderling, do you believe it's smart management decision to add more grant responsibilities to an agency that is consistently unable to handle those tasks?
I think it makes a lot of sense. Our systems at the Department of Labor are more sophisticated based on prior reports and implementing those recommendations than the Department of Education system. They were on a legacy G5 system. We use Grant Solution, which is the same system that WIOA title funds are distributed both from the labor side and from the education side to the same states. And from an efficiency standpoint, from the states who take this money, they're used to having to go to education and labor. The IAA is not dealing with policy. It's dealing with providing the Department of Education a service. And I can tell you that the Department of Education career staff have been detailed to the Department of Labor, and they're making those policy decisions regarding the pre-K through 12 program, regarding Octave, regarding those other decisions where the Department of Labor is assisting them on the back end with these grant systems, working with states, and the states love this. 21 states have now submitted a joint plan for efficiency to getting that very important money to pre-K to 12 institutions
Let me just say,
in a more efficient way than education can do.
I appreciate smart new reforms, but the facts are that these arrangements have been very wasteful. One of them cost taxpayers an extra $1 million, and the rest, the administration has refused now to tell us for months how much they cost, or really anything else, despite bipartisan demands for that information. And it's not working. In one case, ED transferred responsibilities to you only for you to have to send that back to another department because DOL lacked the expertise to handle.
On July 1st at midnight, $1.5 billion came over to the Department of Labor. It was out by 1, 2 in the morning. There was no lack. The money went out to the states in our updated system. And the Department of Labor will continue to provide those services under the IAAs, which are lawful under the Economies Act, and also is most efficient for taxpayers and the states getting these monies. So
Well, I will just say again, I just have to tell you, Americans want an agency that is focused on the education of early learners all the way through. They don't want it shuffled off to another department that they can't find out the information or don't have the expertise to do it. That's my opinion. Let me move on here because I just have a minute left. The Labor Department founding mission is, quote, to promote the welfare of wage earners. You've run this department for 3 months, and in that time, you've formalized taking overtime away from 4 million people, moved to cut care workers' minimum wage, teed up longer hours for 14-year-olds, and defended a budget that leaves workers in the dust. So let me give you a very specific question. On July 2nd of last year, DOL proposed a new rule about wages and overtime pay for home care workers. If this draft rule is finalized, how many workers will be stripped of minimum wage and overtime protections?
This is a very complicated issue that we've worked on for a long time. And the current rule, has essentially created a secondary market where workers are not getting overtime, they're not getting protections. Those who are, receiving the services aren't going through companies to get the proper background checks. So this rule will allow third parties to come back in to properly manage the payroll, to properly manage their ability to do background checks and have more workers in continuity of care.
You
What
didn't
the
answer
prior
my
rule
question.
did was it chopped up, the people weren't getting overtime.
Well,
when 30 hours hit, they would get a different person.
I'm
and that
out of
worked
time,
conditions.
and I'm going to correct the record here, because if this draft rule is finalized, which is what my question was to you, it is 3.7 million workers, home care workers, who will be stripped of minimum wage and overtime protections. That's how many home care workers the department is ripping away minimum wage and overtime protections from. And Mr. Chairman, to me, that is anti-worker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I will defer to Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I want to start, of course, welcoming Secretary Sunderling. Thank you for being here as well. I want to start by just chatting about what I consider one of the greatest pro-worker agendas that we've ever seen accomplished over the last 2 years. The Working Family Tax Cuts bill with Republican-only votes, no taxes on tip, no taxes on overtime, absolutely pro-worker. We've seen great private sector job growth, 600,000 private sector job growth. Because of the president's trade and tariff policies, we're bringing jobs back home, and manufacturing is great again. And one of the big pro-worker agenda I've seen is an emphasis on apprenticeships and workforce Pell Grant. Maybe just speak a moment. Did I miss anything in that agenda?
You did. There's so much. The Working Family Tax Cuts passed by this Senate and promoted by the president has just done so much for the American workers. Most people on TV hear no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, which is great. But there's so many other beneficial provisions to workers. And you can break it down in two ways. One's of how we create more jobs, get more hours. So the 100% deduction on new equipment is allowing companies to buy new state-of-the-art safe equipment, install them, be more productive, take 100% tax credit that year, freeing up money they would be paying in taxes to hire more workers, to give to more overtime, in addition to the depreciation on expanding American manufacturing, no interest on the loans on the cars bought in America. So many other great things on the business side, but really for the workers, you hit the nail on the head when it comes to workforce Pell.
Something else, a big priority for you and me, are our tech colleges, our community colleges, and the flexibility in the Pell Grants, apprenticeships. Maybe just speak about the priority and what the future looks like for them.
And also being able to use 529 accounts for vocational schools, for registered apprenticeships that otherwise were locked up in those 4-year degrees. And that's going to allow certificate programs, 8 to 15 weeks, where we know there's a lot of jobs. And that's been a cost prohibition for a lot of employees because they can't afford those certificates. They weren't able to get financial aid. Now Workforce Pell's allowed to do that. But ultimately, it leads into where the department wants to go to fill all these jobs that President Trump has created is through registered apprenticeships. Getting people out of high school into high-paying, high-skilled registered apprenticeships, working with local community colleges. And we see community colleges as one of the biggest pieces of this puzzle to be able to help employers, help small businesses design the curriculum to get workers right out of high school into the trades, and also have them design those courses. So thanks to the Working Families Tax Cuts, we've just seen so many benefits continue to benefit the American worker, not just putting more money in their pocket, but also creating opportunities that didn't exist before. So thank you for it.
If Senator Moody can bore us with her gator chop, I want to give a Go Grizzlies sign for my alma mater, Community College, Butler County Community College, back home, that my wife and I both graduated from. We don't have a chop or anything, but Go Grizzlies. I got a one-off issue I promised I would run by you from our state treasurer back home, Stephen Johnson, a good friend of mine. And I have not brought this to your attention. You're welcome to follow up. But retirement plans lose track of their people sometimes. And a person hits the age of 65, the retirement plan can't find the person. Somewhere 4 or 5 years ago, we decided the state should figure this out. And there was a rule drafted in 2023 that was never finished. And unfortunately, they had a lower cap of $1,000, which is artificially low. I'm asking you to commit to finishing the rules surrounding this, hopefully with no cap, so that states can start working on getting people with money back to them.
This is an important issue because you're talking about retirees who have vested in their 401ks but forgot they worked at that company, forgot they ever had it. And there may be around $2 trillion out there of vested retirees who are not being able to find where their 401ks are. So the department is really looking at this. We're looking at ways to work with employers to come to us. We have a lost and found website where somebody can go type in their employer and see if they had a 401k there. But that takes the employer giving us that information. That takes working with the plan sponsors and saying, give us your roles of who you're.
Will you commit to finishing the rule?
I will commit to that, and we will look at that de minimis exception too. But the most important thing is we need businesses to have a safe harbor to be able to give that information.
I got 30 seconds left. I want to touch ESOPs, franchises, and unions. Okay, so I don't know. Any thoughts? We want to. Republicans are trying so hard to be pro-union. I was raised in a union town. Just speak what you can do to help union workers back home. What's your vision to help those folks out?
Well, union workers are American workers, and they're also the backbone of our country. So we continue to make policies to make sure that other industries are also getting into registered apprenticeships, which unions have done very well. And I've talked to all the major union leaders, seeing what they do to how they get so many people in the trades, how they get so many people into high-paying, high-skilled jobs. I'm trying to take that model and work with other industries, and they're very open to working together because they want the American workforce to succeed. They want it to be with American workers. All the new jobs the president has created, we're all going to work together to put the American worker first in that equation. And I see both support from unions and management on that.
I don't have time to ask you about ESOPs and franchises, but we'll keep having those conversations too as priorities. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Kane.
Mr. Chair, good to see you again, Mr. Sonderling. First, congratulations to the committee. I don't want it to go unnoticed that the Older Americans Act reauthorization passed the Senate floor a couple of days ago. We worked on it like a year and a half ago, and it got held up at the end of the last Congress, but it passed out of the Senate a couple of days ago. We all worked pretty hard on that. Hopefully the House will act. Mr. Sonderling, your testimony is, as I would expect, very positive about the state of the economy and the Trump administration's accomplishments. People don't like being told everything's great when their lives are telling them otherwise. And I just got to put on the record, a Gallup poll in May showed that confidence in the economy is at its lowest in the last 5 years. And the Gallup poll suggested 76% of American adults think the economy is getting worse, and 20% think it's getting better. So I guess it's getting better for 20%, or they think it is. But to tell 3/4 of the American public everything's rosy and everything's going well, it just doesn't square. There's a punchline to an old joke. What are you going to believe, me or your own eyes? People's own eyes are telling them this economy isn't working. And that was a poll in May, and I would venture to suggest it's gotten worse since. Not polling data just came out that says, for example, Virginians have paid $1.8 billion more in gasoline since the war in Iran began on February 28th than they would have paid had we not started a foolish war and led to the closing of the Straits of Hormuz. And it's not just gas; it's inflation on everyday goods and groceries, and that was the data in the Gallup poll about why people are feeling bad. So I know that folks with you are duty bound, and I would expect.
All right, I'm back from 7-Eleven. I got some provisions. So as Tim Kaine was saying, I listened the whole time though, so I didn't miss anything. So I got a vitamin water from 7-Eleven, ice cold. What else did I get? So yeah, under Biden, everything I just bought would have been like 50% less. I got some cigarettes. Got some honey roasted peanuts. Some M&Ms. I got some hearing snacks because it's gonna be a long night. I'm gonna binge watch hearings. Rice Krispie treat. Some Gushers. The only reason I got all these candies was because they were $1. I guess they had some kind of sale. I got some Step Into a Slim Jim. Got some Slim Jims. Hungry while I wait. Some Snickers. The MAGA cult members like to eat these upside down so they feel the veiny part on their tongue. What else did I get? I got these Mexican candies, pulparindos. These are fire. I got that one. I got the mango one. All right. We're ready with some hearing snacks, and I got like about a half ounce of some dank. Just about to pack a fat bong load. Got some coffee. We posted up. Ah, shit. That's what I forgot to get. I forgot to get some creamer. Oh well. I'll just drink my coffee black.
I'll do the same thing of, putting the best face on the evidence. But I just have to say that the American public is feeling the evidence, and they're feeling really sour about the American economy right now. I noticed yesterday the president restarted tariff imposition. He started with Brazil because he doesn't like the fact that Brazil is prosecuting a friend of his. Brazil is a nation where we have a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. So it's odd that the president is deciding I want to put tariffs on Brazilian products when we've got a surplus with them. Here's what I want to ask you about. The Department of Education has entered into 14 interagency agreements, and Senator Murray talked to you about them. Last year, states including Virginia reported a lot of funding delays and administrative confusion following the transfer of the career and technical education services to DOL. And months later, the Department of Ed decided to move K-12 and other higher ed programs to the DOL. Now, just the magnitude of these programs.
Hey, what's up, madam?
9.8 million kids in rural schools, 5 million English language learners, 1.1 million students who are experiencing homelessness, 600,000 native students, 26 million kids in schools that are Title I schools, which are about 80% of the school districts in the country. That's all been foisted over onto the Department of Labor. That was not your choice. That was the president's choice.
Yeah, under Trump, because of his war of choice and his illegal tariffs and his crimes against humanity, everything's gone up 50%. Everything's doubled in price.
Nominee to be Secretary of Labor, can you tell me there's some foundational pillars for the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act? Do you know what those foundational pillars are?
I do not. That's a Department of Education
Right.
program, but I would, to the extent we have the administration duties to administer that to the states.
Well, let me
education staff.
Yeah,
who's housed in DOL now to make.
Got you, but let me tell you what the pillars are.
Sure.
Okay, because this is something that some think should be pushed over to DOL. The pillars of the IDEA are free, appropriate public education, least restrictive environment, individualized education plan, appropriate evaluation, parent-student participation, and procedural safeguards. And these are not minor matters to parents who have kids with disabilities. I have a letter, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to introduce into the record, and it's a letter signed by individuals who served in 9 Republican and Democratic presidential administrations, including
Hey, what's up, TOT? Yeah, exactly. You know what's up. This whole Trump cabal is always trying to gaslight us, saying prices are the lowest ever, our country's the hottest ever, rents are going down. They're all full of shit. Like, we're not stupid. Everything's going up. We weren't born yesterday.
first term, who were responsible for overseeing the implementation of the IDEA.
The funny thing about the whole thing is the MAGA cult members are just too low IQ to notice. Or they just don't care. They just go in with the racist agenda. I don't know.
Saying that they do not think it should be moved out of the Department of Education, if I could submit it.
Without objection.
Do you know the name of the program that funds after school and summer school programs?
That is a Department of Education program. I would not know the specific name, but
The name of
I mean, I guess most MAGA cult members were already dirt broke to begin with. That's why they voted for Trump, thinking he was going to save them. So even though Trump's making it worse, they don't even notice.
detail from the Department of Education I would rely on.
Yes, the name of the program is the 21st Century Community Learning Centers. How about expertise in the Higher Education Act? In your previous roles, have you had to focus on the Higher Education Act?
We believe that higher education and workforce development are linked. We've had some discussions about OCTAE, and also there's a lot of studies done that these programs should potentially be in the Department of Labor because ultimately go to school
in
to get a
your
job.
experience in the past, have you done work in the Higher Education Act?
I have not, but I would rely on those who have.
And that's not a fault of yours. You've done certain things and you haven't done other things. But to take these major programs that affect millions of people and push them over to the DOL, I'll just say, Mr. Chair, I'll just make a one sentence. There's a right way to do reform. Come to the committee and say, hey, look, this is in statute. There's a better way to do it. So let's work on a better way to do it. The wrong way to do it is to treat the DOE like it's a furniture store and having a discount going out of business sale and hand off pieces willy-nilly to agencies that don't have the expertise to deal with them. And that's my concern about what's happening right now. Thank you. I yield back.
I will defer to Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sondland, good to see you. Welcome. I enjoyed our conversation a few days ago. It's great.
Oh, it's this douchebag right here. Senator Major Douchebag Hawley.
Here, let me start with something you and I talked about then and that we talked about last time you were before this committee, which is artificial intelligence and the effect that that's going to have on the job market. The St. Louis Federal Reserve recently issued a report in which they said we may be witnessing the early stages of AI-driven job displacement. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, estimates that 40% of jobs, at least worldwide, are exposed to AI, so could suffer from AI job displacement. My question to you is this: what do we need to be doing as a government, and more specifically, what does DOL need to be doing now to be getting our workers in the country ready for the impacts of AI, and maybe more importantly, helping them keep their jobs, use whatever artificial intelligence is?
Hey, what's up, madame? Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if he programmed his own voice in his own Google Maps, so whenever Google Maps gives him directions, it's like his own voice. Like, make a left on so-and-so street, and it's his own voice.
Integrated into the workplace to improve their productivity and their wages. I mean, should we be able to agree that the goal here ought to be not to lose jobs? We don't want that. We want to see wages go up. We want to see more opportunities for workers. How are we going to get there?
We want to see more jobs in this, and there is the potential to do that. And this is where really this administration is taking this very seriously, both from a national competitive perspective, but also from a workforce development side. We're working very closely with the National Science Foundation and the Department of Education to develop that AI curriculum that China has, and they're teaching them in the second grade, and we're not doing that. But how do we get that curriculum? How do we actually teach? If you teach somebody on AI right now, in 2 months, it may be outdated. So that's really where the partnership of where we're trying to take to get that education, to get that curriculum into the education system. We need to be talking to the employers and the tech companies who are employers who are buying this and the tech companies who are designing this. And that's where the issue has been, not getting that information from them, not having those partnerships and not sharing them. And that's what I'm trying to solve. We're launching the AI Action Work Hub, which is allowing us now to enter into MOUs with both tech developers and companies who are deploying this to, number one, see what the real impacts are, see how these programs are being designed, to backtrack that, number one, into the education system, but more importantly, to make sure that American workers and students have those baseline skills they need. Because right now, you have kids in high school, you have kids in middle school who think they're not going to have a job, and you have employees who think they're going to lose their job. So the fear in both parts is not.
Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, TOT? What's up, Diane Grace? What's up, you? Madame Kulinov, Joe Jack, what's happening, everyone? Jay Leach, hope you guys are all having a good Saturday night. We're having a Senate hearing Saturdays over here every week. Tune in. We got Senate hearing Saturdays, checking out all the latest hearings that happen in Congress. The hearing that we're watching right now happened just 2 days ago, so this one's pretty fresh. It's titled Trump's Labor Secretary nominee Keith Sonderling faces Senate Help Committee confirmation hearing. Thanks for tuning in, sharing your opinions. Every opinion's welcome. Interactions. And please hit the like button. Thank you. Little YouTubeville watch party Saturday night. About to smoke a fat bong load. Let's go.
And to be able to get rid of that fear, we need to have education. To be able to get that education, we need the information from these companies designing it. So we've been able to enter into MOUs, and we want the Bureau of Labor Statistics to take this over, get them that information so they can actually see if it's job loss, job augmentation, to be there to help them on both sides.
You anticipate what I want to ask you about next, which is, isn't it important? It seems to me it's important that we get all the data we can about AI job impacts in terms of jobs it's creating, jobs that it's costing, how it is being integrated into the workforce. Senator Warner and I had a bill that would do this, co-sponsored by various members of this committee. But what would be even better is if DOL would do this on its own accord. You and I talked about steps you're already taking. Maybe tell us that for the record. What are you doing in terms of collecting this information that I think is vital for us to know what is really happening with AI in the
We're
workforce?
trying to control the narrative from the doom.
Yeah, it's like 10:30 p.m. over here, Los Angeles, California, and it's still hot AF. I think I'm gonna do an RFK Jr. cold plunge in Carlos Pool.
That's out there, which is largely consultant driven, it's largely tech company driven, saying we have these products that's going to eliminate 10,000 workers. How does that make the American worker feel? And we don't even know if businesses are actually implementing this, or these tools can actually do what they say they're trying to do. So that's where we're really trying to get that information. And what we believe is that we're going to see is that AI impacted jobs can potentially make you more productive. It can make your workplaces safer, but we can't get that information yet. So we have MOUs. It's part of our AI action plan. And we're getting that data from Fortune 500 companies. We're getting it from tech companies. We're getting it from unions. And we're going to take that data and for the first time have BLS look at it and say, well, here's where the impact actually is. And more importantly, here's what you need to do, DOL, to get money to the state workforce agencies, to get money through the Department of Education to train those workers. That's never happened before. The second part, we just issued an RFI last week through BLS to have the time study that BLS does include AI. So now they're going to ask people, how much AI do you use at home? How much AI do you use at work? So in the meantime, before we get it from the employers and tech companies, we're going to get it from the American workers who are being impacted instantly, and we'll be able to see what they're doing.
Good. That's good. We need that data. We need it in order to make informed choices. And I think we've got a lot of hard choices to make with regard to AI. I want to show you a picture now related to Amazon. Here's our friends at Amazon. This is what appears to be an Amazon employee. She's wearing the Amazon logo. She's carrying an Amazon box. She's wearing an Amazon hat. She's driving an Amazon truck. She's totally at under Amazon's control. And yet Amazon wants the American people to believe, and more importantly, the government to believe that they don't have any control over all of this, that Amazon's just a simple franchisor, just like McDonald's, and that she's independent. The truck driver is independent. This is the most ludicrous farce. Amazon controls all of this, and they're trying to game the system so that they get treated like a local franchisor in Springfield, Missouri, where I'm from.
Hey, Josh Hawley actually makes sense right now because it's true. Like, how can they be wearing like all this Amazon logo and Jeff Bezos over there saying, "Oh no, they're like subcontractors. I'm not responsible for them." Because there was an incident where like an Amazon truck driver crashed and like it was their fault and they killed like an innocent driver, just minding their own business. And then Jeff Bezos over there saying, "Oh, it has nothing to do with me. It's like a hired driver." But it's like, yo, dude, like the dude was wearing an Amazon hat, bro, and driving an Amazon truck.
Who owns a local McDonald's, has his whole life savings tied up in it. Amazon controls all of this. Here's my point. I know you're working on revising the joint employer rule. It is absolutely vital that the joint employer rule not excuse Amazon's ridiculous efforts to game the system and prevent people like this from being treated well, getting a good paycheck, and getting health care. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They are one of the richest companies in the history of the world, and they want to be treated like they're a small business. They're not a small business. They're monopolists. And I urge you to write that rule in such a way that Amazon is treated as they should be treated and that local small businesses are protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for this hearing. Welcome, Mr. Sonderling. I'd like to associate myself with the last comment Senator Hawley made about joint employment rule. It's really important to get this right, and I appreciate his comments. I also just wanted, before asking you a couple of questions, to just note that Joint Economic Committee has found that since President Trump took office, we've lost nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs. So the manufacturing sector is not doing A-OK, it's losing jobs. What I hear in New Hampshire, it's all about tariffs. Americans have paid $56 billion more for gasoline, worked out about $477 per household since this war of choice started. My constituents are desperately worried about high costs in every part of life that they absolutely have to be able to pay for, from healthcare to rent to childcare to gas. So just wanted to give you that perspective on the economy from data and from what we're hearing from our constituents. Other thing I want to just follow up on briefly is Senator Kane's questions about the IDEA. As you probably know, as my colleagues know, I have an adult son with disabilities. The IDEA meant that he was able to go to school with his peers in our public school system, where he was treated as an individual and people learned how to actually communicate with him and educate with him. Took a teacher realizing that Ben laughed whenever other kids in the room got the wrong answer, which means my son was me.
Hey, you guys remember the Todd Blanche hearing when John Ossoff was grilling him? I think it was John Ossoff was grilling who was it? I think it was Todd Blanche. And he's like, isn't it embarrassing that you're spewing Donald Trump's rhetoric? He's like, isn't it embarrassing? Like, you know, I know, everybody knows.
But smart. Took the IDEA, made it possible for people to realize he could raise a hand to say yes or no and interact with material because he's nonverbal. Before the IDEA, children like my son were stigmatized, stereotyped, institutionalized. And the point of the IDEA is to make sure that all children, kids with disabilities, without disabilities, get the kind of education.
Yeah, that's why Trump's desperate to rig the elections, because that's why the Zorro Ranch, that's why they're blocking it. The Trumpstein Fury, Operation Trumpstein Fury. Like, Trump knows that once he loses the House and the Senate this midterms, they're going after him. They're going full on the Trumpstein files. And it'll be game over. Impeach, remove, and imprison.
Needs are individually met. And while I am a strong supporter of community colleges and CTEs, kids should have a choice about higher education, vocational education.
Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Julian Fry? What's up, Viper? What's up, BTT? What's up, Nikki Anderson? David Daniuk says, MAGA, when are you going to run out of your cousins to breed with? Well, it's like the hills have eyes over there. What's up, homies?
The IDEA gives kids with disabilities the same platform, the same opportunity as kids without. And it's critically important that people with the expertise in educating our children.
Hey, what's up, Eric Klein?
Are running this program, reforming this program as it may need to be. So I share the concerns here about having IDEA transferred into the Department of Labor. Now let me get to my questions. During your confirmation hearing last year, I gave you an opportunity to commit that you would follow the law if confirmed as Deputy Secretary of Labor. I was disappointed and concerned by your unwillingness last year to make that commitment. So I'm going to give you a chance to answer the question again. If directed by the President to take an action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the President's directive?
Like I said last year, the President wouldn't have me do that, and I would follow the law. And I said last year I would follow the law, we'll follow the law.
Well, the first part of your answer is the problem because there's almost daily evidence now of the President directing people or breaking the law himself. Now let's go on to another question. You were appointed last month by the President to serve as acting director for the Office of Government Ethics. Its mission is to, quote, to prevent financial conflicts of interest and other violations of the ethics rules, close quote, throughout the executive branch. To help me understand the level of judgment that you would bring to the role of secretary, are there any actions that the Trump administration has taken in the last year that you have ethical concerns about or see as a financial conflict of interest?
In my position as the Director of Office of Government Ethics, which I take seriously, I've taken ethics seriously my entire career. When I was at my law firm, when I was at DOL, when I was at the EEOC, this is very important to me.
Man, none of these Trump stooges nominees have any ethics. I mean, if they had any ethics, they wouldn't be nominated. Like, Trump wants people with no ethics.
President has selected me to run.
Right, so let's get to the question because I've got just about a minute left. Are there any actions that the Trump administration has taken in the last year that you have ethical concerns about or see as a financial conflict of interest?
I would rely and have relied on the career ethics officials of the Office of Government Ethics to make that decision.
That's not my question. I'm probing your judgment here. You have been nominated to be a secretary of the Department of Labor. You are in the position of deputy secretary. You have a legal background. You take ethics seriously. The president personally took in billions of dollars last year per his own financial disclosure reports, raising the question, I thought he was supposed to be president of the United States, not off on side deals. So if he's focused on being president, how is this money pouring into his family's and his own personal accounts? He received a jet from Qatar, and we had to spend $400 million of taxpayer money to retrofit that jet. He instructed his lawyers and the Department of Justice to enter into a sham lawsuit and settlement against the IRS. None of that gives you ethical concern?
The president has always followed the ethical rules. All his financial disclosures have been certified by career ethics officials, and he is committed and his family have committed to have no conflicts of interest, and that's exactly what we're saying.
Which is why his sons just invested heavily in defense industry that will have possible contracts with the Department of Defense. That's just a really disappointing answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh yeah, I heard 2 more military personnel were killed, RIP, during Trump's illegal war. So that's 2 more lives where blood that's on Trump's hands.
Or to Coach Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sonning, welcome. Glad you. I hadn't seen this many gators in a long time in one spot. I think I recognized a few throwing stuff at me when I used to coach down there. You know, I can't think of other than Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Senator Moody doing that.
Yeah, other than Jordan-Hare Stadium and Bryant-Denny Stadium. The Swamp, Ben Hill Griffin is a hard place to play. And I really enjoyed kicking y'all's ass when I came down there. So, because of that. But welcome, and thanks for what you've done. You've done an outstanding job. We're looking for you to continue that. You're a member, Vice President Vance, task force team to try to stop this abysmal amount of fraud and money being stolen from the taxpayers. $100 million an hour, the last I heard. I can't imagine that. And so you're on that task force. Are you working with the states? How are you collaborating with the states to get this done to stop this damn fraud?
So my role on the task force is related to unemployment insurance fraud, and Department of Labor plays a significant role in making sure that there's no fraud, because all fraud is a theft on taxpayer dollars. And what we saw in the unemployment system during COVID time, $135 billion was stolen, gone. Stolen by crime, stolen by foreign actors. Social Security numbers were being stolen. Millions of dollars were going out to people in jail, to dead people. Somebody who was born in the year 2154 successfully applied for unemployment insurance and was able to get it. So countless stories of like that hurts the American workers who actually need that money. So under the Vice President's leadership on the task force, we have the license now to finally stop this and go after states that are not complying. So I sent a letter to 53 governors and governors of territories basically saying that we are tired of the fraud and we want you to put these measures in for the fraud to stop. And if you don't, then there's going to be consequences, and there's never been consequences before. And President Trump is allowing us to do that. So more importantly, we're telling the states, verify first and pay later. Stop paying first and verifying later. And that's how much money has gone out. So really pushing on the states to get the technology, to verify who they are. And we're trying to help them. We're building a centralized system called unemployment.gov that Alabama is helping us with. And we see, Alabama is an amazing example.
Yeah.
They've really gone after this. And when they had improper payments the last 2 years, they got 100% of it back. They have some of the lowest fraud and improper payment rates in the country because they're verifying. They're going and making sure that person is alive, that person lives in Alabama, that person worked in Alabama, they're going to the employer. Does this person work for you, or is this a fraudster in China? And they're doing it, and it's showing results. And not only that, they're following up with employers. Is this person even eligible for it? And that's not what's happening, specifically in Democrat states like New York that is still paying $2 million out every single day. So our Inspector General, Anthony D'Esposito, we have a partnership together. So I'm doing the front end side where we're going to make sure states like Alabama has done, put in those controls. And then we're going to go after those criminals. We're going to go after the frauds with criminal prosecutions through our IG. So this is one of the most important things we could do at the Department of Labor is stop the theft of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, I think AI is going to be the key. I think it's going to be the savior for fraud.
Especially
there's no way humans can mentally keep up with $5 trillion a year. We can't do it. I don't care how smart you are. And so we have to have machines to do that. And we got to stop it. I mean, we're $40 trillion in debt. It's ridiculous. And we're talking about AI earlier with Senator Hawley. I'll be hopefully governor next year of Alabama. We're going to start in the elementary school, start teaching our kids AI. We can talk about AI all we want. If we don't teach it, it's not going to work. So we have to learn it at a young age, and we're already prepared for that for young kids in elementary school all the way up through high school. And they have to learn to use it the right way, ethically. And that's the future. You know, our education system's abysmal right now. It's going to heck in a handbasket. I worked it for 35 years. I know our federal government's being broken because of all this fraud, but we have to be able to educate our kids in this AI.
Education needs to lead to jobs.
Yeah, a couple other things here I just want to say. You know, we have this 401 plan that we're trying to get through for retirement funds through private equity with cryptocurrency. It's called, my bill is called the Freedom Financial Act. We're trying to get it through committee. And what does all this mean for the average American and their retirement accounts if we can pass a bill like this where they can actually get something out of their retirement?
We're working very hard at the Department of Labor to make sure that 401k plans have access to alternative investments, just like union pensions do, just like state pensions do. Right now, the 401k market is largely in index funds, and those workers deserve private assets. They deserve diversification, just like somebody with a pension plan. So this is one of my top initiatives to make sure that there's parity now between the pension system and the 401k system to be able to diversify for individuals, you know, who just have a 401k to get into those private markets that were previously only for accredited investors. This is how President Trump is going to make America wealthy again, by allowing everyone to democratize that access, allow everyone these opportunities outside of just very conservative index funds. And we're at the department, we don't push one fund over the other. We lay the neutral framework and let the employers decide under their fiduciary obligations which is the best for their employees.
You don't have to answer this question, but I just want to throw it out there. Our H-1B program sucks, okay? Microsoft is firing people and hiring foreign labor, and it's wrong. And we have to hire American workers, and I hope you're on top of that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator.
Coach, one more important question. What was your lifetime record versus the Gators?
Well,
2001 was very hard for us.
Yeah. But now that y'all renamed it Spurrier Field, I'd love to come back down there and kick his butt one more time.
So I take it was good. Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Sonderling, welcome back. Thank you for taking time to meet with me. We talked a little bit about apprenticeships. The administration has said their intent to expand the number of apprenticeships to eventually reach 1 million. Many apprentices were pulled off their jobs when the administration canceled various infrastructure projects, clean energy projects. I think we do need novel solutions to get more apprenticeships in place. What's your approach to that? How do we dramatically ramp up the number of apprenticeships to achieve 1 million apprenticeships?
Well, it's our goal and the president's goal to get to 1 million active registered apprenticeships. We believe this is the fastest pathway into the workforce, a debt-free way where students can earn while they learn. But we need to get more employers involved in this. We need to get more industries involved in this as we see manufacturing coming back, as we see critical infrastructure coming back, as we see these areas where there are very high-paying trade jobs. We need to work both for the students to understand how high-paying these jobs are. The average registered apprenticeship, $86,000.
No, I get that. And I understand all those arguments. I guess the question I'm asking, and I agree, we've got to persuade parents. We've done this in Colorado with CareerWise and demonstrated it's not that hard. Parents do see that their kids don't necessarily have to go to college and get a lot of debt. They can go and be an apprentice in not only trades, but in banks, insurance companies, all these different other choices. How long do you think it's going to take to get to 1 million apprentices?
So we're halfway there. We're almost at 500,000 registered apprenticeships. We've started over 4,000 new programs in this administration. So as we discussed, a lot of this is getting to the parents early in elementary schools, in middle school, saying this is just as an equal path as college, and you need to start, looking at this as a viable option that you're going to make more without the debt. 300,000 more in your career if you're an apprentice than not being in an apprenticeship position. Right. So the numbers there, the stats are there. We just
you don't have to persuade me. I'm in. All right. I'm
that's my job. I'm
trying to push for a sense of urgency that we get there faster, and that it's not just restricted to people 18 and over, right? In other words, 16-year-old kids, 17-year-old kids can work in a bank or work in an insurance company a couple days a week while they're in high school and come back and actually learn things that will make them more successful in their jobs.
And we're working on industry to do that. And that's a very big part of it, is starting earlier, either in a full apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship. That's really how we're going to change the narrative of this and to hit President Trump's goal of 1 million active registered apprenticeships.
Appreciate that. There's been Senator Hawley, I watched on TV as he'd done a couple of questions on AI, obviously rapidly making its way into all aspects of the workplace. And I think we agree that we need to find ways to support workers as we go into this. We introduced the AI Workforce Prepare Act, with Senator Banks and Senator Hassan and Senator Houston on this, and would direct the Department of Labor to assess AI's impact on the workforce. You've also done work, as you've discussed before, on AI employment during your tenure at the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. At one point you stated that less enforcement we have on the federal level, the better. That's not universally true, though?
Less enforcement on the federal level,
the better.
I said
That's what you're saying. When you make a statement like that, sometimes it gets taken out of context. I'm giving you a chance to.
Oh yeah, no, I believe the federal government plays a very key role in this, and the most important thing we can do is talk to all stakeholders when it comes to AI, and it's a much different world than we're normally dealing with. You have everything from the VCs who support it. They don't want to give money to a startup that's going to discriminate.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Liam Drama? Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, actually. Liam Drama says, if anyone that has seen and actually paid attention to what Rubio, Miller, Bissett said the other day regarding leftist terrorism within the U.S. and still spews America hate is fucking stupid. F-O. I don't know. I'm guessing, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but whatever the Bissett, Narco Bubio, and Stephen Miller speeches was straight up fascism right there, 101. They're trying to bring the Red Scare back, Red Scare tactics back. Even Tom Homan and Donald Trump chimed in on that nonsense, said some similar crap. They're the terrorists.
That's going to discriminate or harm workers. The company's not going to want to buy a product that does that. And ultimately, the consumers, in our case, are the employees. They don't want to be subject to a product that's going to take away their job or discriminate against them. So that's really where I've been working very hard to get everyone to understand that there's long-standing laws, whether it's the National Labor Relations Act from the 30s, the Fair Labor Standards Act from the 30s, the 1960s, Title VII, or even the ADA in the 1990s, that equally apply to technology that's out there today and the ones that they're developing, and their products are not going to work. It's not going to help the American worker unless they build, design, and deploy them in relation to how those laws work. And I don't believe we need new laws for that. We need to advocate for our existing laws and our existing frameworks to apply to this new technology.
Right, and I agree that those existing laws and
well, if Palantir is listening, Palantir, just know that Orange Turd can suck these nuts.
Standards, making sure that we have standards that are going to make sure that kids and America's people are held safe, and could be, that the tort system will hold AI companies accountable for damages done to our populations.
And that's what I discussed with Senator Hawley. It's building that trust,
right,
for everyone to be able to want to embrace these tools, use these tools, so we can get the benefit from these tools, we can get the productivity from these tools, we can get the potential safety from these tools. But none of that happens without trust. And I believe in the Department of Labor and the EOC and the NLRB to be able to be a big part of that equation.
Right, and that's an alignment of self-interest. So we agree, trust but verify. Anyway, thank you very much. And I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Hickenlooper. I shall defer to Senator Husted.
Thank you, Mr.
A college football athlete.
Yes, although I never played against Florida, thankfully. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask you a question about the working family tax cut plan, because in there, for the average family of four in the state of Ohio, for example, they will see a net $6,000 tax benefit versus what they would have seen if the bill didn't pass. What does that mean? It means a $2,200 per child tax credit. Means no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And I've been to factories where I've talked to I talked to one individual who said he was going to save all of his overtime pay for the whole year and use it to put a down payment, help him get his down payment on a home. How much do you think those policies help families and help add people to the labor force because there's more incentive for them to actually work?
As I travel the country, I hear about it all the time. When I go to a restaurant, we hear about how workers are getting more pay from no tax on tips, and then no tax on overtime with more production. The manufacturing index has been up 6 months in a row. We've created new manufacturing jobs every month this year, more overtime. So we really see it in a lot of different ways. The obvious ones is say more take-home pay from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It's the largest, obviously, tax bill of all time for getting more money in workers' pockets. But what I said earlier, they're seeing it in ways a lot of people don't understand. So when that factory can expand, for their American production, that is incentivizing companies who've left the United States to come back. So that's why we're seeing Toyota invest, a new plant, $3 billion to build Tacoma here. That's why Harley Davidson is bringing back production to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. In Ohio, General Motors continue to make more investments. What does that do? They get the tax deduction from that. It's going to be able to create more production lines, and they'll be able to hire more workers and be more productive. So it really helps the economy in much larger ways than just that for that individual that they don't understand. And that's really the benefit of this bill and why it's so impactful and why it's so revolutionary, why it's creating more private sector jobs. All jobs created in President Trump's second term are in the private sector. That's exactly what he promised. And that's going to help those workers on the sidelines and those forgotten workers back into the workforce for American high-paying jobs.
Let me shift gears quickly to career technical education and apprenticeships. Passion of mine, something I've been involved in and helping grow. And you mentioned, and there's a need.
Yep.
There's a need. We have construction jobs that are growing swiftly in Ohio. We've added 3,000 manufacturing jobs in the last year, and the apprentices and the talent that comes from this, we can graduate people right out of high school, career ready, go from graduating on a Friday to going to work on a Monday, and then have many of them working while they're still in high school. But here's an insidious thing that's happened to this country for those young high school students if they come from the lowest income families. Many of them can't work while they're in high school. Why? Because their income counts against their parents.
What the hell? Why don't they focus more on education system?
And many of them.
They want kids to start working in high school. They need to start getting educated. They need to start doing other benefits, I don't know. These Republicans, man, they got to get their shit together. I don't think they ever will.
The silence, and I want to tell you a story. And I want your help with this because I've got a solution called the Upward Mobility Act here in the Senate.
I visited Cincinnati Community College and I saw firsthand the apprenticeship programs working in Ohio.
I was with a principal at a career tech facility. He told me about this problem. He said, we have lots of students who can't take these apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, work experience because their family would lose their benefits. And I said, how big of a problem is this? And I met a young lady who, as a junior in high school, moved into a trailer on a vacant lot so that she could go to work and her younger brother and sister wouldn't lose their SNAP benefits. Okay. And I went and I started asking principals all around the state of Ohio at these career centers, said, is this a big problem? They said, yes. So we have high school students who could go to work being electricians, plumbers and pipe fitters, healthcare, welding, but they can't auto body. They can't take the jobs because their family would lose their benefits. And so I have the Upward Mobility Act, which would help fix this issue so that students in high school could actually go to work and then graduate career ready and do what we want them to do, become adults that are part of the workforce living their version of the American dream. And so I want your reaction to that, and I would like your commitment to work with us to help solve this problem, to help more of America's youth get ahead in life.
You have my commitment to work with you.
This guy said a lot of words, but didn't offer a solution.
I do think there's a parallel to the working family tax cuts. The ABLE accounts, which the working family tax cuts increase the limit for disabled workers to put savings away in, is now allowing people to continue with those benefits that they need for their disability and continue to work, save for themselves, and be able to participate in society. So I think the working family tax cuts has a great example that you've already passed on parallel to the ABLE accounts, but you have my full commitment to helping you with any technical assistance that you need on this.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, this is a tragedy that we have created a poverty trap in this country for our lowest income families and their children. And I hope that this Congress will fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Sunderling. You are the President's nominee for Secretary of Labor, but you're getting asked a lot of questions about education. And I'm going to continue in that vein for a short while, hopefully then pivot to some more labor-focused issues. But the reason is because this administration and this president is taking repeated action to undermine and dismantle the Department of Education, which is created by Congress and can only be eliminated by Congress, but they're figuring out all sorts of ways to scatter education programs across the federal government, including at the Department of Labor, creating a system that I believe is much more complicated and much less efficient, particularly for states and public school districts. State and public school districts previously had to work with just one department, Department of Education. Now they're forced to work with multiple departments, multiple grant systems, and it's particularly concerning as this administration continues their dismantling effort for the Department of Education, now moving IDEA and special education to the Department of Health and Human Services. Parents and their children really gain nothing from separating federal education programs.
Oh yeah, of course Donald Trump's dismantling all the education programs because he loves the educated, he loves the uneducated, and the uneducated love him.
And this transfer only undermines services that go to support special education programs. But back to labor, I would like to know exactly what is gained by having the Department of Labor administer, for example, the Impact Aid program.
We can help with efficiency. We can help states and nonprofits get the money that they're entitled to.
So on Impact Aid,
are outdated.
Are you using the Impact and Grant Systems, Impact Aid Grant Systems, IAGS system that was developed for that purpose in education, or are you transferring it into the Department of Labor grants database that you were just telling me?
What's up, BTT? Oh yeah, for sure. All these MAGA meat-riding politicians are nothing but spineless cowards. They're always just running away from reporters, never want to answer the tough questions.
My office that is so incredibly efficient.
The career professionals at the Department of Education are working with the career professionals at the Department of Labor, both who have expertise in this area, to be able to administer all the grants that Congress has given us. And I can assure you this is being done by the professionals in a way to make it easier for states to get the money. And there's been a lot of complaints from the states.
So you think it's a benefit added to move Impact Aid from the Department of Education to the Department of Labor?
Under the programs are not being moved. Under the IAAs, it's an agreement to think of us as a firm that's just consulting and helping them move these programs money, but not the actual programs themselves. Those programs still all remain at the Department of Education. They're being run by career experts at the Department of Education. The Department of Labor is
at the Department of Education, but sitting in the Department of Labor.
For efficiency purposes, we've moved a few tranches of employees to the Francis Perkins building, where they all have their own offices, they all have their own computers, they have parking, and they are working out of that building.
What about Title I program? How will parents and teachers and students gain from having the Department of Labor administer Title I programs?
Yeah, the Department of Labor administers, WIO programs under the different titles, and we have the expertise. We know the states. We know the stakeholders in the states. The money flows in the same way through WIOA to the states as it does education.
And what sort of measurement will you have, or what sort of evidence will you present that transferring these programs to Department of Labor has made anything better for students, teachers, parents?
I will provide you with all that data. You have my commitment that I will show you how these programs are being effectively administered, how they're saving taxpayer dollars, and that the Department of Labor is in the best position to do this under the Economies Act, under longstanding IAAs, which all administrations have used.
It'll be very interesting to see your evidence, especially on things like impact aid, why Department of Labor should be better than education. But I'm going to change to something that is squarely under your department. We talked about apprenticeships when we met, and you've gotten several other questions. Wisconsin has over 17,000 enrolled apprentices right now, and I want to make sure that nothing gets in the way of progress. So do you have any plans to propose rules allowing for industry recognized apprenticeship programs, IRAPs, or other rules to weaken registered apprenticeship standards?
The president's executive order directs us to hit 1 million active registered apprenticeships. I've been out there promoting companies to do registered apprenticeships through the department so we can help them control the curriculum, we can get the hours in, we can get the OSHA health safety. We believe registered apprenticeships are the way to skill this generation and the next generation of workforce, and that's what we're promoting.
So you have no plans to go forward with IRAP?
The executive order describes registered apprenticeships.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. I shall defer to Madam Gator.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you. And I want to go back, Mr. Sonderling, to how we started the day and your nomination hearing, just to again commend you and this administration for really digging in, rolling up your sleeves, trying to course correct for a lot of the things that we previously saw to make sure that we are approaching government and supporting American workers and American industry and making sure we're looking at our roles through that lens. And I think you've done a dynamic job of that so far. I look forward to you doing that as the permanent head of the agency. In fact, I think when I came in, one of the main reasons I wanted to get up here as a senator was to kind of take a machete to what the last administration done. And if you've listened to all of your questioning today, it was all about freaking out about what's happening to where they were putting money. Truly, you're what are you doing with this grant? What are you doing with this grant? We're moving it from education to like everybody is freaking out. And I think the words they use are undermining and dismantling programs. So I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing, because what I watched and what I had to litigate against as the Attorney General for Florida in the last administration, when we had a chief executive asleep at the wheel and radicals trying to drive the car off a cliff. I mean, it was literally like when I used to pick my kid up from school during free time, and they just got in there and everything was crazy and things were knocked over, things were strewn around, broken. That's what you had to inherit. And since this administration has been in office, you have helped with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I mean, we are watching what that is doing in terms of redirecting where Washington is keeping money, not giving it over to bureaucrats that want to spend it on crazy things, but keeping it in Americans' pockets, focusing on what Americans' financial health, Americans' well-being. That's what the people need to restore their faith in this government. But let's talk about dismantling programs for just one moment. I'll give you the chance to comment on that, because I really, truly think Americans need to understand what happened when they're talking about dismantling climate programs or dismantling any other kind of program. Let's talk about that, because it infuriates me. And I am so glad there are people like you at the helm to course correct. But, you know, we, as Deputy Secretary, oh, and by the way, I needed to say Florida is now getting the largest average tax returns of any state in the nation due to some of this reoriented policymaking and approach. But under your leadership, and you've gotten a lot of, what are you doing with an International Labor Affairs Bureau and where all that money is? Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
A little bit. Before you do, let me just say, Under the Biden's International Labor Affairs Bureau, and we're all free.
Oh God, there it is, guys. There it is. Under the Biden administration. That's what these MAGA politicians, these MAGA political jokes always resort to, because it's the Biden administration, because they're all incompetent.
Where money might be canceled or dismantled. Is it true that 10 million went to gender equity in the Mexican workplace? 12.2 million went to worker empowerment in South America. 5 million went to elevating women's participation in the workplace in West Africa. 4.3 million went to assisting foreign migrant workers in Malaysia. 4 million went to promoting LGBTQI youth inclusion in Brazilian employer value chains. 7 million went to enable workers in Chile, South Africa, and Colombia.
Oh yeah, for sure. Biden was a good president. Trump's jealous of Biden. That's why he always brings him up. Trump suffers from a BDS, Biden derangement syndrome.
Advocate for climate change policy. I know they were really upset that we did away with that. Is it your intention to make sure some of this money is actually going to help the American workers and American families?
It's our duty for all of our grants, all of your taxpayer dollars, to go to American workers and to make sure that American workers are getting the first and best opportunities, no one else. It's also our duty at the Department of Labor to make sure that other countries aren't ripping us off with forced labor and undercutting, our system. So, those grants have been canceled. And you know what we're doing those grants? Instead of what you've listed, 13.8 million is going to go to help American workers learn shipbuilding, which is a national security concern. Bringing back shipbuilding to the United States so our military ships aren't getting repaired overseas. So that's how we look at grant making. How is it going to benefit the American worker? How are we going to work with industry to make sure that all these 900,000 high-paying private sector jobs, that American workers have the skills needed by talking to employers and then putting out money that way. That's why we have a manufacturing fund for registered apprenticeships in manufacturing and other industries that benefit American workers, because the American workers are the greatest in the world. And that should be our first and only concern. And that's exactly what we've done in the second Trump administration.
Now, we have something shifting over to your agency as well. I think it's public knowledge, the Perkins grants that go to trade and skills education. I am very excited about that, and this is why. We are finding out more and more that some of the most well-funded universities, that kids are coming out hating our country. We have given them tax breaks on their endowments, more so than you would the average American that gets, has a tax obligation from their investment income. We give them tax breaks. I think it's important that we focus on trade and skills training just as much as we want to focus on opportunities for kids to get a four-year degree. We should be investing resources, time, and attention to that. So I have a bill called the TRAIS Act, which would take that endowment, the ones that are well overfunded, tax it at a fair rate, and redirect that. These are from your elite schools that really are indoctrinating kids and not training them. Redirect it to trade schools and through those Perkins grants, and make sure that we are investing in training the next generation, not just indoctrinating the next generation. Are you on board with that? Will you help me do that?
I will help you in our shared journey on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moody. Senator Brooks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sonderling, for being here today. When we last met and had our last exchange was in February, and it was at that time that I asked you a question about whether collective bargaining agreements were legally enforceable. And you shared with me at that time that you were unfamiliar with the collective bargaining process, and in fact went on to say that this was basically above your pay grade, it was outside your area of expertise, and that you would, quote, rely on career experts to work on those issues. And in the weeks that followed our exchange, I was horrified to see that this administration took successive action and steps to undermine the CBAs and federal workers, to hurt federal workers. And it started with the executive order removing collective bargaining rights for large portions of the federal workforce.
Hey, what's up, Sim Racing? How's it going? What's up, everyone? What's up, a balding Shaggy Rogers? What's up, Dennis? What's up, Divided? What's up, Eddie? Dr. Goldfinch? What's happening? Elliptic Cryptography. What's up? How are you guys all doing? Happy weekend. It's a Senate hearing Saturday, guys. This is the first of the 2 of 3 hearings that we're going to watch tonight. After this, we'll pick a hearing to watch. All these hearings happen like within the last few days. So gives us, it's the weekend, Saturday night, gives us a chance to catch up on all of them. But yeah, this hearing's titled "Trump's Labor Secretary Nominee Keith Sonderling Faces Senate Committee Confirmation Hearing," and there's about 20 to 30 minutes left in this hearing, and then after this is done, we'll check out another hearing. I was thinking of checking the CDC hearing after this. There was a hearing about the Trump CDC nominee. That's one option. We'll see what happens.
So disturbing to me, and really a horrible twist of fate then, that we are now faced with your nomination, a person who I have seen aid and abet this president's protracted campaign against federal workers' rights. And so I just want to go back to the basics here and ask you, under what statute are collective bargaining agreements enforceable?
It's under the National Labor Relations Act of 1935. I didn't say I don't understand collective.
Oh, that's what's up, BTT. Saw some fireworks, right on. Damn, people are still lighting fireworks, huh? Man, there was a lot of fireworks lit this 4th of July because of the World Cup, too.
Obviously, I understand collective bargaining. What I was referring to, I think you were asking about specific contracts that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of fireworks. I just see them as like pollution.
No. I remember what I asked. I said, are they legally enforceable? And you said
collective bargaining agreements are legally enforceable, and they have been since the 1930s.
Well, good. I wish you had said that.
National Labor Relations Act enforces that for private sector.
So I'm happy.
Federal Labor Relations Act enforces it.
Listen, I don't have a lot of time. I'm going to ask another question, but I'm glad to hear that at least in this hearing, you now admit that you do know that the collective bargaining agreements. We can go back and pull the tape where you said different, but the point of the matter is whether or not you know how federal workers, I would like you to answer this question, how federal workers unions differ from private sector unions.
Well, first of all, they all are subject to the Labor Management Relations Disclosure Act of the 1950s that the Department of Labor enforces. So for unions like AFG, they have to do all of the reporting. But they deal with the Federal Labor Relations Authority, where private sector unions deal with the National Labor Relations Authority. So they're two different. They have two different government agencies that enforce them, private sector and then public sector.
But the most important difference between private sector and public sector unions is that public sector unions do not negotiate higher wages. They are not allowed to strike like private sector. And so the point of the matter is public sector unions are there exclusively to protect the working conditions of federal employees.
Correct.
And this is very different than private. So I want you to explain then, why has this administration, if this provides no further tax, this doesn't return money to taxpayers, this does not save taxpayer dollars, why has this administration in such a wicked way attacked federal and public workforce unions? Tell us why have they attacked federal workers unions?
I have not seen them attack any union, specifically in the public sector or the private sector. I think this administration respects the law, respects the agencies that enforce them.
Oh, Lord, well, we certainly disagree with that if this administration respects the law, but it is also the case.
But if there are issues, there's a government agency, the Federal Labor Relations Authority, that will deal with that. And I'm confident of that agency. There are Senate confirmed people there that will make sure that process is fair. And that's how it works.
But this isn't a matter of dispute. I mean, you can go look at the executive order that literally targets these collective bargaining agreements in these federal agencies. But I want to go to another question.
So I control the Department of Labor, and we have collective bargaining agreements which we're abiding by, and we have good relations. I'm meeting with them in September. So from my perspective, the agency that I hopefully am able to lead you have my commitment that I will continue to work with the unions, to work with our local unions, and meet with them regularly, which I have done throughout my tenure.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I can tell you again, I'm relieved to hear, because the last time, and again, we can just go look at it, when I questioned you about this, it was a different response. But this is the last question. So national security was invoked to justify the revocation of collective bargaining agreements across the federal government in March of 2025. And I want you to please explain why the March 2025 executive order applied the exception to agencies that have less of a direct connection to national security, such as the Department of Health and Human Services or Agriculture Department, and not others that arguably actually do have a strong connection, such as ICE.
I would defer to the experts at OPM and the executive order on that, but what I can tell you is really related to IT employees who do deal with national securities. Our systems get hacked daily, and those are some of our most important employees there, and there is a national security exception in the law, and that's what that executive order directed us to do. So that is a law that Congress passed that had that exception for national security, and OPM and this administration has looked at it and said it applies to IT.
Then your commitment that the Department of Labor under your leadership would not seek to characterize itself as a national security agency for the purpose of limiting collective bargaining agreements.
There are some components of the Department of Labor that deal with national security that I'll be happy to brief you on privately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I shall defer to Senator Murkowski.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Sonderling, welcome. Appreciated our conversation. I'm pretty sure that in our discussion, I invited you to come to Alaska to better understand some of the challenges that we face with being a highly rural state. I'm pretty sure that you committed to me, but I'm going to give you an opportunity in the open record to affirm just that.
You can talk to my staff. I've been to Alaska 3 times, and I want to go again.
We want you back again.
The slime and the fishing and the salmon season, and I want to do it, and we will do it. And if I can come, I will come in the winter. Let's do it in February or January. So
you really want her vote.
Yeah,
desperately.
We'll think about the best timing on this, and really for us, it doesn't make a difference the time of year, because at whatever the time is, there will be a seasonal aspect to our workforce. Right now, the height of the summer, the fish are running, and our challenge is the seafood processing workforce. We've had an opportunity to talk about the H-2Bs and why it is so important, not only to be able to receive those, but to receive those in a timely manner, and to hopefully, my ask to you today is to work with us to get Alaska seafood workers or seafood workers exempted from this process, so that we don't have to go through this scramble every year wondering if our workforce is going to be able to meet the salmon runs.
So this is a bipartisan issue that you hear not only from Alaska, but from Louisiana, Chairman, with the crawfish, and then up and down the coast, from Maine all the way down to Florida. And these are critical industries for us. These are really products and seafood that need to go out very timely. And the workforce considerations of these is difficult because of the way the H-2B system is. But I can assure you that we're doing everything we can within the constraints from a customer service perspective. We've created the Office of Immigration Policy. So we moved the H programs to its own office for customer service. So that means people who need to use the H-2A or H-2B person program have people dedicated directly to them in its own independent agency, which we've asked Congress to make permanent. Number 2, on the H-2B specifically, as you know, the cap is determination every year is a decision made by DHS with a consultation, but the cap was raised to the statutory maximum this year. But I really think that the biggest part for those seasonal industries is the changes we made for the lottery system, for the first 2 tranches, the 30,000, 33,000, and 33,000, instead of just that rush to have it filed at midnight and, people lose out through no fault of their own, breaking it down to time of need in 3 different groups. So those who need workers for January seasons aren't applying the same time for May seasons in those tranches. So from our perspective, we're really doing everything we can, because the worst thing that can happen is that you have these industries that have American products that people want, and for us not to be able to deliver on them because of that workforce shortage need, especially in rural areas too. And I know specifically to Alaska how challenging some of the locations are to get workers in there too, and how there's just communities that have relied on the same people for many time. It's very important that the Department of Labor, from a service provider, is being able to process those applications immediately and getting the workers on time, because it's processed late. It's over.
Well, it's also complicated, as you have noted, that you have to work with the Department of Homeland Security on this. And so, as I've shared with you, some years it's DOL that's the problem. Some years it's DHS that's the problem. What we need is to have this alignment. What we need is to have a level of review where we're watching the whole picture. And to your point about the timing, you're correct in that has helped us because we have a later season. So we don't need everybody else in the country to snap these up ahead of our season. So we've made some progress, but I just need to know that you got your eye on the ball with this, working with us. And again, whether it's salmon season or whether it is the season where we're trying to entertain guests to come to our ski resorts, or our workers up on the North Slope when it's exploration time and working out in a really tough environment. We need to have good support within the Department of Labor. And to that, I wanted to just ask a question. Many have asked about apprenticeship programs, and I got the support in providing appropriate training for those in these apprenticeship programs. So I want to hear your commitment to maintaining the current National Registered Apprenticeship Program.
Absolutely. It's not only my commitment, it's the president's commitment in the executive order. It's one he issued in his first 100 days. So it shows you the seriousness and impact of this. We're just trying to make it better. We're approving new apprenticeships within 30 days.
And this is where I want to make my specific ask for you. As you say, we want to make it even better. As you know, and you've pointed out, we have serious challenges in rural areas. You've got these communities, 82% are not connected by road. It's not only access for the workers, but they're limited then in terms of their traditional workforce training venues. So being creative with us as to how we tap into that for apprenticeship is where I would like.
And working with the state workforce and the state education systems locally is a very important part of that too.
Good, let's work together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. I now defer to Senator Banks.
Oh, isn't it your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday. You must like me to come here on your birthday.
Embarrass me on my birthday. Mr. Sonderling, great to see you. We appreciate
Is your microphone on,
leadership.
Ms. Banks?
Excuse me?
Is your microphone on?
It is on.
Got it.
Hear me now. Mr. Sonderling, thank you for your leadership. You've done a great job in your current role. You're going to be a great secretary. But can you talk for a minute about illegal immigration? It's illegal to hire illegals, yet tens of millions of illegals still find jobs in America. What can the Department of Labor do to work better with ICE to prevent businesses from hiring illegals and to fulfill the mission of ICE?
You know, when you hire illegal workers, you're undercutting businesses that are doing the right thing. And you're undercutting businesses that comply with the law and are complying for safe and workplace conditions that pay properly. Because also too, whether it's illegals or human trafficking, you see that they don't have safe work conditions and they're not paid properly as well. So it continues to undercut the market. So from the Department of Labor's perspective, from the agencies that can go after this, it's really holding those employers accountable through the wage and hour division to make sure that there's no human trafficking, that there's no illegal workers being underpaid. Which raises compliance because it disincentivizes those workers those employers, those bad actors to hire illegal labor if they have to do the same exact requirements as if you hire American workers, which is the law, but also working very closely with ICE to make sure that all the laws are enforced in hiring places and that we do see illegal labor, that we are working with all of our law enforcement partners at DHS, the Department of Justice, because it is a crime. And the other thing is that those jobs should be going to American workers. And we need to continue disincentivizing employers saying we had to use these illegal labor because we didn't have skilled and qualified labor workers, local workers. And that's what we're really trying to do with a lot of the programs that have been discussed.
Can you describe the formal relationship between ICE and the Department of Labor?
So the Department of Labor and ICE, obviously, we're partners with the Department of Homeland Security. But there was MOUs that were put in place during the Obama administration. They were called deconfliction agreements that if the Department of Labor was there first, then ICE would not be able to get into that workplace. So clearly that employer was violating the law, and the Department of Homeland Security was precluded by memorandum to not be able to enter there if Wage and Hour or OSHA was there. That has been withdrawn. This administration is the administration of law and order, and we believe that these laws should be applied equally. So that doesn't mean the Department of Labor doesn't have a role in there to clean up that employer. But that doesn't mean ICE and DHS should be precluded from going in there too. So it's working together opposed to saying one agency's laws are more important than the other. And that's what we've changed in this administration. And ultimately, it's going to benefit the American worker because American workers will get those jobs.
I've worked on this committee to end the optional practical training program, or OPT, which gives corporations a subsidy for hiring foreign students in tech jobs. This program prevents young Americans from getting jobs, and Congress never authorized it. Do you have any plans to work with DHS to crack down on an unlawful program like OPT?
We're working with all of our partners in the administration, DHS, DOJ, on these issues. The program you're talking about allows students on J-1 visa to have work experience under the OPT program, which can be up to 36 months. There are benefits for employers, like not having to pay some of the taxes as well, and then eventually allows those students to transfer to an H-1B visa, all through our perm process, all the way through an EBT or EBT visa, and eventually get citizenship or green card. So we're looking at all these programs, and we're looking to see that there's such, with 900,000 new private sector jobs, the president promised that those jobs would be for the forgotten men and women of America, and all Americans to have that opportunity to get those jobs. So that's our first and foremost consideration when we look at any of these programs. Are they not only being lawfully used, but how are we going to make sure that employers don't need those programs because there's so many great American workers? And that's what we're trying to get to with all programs. But the OPT is a Department of Homeland Security program, but there are labor adjacent issues.
Understood. On that point, tech companies claim that we need highly skilled immigration to fix worker shortages, but as many as half of recent computer science graduates in America are unemployed today. Is there really a shortage, or do some businesses just prefer cheap labor?
The program under the H-1B program, the Department of Labor enforces, we're making sure that within our statutory control, that if you're going to use that program, it's actually necessary and needed. And not only are there not qualified American workers, but also if you're bringing in that foreign labor, it has to be paid appropriately. So you can't undercut, because that harms the people coming in. It harms the program as well. So we have a lot of rules and regulations to make that program. If you're going to use it, you're going to have to pay for it, or else you can actually see what the cost was and then see how much it is to hire and train an American worker. And that analysis wasn't done before because the program wage rates became too low. And that's what we're fixing, and hopefully it'll help reform that program.
I yield back.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Senator Banks. Senator Kim.
Happy birthday. Mr. Sonderling, thanks for coming before this committee. I wanted to just circle up with you on a question I raised with you in a previous nomination hearing about OSHA. I raised concerns with you about numerous attempts to decrease OSHA's budget, and you had indicated you would review all the budgets within the DOL and ensure that they had appropriate resources. Despite that promise, the past two presidential budgets have included decreases to OSHA's budget on top of also decreasing the workforce. Given this information, how are you squaring decreasing OSHA's budget and capacity with improving workplace safety?
Well, a lot of this relates to efficiencies, and a lot of the historic budgets dealt with office and staffing levels that didn't exist anymore through attrition. So the president's budget related to OSHA allows a few things. One, to account for that, for the amount of workers that have left, office space have less, but also allows us to account for new technology as well. In OSHA, there's a lot of AI and products that we're looking to invest in to make our investigations more efficient.
Those already in effect?
What's that?
Are those tools, AI tools, and other products already in effect?
We're working hard on that. The Mine Health Safety Administration.
The answer is no. They're not quite.
Using it. But going back to OSHA, we were hiring, and you asked me to look at it, and I did. And we looked at our entire workforce, and our OSHA and our Mine Health Safety Division needed additional workers. We were hiring in that. I believe we've hired over 90 new OSHA inspectors. If you go on usajobs.gov right now, you can apply to be an OSHA inspector. It's a continuing.
I guess the way I would just.
We are replenishing that workforce.
What I would just say is to think through what is it that you're trying to accomplish? What is the mission here? And in terms of being able to do that workplace safety, it's about making sure that they have an ability to inspect workplaces, to be able to check on safety. The AFL-CIO did a report that said it would take OSHA 191 years to inspect every workplace once based on the 2025 data. She was seeing the challenges already from shrinking workforce. And that was under your leadership that the number of years it would take has doubled. So, I guess I just want to share that with you. It's just like, I get it. We're constrained. We don't have infinite money. But when we're looking at what it is we're trying to do, the goal should always be, how can we make sure that we are responding to the workplace demands to be able to make sure we're addressing those needs. One thing that I wanted to focus in, you and I have talked about AI, workforce on a number of different places. But there's one in particular I wanted to just check with you on. The Department of Labor has proposed a creation of an AI workforce hub. That's right. And in it says that it's going to hopefully more adequately track and respond to AI trends, all admirable. But it also, the description talked about involving partnerships with private AI and training vendors. Right. I want to just ask you, can you commit to this committee for full public disclosure on any vendor or partner selected for this initiative?
It will be on the website, and it's not just tech companies. As we discussed earlier, the entire ecosystem of who it's going to impact in AI are all workers, all businesses, all unions. So the partnership is not going to just be with tech companies. It's going to be with employers. It's going to be unions. It's going to be with nonprofits. Some of them who are in this room here today. So we're including everyone in this. It's going to be completely public who's a part of this. But as we discussed, this is going to be the missing link to get that data that nobody has.
And you and I have talked about how we share that goal.
100%.
Because, we need to know, skate to where the puck is going, how it is that we're trying to address something that has clearly going to have seismic impact on our economy, already has a lot of concerns. And we've talked about how many young people in this country right now are very, very worried about the impact that this is going to have on their chance to be able to get a job after college. We have to be able to respond with urgency. And I think that transparency is necessary. We know there's a lot of money, a lot of involved, a lot of concerns on that front. The last thing I just want to ask you is that, as someone who worked as a career federal government worker before, a non-political worker, I hear from people all throughout the interagency. And look, there are real concerns at every department, including the Department of Labor, about morale, about the status of jobs, and whether or not the people there feel like they can still have the kind of career that they want without a toxic work environment. How are you going to try to restore trust under your leadership at the Department of Labor?
The Department of Labor is for all workers, including federal workers. And they, especially the Department of Labor employees, where I started my federal career as well. I didn't start walking in as a cabinet secretary. I started walking in the halls with them and eating in the same cafeteria. So I think there's a level of trust that they know with me, and that I'm committed to them. They are our workforce. The Department of Labor's workforce has.
I urge you, just in my final seconds here, I just say I urge you to prioritize that if you're confirmed. There has been just a real concern about just this tiered system, this hierarchy caste system between the politicals and the careers. And I hope you are someone that can go in a different path. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Good job today, Mr. Summer. You've done well. You've done it before, I gather. A couple of questions on my behalf. Last year, I introduced the Unlocking Benefits for Independent Workers Act, providing a safe harbor for companies attempting to provide portable benefits to workers, ideally to grow access to healthcare, retirement accounts, and even vacation days for independent workers. So, if passed, how do you see this legislation interacting with DOL's proposed independent contractor rule? And would it assist DOL with further rulemaking which theoretically would have the goal of empowering independent workers?
Well, this is a very important issue, and one that I commend your leadership on. We've been talking about this issue for many years. And the issue right now is that you have gig economy workers, working for platform companies that everyone knows the names of. And, they love that arrangement, but they also want some benefits. And you see these companies too, who want to provide those benefits to employees, whether it's contributions to 401k, whether it's contributions to healthcare, or other benefits such as discounts related to them being able to negotiate in bulk for cars, for equipment and tools. And that's really been prohibited. And what you've seen in that is because of the Department of Labor's regulations, neither side want to create the employment relationship. The gig workers want to stay as independent contractors, and those operators want to keep them as independent contractors. So you have both sides in agreement that we like this business model, but I want to give you benefits and I want to receive benefits, but that's going to ruin that business model due to the Department of Labor's regulations. So what you've seen in the absence of that, states, Democrat states, Republican states coming together and say, we want our citizens to be able to get this. So we're going to do innovative laws. We've seen it in states across the country that say under state law, you can give these benefits, and you can work for 5 different companies and you get little pieces of it from each company and everyone's happy. But under federal law, there's still a fear that may create the employment relationship and ruin these programs and lead to significant litigation or worse, Department of Labor investigations. So this is a very key part of it to get those workers.
Once I was picked up at the Louis Armstrong Airport in New Orleans by a man who had been working as a Lyft or Uber driver in the Bay Area, California, but decided he'd rather live in New Orleans. Clearly a very smart man. And so, he moved back and he just had to tell Uber or Lyft, hey, I'm moving to New Orleans. My son-in-law was driving. He was in Louisiana, and he and my daughter moved to Miami. Hey, I'm moving to Miami. He could continue to drive. So it seems like a federal law is needed because even though the states are doing this, what may be allowed in Tennessee would not necessarily be allowed in California.
Correct, and also too under the Department of Labor's regulations, will that be enough for the companies to actually buy in on this? And we could design rules.
So that's assuming the Uber or Lyft drivers are actually able to call in and talk to a human being.
Regulations, but ultimately, if they need that legislative certainty, that's something I defer to you on. But this is really, again, it's a bipartisan issue. It's an issue that both workers and companies agree on. That they want benefits. They want to be able to build wealth. It's something the Trump administration is really pushing for people to be able to get retirement accounts.
And just to be clear, if we arrange that there's an account that, okay, I work for 4 different, I'm a DoorDasher, I'm an Uber, and I'm a Lyft, and maybe I'm an Amazon guy, as Holly points out, that they're all paying into an account. Mechanically, this would, the work designate this is the account where I want my health benefits paid into.
Correct. It'd be creating an account where you can work for a lot of different platforms. You own the account.
Hey, what's up, Edward Thornton? What's up, Brock James? How's everyone doing?
Other platform companies can give little pieces of the amount of time that you're in there too. So that's the model we're seeing around the country. That's the model that platform companies have come to me saying, we have these resources. We want to provide these resources. Our people want these resources. And that's how essentially it would work. Under some of your proposals, would be blessed under federal law and would not create the employment relationship under the Fair Labor Standards.
Let me ask you this, changing the topic. The Department of Labor oversees the Employee Benefit Security Administration, or EBSA, which obviously has a critical role in overseeing employer-sponsored insurance under ERISA. Congress passed my PBM oversight and transparency legislation, and DOL is writing a new rule in this space. Now, clearly, we need to address healthcare affordability. The president is making the affordability of pharmaceuticals a major priority. Kind of tell us, if you will, what DOL is doing in this space.
Well, this is for PBMs. The Department of Labor is the regulator there when it comes to employee health care plans. And this is going to be the most transparent rule, in the history of this industry, where we're requiring PBMs for the first time to really disclose what that spread pricing is, what those manufacturer rebates are, what the administrative fees are, not to regulate healthcare. That is not That is for this committee and HHS. But to give that transparency for better negotiations when those healthcare plans come up, and be able to say now for the first time, because of the Department of Labor's role, we know what the spread pricing is. We know what, I know Congress is fixing some of this. We know what all the rebates are getting. We can actually see, how much, our employees are having to pay, and we're going to have to pay for those drug prices, and that allows them to be better negotiate. And that's all we can do at the Department of Labor, is give that transparency for the fiduciaries at the company who are negotiating this on the best behalf of their employer. They've never been armed with information about what they're paying on these formulary lists, and now for the first time they're going to have that information, which will lower healthcare costs and allow providers to provide that medication at a much fairer price.
When do you think that rule will come out?
All right, that's pretty much the end of this hearing right here. There's only like 30 seconds left. All right, let's move on to the next hearing, guys. What up, everyone? Happy Saturday night. It's still July 18th for me over. It's still Saturday night for me over here. I got about 20 minutes left of Saturday night over here in Los Angeles, California. Let's see, what's the temperature over here? Oh, wow, it's still 81 degrees. And it's close to midnight. All right, let's go check out another hearing. Let's go to the queue here. All right, here's what we got in the queue. All right, so we got the, what hearing do you guys want to watch? We got the Russell Vought, the OMB director Russell Vought gets grilled by senators. We got that hearing. We got this Jim Jordan hearing. We got this, I guess another Russell Vought hearing. There's a part 1 and a part 2 of Russell Vought. We got a CDC hearing we can check out. Donald Trump CDC. This Young Kim leads House Foreign Affairs Committee. We got Justices Kagan and Barrett testify for Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barrett's hearings. What else we got? We got the Armed Services Committee hearing. All these happened within the last 2 or 3 days. The Senate Armed Forces Committee hearing. Got John Curtis leads the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Got Kelly Loeffler, some chick named Kelly Loeffler. Top med school faced tense House education hearing. A Rick Scott hearing. Which hearing you guys want to watch? I'm leaning towards the CDC hearing. Looks pretty cool. All right, let's go check out the CDC hearing. All right, this just came out 3 days ago. Eventually we'll check out all these hearings in the next few days.
A lot of this
we'll be posted up, binge watching these hearings. This one's Trump CDC nominee faces bipartisan grilling over vaccine safety. Predecessor's firing. All right, let's see what this is all about.
For me, is going to revolve around vaccines. Why? Vaccines should be settled. But right now, there's a lot of flurry of misinformation.
Hey, yo, please hit the like button. Thank you for everyone that's tuning in, sharing your opinions. Hey, what up, Rock James? Another hot one for sure.
To immunizations. So it matters a lot to me. When I attended LSU, I drove a professor to work every day, quadriplegic from polio. If the polio vaccine had been available, Dr. Keister would have lived a life ambulatory like everyone else. But as it was, his whole life was every night sleeping with something to help him breathe. A routine, inexpensive vaccine, which was not available, had it been available, would have altered his life wonderfully. I've told the story before of an 18-year-old patient I had as a physician with acute hepatitis B, 18 years old, having to send her off for a liver transplant.
Hey, thank you, Harry, appreciate it.
A $50 vaccine would have prevented that. There is misinformation all over the place, including that hepatitis B vaccine can cause autism and things like that. It is absurd and it's undermining trust. And if part of what we're trying to do is reestablish trust in public health, you have to wonder why people would spread that misinformation. So why don't we have trust? Well, they didn't trust it under President Biden. They don't trust it under President Trump. They don't trust it under Secretary Kennedy. So I can't say we can point a finger at any one thing. But I will say the agencies you seek to lead are integral to the United States public health and medical preparedness and response capabilities. To do your jobs, you will need buy-in from the American people. According to a recent study, the percentage of U.S. adults reporting high confidence in the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fell from 82% in February 2020 to 56% in June 2022, along with decreasing trust in other U.S. health institutions. Mr. Kaufman and Dr. Schwartz, you are both smart, you're experienced. You will have the opportunity and the responsibility, if you get these jobs, to rebuild public trust. The U.S. needs to be ready for the next emergency. The Ebola outbreak in Africa is spreading far more widely than people thought it would, and they're not quite sure how it is. My staff here wrote cyclosporiosis, but I think it's cryptosporidiosis, which is causing outbreaks throughout the country. I don't know who's right, but it's something that starts with a C and ends with an SIS. And if you get it, tie yourself to a toilet for the next, whatever. But that is a public health issue, which is obviously impacting us. We need smarter strategies, and we need better investment with the limited resources we have, whether it's CDC, BARDA, the Strategic National Stockpile, or ASPR's industrial-based programs. Again, how do we get to where?
Oh shit, no pun intended. But it looks like they're going to talk about Donald Trump's explosive diarrhea disease and also his screwworm and his measles and his Ebola. Yeah, Donald Trump's nothing but a parasite and a disease. It's no wonder anywhere he goes, disease follows him.
Trust is broken down. Clearly, mistakes were made during COVID-19. Under the Biden administration, CDC failed to communicate crucial information and allowed outside political groups like teachers' unions to influence whether schools were safe to be open as opposed to relying on scientific data. ASPR is less well known to the public, but plays a key logistical role in ensuring that responders have the supplies they need and when they need them. In addition to deploying products and supporting U.S. manufacturing, ASPR coordinates the federal medical response and supports the development of life-saving tests, treatments, and vaccines. ASPR played a leading role in Operation Warp Speed, demonstrating what can be accomplished when government works quickly and effectively with the private sector. Importantly, ASPR will work with potentially mRNA vaccines. mRNA vaccines, which some people wish to cast doubts upon for no other reason than people don't understand them, and so let's cast a doubt upon it. And beyond COVID, misinformation about the safety of routine vaccinations creates skepticism. Imagine that. Mothers and fathers confused as to whether vaccines are safe to give their children. As a result, we see thousands getting measles. We see, unfortunately, deaths from measles, a vaccine-preventable disease, just lying at the feet of folks casting misinformation on these issues. Parents should not have to guess whether information on the CDC's website reflects the best available science rather than the preferences of political appointees. This is what has led to children being hospitalized and dying from diseases preventable with the vaccine. So let me be clear, and I say this not as anything but an analysis of the data. Vaccines are overwhelmingly safe and effective. They have saved countless lives. Study after study shows they do not cause autism whether given at birth or whether given later in life. Hepatitis B is not just transmitted sexually or through drug users, and the best way to stop somebody from ending up with costly and expensive liver failure is through a birth dose. As a physician, as I've mentioned, I've had patients die from diseases they would not have died from had they been immunized. Any equivocation on these facts, and I shall not be able to support your immunization, your nomination. Because when trust is destroyed, it's hard to be effective. I go back to being a doctor. As a physician, you're taught to search for the truth and use the truth for your solutions. It's the only way you make the correct diagnosis and the correct prescription. Mr. Kaufman, when we met in my office, it was a very pleasant visit. I will say that things have come to light since then in the press that have been sent to me, that you have previously made comments regarding vaccines causing autism and questioned the necessity of the birth dose of hepatitis B. Additionally, you have said that you hate the CDC. I'm going to give you a chance to Like, you're going to be involved with aspirin, you hate the CDC? I mean, like, what in the heck's going on there? Turmoil at the top of the nation's top public health agency is not good for the health of the American people, and it raises questions about how other public health and medical agencies like ASPR operate. We need unbiased leaders who make decisions based upon science, not politics or ideology, and are committed to protecting children's health. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have expressed regret for not voting to confirm Dr. Menarez to lead the CDC. Today, we'll again have a very strong nominee to lead the CDC. I ask you to listen with an open mind and to consider supporting someone who is a highly qualified nominee committed to facts and science. If confirmed, Dr. Schwartz and Mr. Kaufman, you will be tasked with bringing stability and restoring public trust in HHS. I look forward to hearing how you will accomplish this. With that, I recognize Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank Dr. Erica Schwartz, who has been nominated to be director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and Sean Kaufman was nominated to be the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, for being with us today. Mr. Chairman, let us be clear. The major reason we are here today is because Secretary Kennedy fired Dr. Susan Menarez, the first Senate confirmed CDC director, after less than 1 month on the job. So, why did she get fired after being on the job for less than 1 month? What crime did she commit? Well, I don't think it's complicated. Dr. Menarez, it turned out, refused to act as a rubber stamp for Secretary Kennedy's very dangerous agenda to limit the use of safe and effective vaccines. Dr. Menarez, to her credit, stood up for science, for public health, and for the scientific method. Frankly, she stood up for protecting the well-being of the American people. And that was the reason that she was fired. And Mr. Chairman, what has taken place since that firing? Last year, the United States had the worst measles outbreak in over 30 years, with nearly 2,300 cases reported. We are on track to surpass that number this year. In April, there was a global outbreak of hantavirus linked to a cruise ship. 13 people got sick and 3 people died. Now an Ebola outbreak is spreading in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda, with over 1,900 cases and over 700 deaths reported. It's the third largest Ebola outbreak ever reported, and no treatment or vaccines exist yet for this strain. In the United States, vaccination rates are falling. Let me repeat that. Vaccination rates are falling. Children are now in danger of getting sick and dying from illnesses that vaccines could have prevented. Secretary Kennedy's response to these crises has been to spread misinformation, fire scientists who disagree with him, and wage an unprecedented war on science and vaccines that have saved millions of lives. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, our committee received 250 pages of emails from officials at the CDC and HHS that have confirmed what many of us have feared. These emails have shown that Secretary Kennedy tried to make it more difficult for working families to get vaccines for their children at no cost. He directed CDC staff to pursue the bogus link that vaccines cause autism, a link that has been thoroughly debunked by the scientific and medical community. He has spread misinformation about the largest measles outbreak in the US in over 30 years. And Secretary Kennedy stopped a flu vaccination campaign during a flu season that had killed 16,000 people. Mr. Chairman, bottom line here is we need people in HHS who have the courage to stand up for science, to protect our kids, to protect the health and well-being of the American people, and to stand up to a secretary who is moving this country in a very dangerous direction. Thank you.
We shall now proceed with opening statements. Dr. Schwartz.
Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished,
I'm sorry, I'm supposed to read your bio. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? My bad.
We're joined today by Dr. Erica Schwartz, nominee to be the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC. She is board certified in occupational medicine. She served as a Navy occupational medicine physician before joining the Public Health Service Commission Corps to serve the Coast Guard in 2005. She served as the Deputy Surgeon General from January 2019 to April 2021. She earned a BS in biomedical engineering and her MD from Brown University, an MPH from the Uniformed Services University of Health Sciences, and a JD from the University of Maryland. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your dedication to public health and military service.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, ranking members, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It is truly an honor to be nominated for the role of Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'd also like to thank President Trump and Secretary Kennedy for the trust they placed in me with this nomination. I am deeply honored by the opportunity to continue serving our nation. I would also like to recognize my husband, whose unwavering support has made a lifetime of service possible. The most important thing to know about me is that I come from a God-fearing military family. My father and my older sister were in the Navy, my older brother was in the Marines, and my younger brother was in the Army. And I had the privilege of serving both in the Navy and with the Coast Guard. For my family, service was not a job. It was a calling, it was a responsibility, and it was an act of faith. My academic career included a biomedical engineering degree and a medical doctorate from Brown University, a Master of Public Health in epidemiology, and a law degree. After medical school, I served as a Navy occupational medicine physician and clinical epidemiologist, focused on protecting service members from hazardous exposures while learning public health from a mission-first operational perspective. I later transferred to the United States Public Health Service and was detailed to the Coast Guard, where I focused on force health protection for responders to major national and global crises, including Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill disaster, and the West Africa Ebola outbreak. In each of these moments, the men and women of the Coast Guard counted on me to get it right. There was no margin for error. I eventually served as the Coast Guard's Chief Medical Officer at the rank of 2-star Admiral, where I was responsible for the Coast Guard's healthcare system, their safety system, and their work-life program. I was later asked to serve as the United States Deputy Surgeon General. During my tenure, our nation faced one of the greatest public health threats in modern history, the COVID-19 pandemic. One of my core responsibilities was ensuring access to diagnostic testing without overwhelming the healthcare system. My team and I rapidly designed and operationalized a scalable public-private solution. We established drive-through testing sites in every state in Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, testing nearly 11.5 million individuals. Public health is in my DNA. I'm here because I want to continue serving our nation and because I believe deeply in the mission of the CDC. If confirmed, my first priority will be restoring trust in public health institutions through radical transparency and unwavering scientific integrity. As CDC director, my sacred responsibility is to provide the American people with public health guidance that is clear, honest, and evidence-based. I will never betray the science. Second, we must modernize the CDC into a near real-time public health enterprise capable of detecting threats early and responding faster. 21st century threats require 21st century systems. Third, we must empower states, tribes, local communities, and territorial partners as the operational backbone of American public health. Public health works best closest to the people. The CDC should provide tools, embedded expertise, operational support, and funding flexibility, not rigid top-down control. The CDC is home to an extraordinarily talented and dedicated workforce. If confirmed, I would support them, empower them, and ensure they have the tools and leadership necessary to succeed. At a time when trust in institutions has been challenged, we have an opportunity to restore confidence, strengthen scientific integrity, modernize our systems, and refocus on the CDC's core mission, protecting the health and safety of the American people. I am committed to working with this committee, with public health leaders across America, with communities across our nation, to ensure the CDC fulfills its mission with excellence, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Schwartz. Next, we are joined by Mr. Sean Kaufman, nominee to be the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, or ASPR. Mr. Kaufman earned his Bachelor of Science and Master of Public Health degrees from San Diego State University with a focus on health promotion and behavioral science. He has 30 years of public health experience with a focus on infectious disease preparedness, biosafety, biosecurity, and emergency response. He has served in leadership roles at CDC, Emory University, and in the private sector where his work focused on improving biosafety through a culture of responsibility. He also founded Safer Behaviors, a firm that delivers behavioral-based training to clients globally. Thank you, sir, for being here. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and members of the Senate Health Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as you consider my nomination to serve as Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at the Department of Health and Human Services. I am deeply honored by this nomination and grateful to President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, for their confidence and trust. Most importantly, I thank God and my family. I'm especially grateful to my wife, Jacqueline, my daughter, Jamie Lynn, and my brother, Kevin, who are with us today. I also want to recognize my father, a retired United States Marine Corps officer, my brother, a retired FBI special agent, and my son, Aiden, who currently serves as a United States Army aviator flying Black Hawk helicopters. Along with my son, Sean Patrick, my family has dedicated their lives to serving this nation in different ways. Their sacrifices and those of my mother have been greater than anyone should ever have to bear in support of my career in public service. Their love, encouragement, and unwavering support have made this moment possible. I am forever grateful. I'm equally thankful for my mentors, my colleagues, and friends who have shaped my career. I also want to recognize the extraordinary men and women who protect America's health every day, some of which are engaged with Ebola overseas. From ASPR, CDC, all of Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of State, to healthcare systems, laboratories, emergency responders, and organizations like Samaritan's Purse, these professionals stand between crisis and recovery. Today, as Americans continue supporting response to Ebola overseas, they remind us that preparedness is never theoretical. It's lived every day through service and sacrifice. For more than 30 years, I have dedicated my career to protecting people from biological threats. My work began during the HIV/AIDS pandemic and has included responses to the September 11th attack, the 2001 anthrax attacks, SARS, H1N1, Ebola, and COVID-19. I led preparedness efforts for the Emory University Ebola Treatment Unit, which cared for the first Ebola patients treated in the United States and deployed to Liberia and Nigeria through the West Africa Ebola epidemic in 2014. Throughout my career, I have worked to strengthen preparedness before disasters occur and improve responses when they do. I have seen firsthand the life-saving impact of vaccines. Let me be clear, vaccines save lives. They are safe and effective and remain one of the most important tools in public health for preventing infectious diseases and protecting the American people. The threats facing our nation continue to evolve, We must remain prepared for emerging infectious diseases, deliberate biological threats, and increasingly complex challenges driven by advances in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and rapidly changing technologies. At the same time, chemical, radiological, nuclear, cyber, and natural disasters are all hazards that require an integrated approach that is faster, more agile, and more resilient than ever before. ASPR exists for one reason: to save lives. There is no greater responsibility in public service, and if confirmed, I will devote myself fully to that mission. My priorities will be straightforward. First, I hope to strengthen and reauthorize PAPA with all of us together to keep pace with today's threats while improving coordination and accountability across the government. Second, I want to accelerate the development of medical countermeasures, which includes vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other life-saving capabilities so America is never caught unprepared. Third, I want to invest in the people who make preparedness possible: our healthcare workers, emergency responders, laboratorians, public health professionals, and scientists, ensuring they are trained, equipped, and supported for the challenges ahead. Fourth, I'd like to modernize how we develop, manufacture, stockpile, and deliver critical medical resources so they reach Americans quickly when every minute matters. And finally, I want to strengthen partnerships across the federal government with our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners while working closely with healthcare systems, industry, academia, and nonprofit community. Preparedness is a shared responsibility, and our success depends on working together before a crisis, not simply reacting after one begins. Throughout my career, I have learned one enduring lesson. Preparedness is not measured by what we are doing during a disaster. It is measured by what we do before one arrives and how we commit ourselves to those who have survived. If confirmed, I will lead with integrity, urgency, humility, and accountability. I will work every day to ensure that when the next emergency comes, and history tells us it will, the American people have the confidence that their government is prepared to respond quickly, effectively, compassionately, and in a manner worthy of trust. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Dr. Schwartz, your predecessor was let go because she would not make decisions that she felt, she was instructed to make, that she felt were going to be bad for public health. She did not have the ability to demote or reassign people, and she objected to decisions, and because of that, according to her, was brought in and browbeaten and eventually let go. What commitment, one, will you commit to this committee and to the American people to have the same integrity as she, that if asked to do something which is wrong for public health, that you will stand up as she did, object, if necessary, publicly?
Chairman, thank you for the question and thank you for meeting with me earlier. The one thing that I can tell you is how I lead and how I live. And I have lived and I have led by my integrity. I have spent over 25 years in the uniformed services leading by integrity. That is what I can commit to you and to the committee, that I will continue to live and lead by my integrity. You are a physician, I'm a physician. We both took the Hippocratic Oath. For me, the Hippocratic Oath meant that I would never harm my patients. Their health and well-being took primacy. If I'm confirmed as a CDC director, the nation's health and well-being will take primacy, and I will never compromise on that.
Now, we know that the Secretary has put people at the CDC who are there basically to look for evidence, however they can find it in fishing expeditions of how vaccines may cause problems. They can't find it, but they keep on doing it. Now, have you been told that you'll have the ability to reassign people who are being counterproductive in terms of promoting trust in public health measures, which have been shown time and time again to be safe?
Chairman, I am sitting here because the president nominated me and the secretary and I've had conversations. And those conversations are about my background. The fact that I spent 25 years.
I have limited time. This is almost a yes and no. Will you have the ability to reassign, demote, get rid of people who are harmful to our public health venture
based upon the scientific knowledge that is generally known, because the unwavering scientific integrity, as you say, with evidence-based and free from political science, not betraying science, standing on science, speaking the truth, even in difficult moments. Will you have the ability to do that with free of political interference?
Chairman, the Secretary absolutely will allow me to be the CDC director. That is why I'm sitting here before you. The
Yes,
Secretary knows
and I almost feel like I'm having to go after this question a little bit more firmly than I feel like I should. You can be CDC.
Wow, none of these Trump stooges can answer any simple questions. All she has to say is, no, I will not take any illegal orders from the orange turd.
And just take orders. We need a CDC director that will actually stand up to crazy, stupid things being said that undermine faith in immunization. Are you the person, and I'm being very direct here, because obviously I feel like we've got thousands of kids hospitalized because people have promoted that immunization is bad, and now kids have died because of it. It is evil to do that, and people persist. You are the bulwark. So I'm asking, will you have the ability and the firmness to stand up to that political meddling, to say, no, that's wrong, and this is right?
Chairman, you have my assurances that I will continue to lead by my integrity. I will never compromise on the science. I will always, always have the public's health in mind. I have spent over 25 years making sure that my
That's not quite the direct answer I'm hoping for. I'm just saying that. And I know you've been through a murder board. One more time. I believe you're a woman of integrity. I accept that. But will you have the ability to say no to junk science and to say yes to that which has been firmly established and to stick up for what is actually right and true as opposed to that which is superstition and prejudice?
Chairman, I've always stood up for what is right and what is true, and I believe that I will continue to do that. You have my assurances that I will do that. I will never betray the science, ever. I will go where the science leads us. I will not have predetermined answers to conclusions. I will make sure that the CDC is focused on scientific rigor, that the CDC is focused on radical transparency, as we discussed in your office, and that the CDC, which is the most important thing to regain public trust, is that we lead with humility. There is an arrogance that—
Excuse me, because I'm almost out of time. Radical transparency includes if somebody puts people beneath you or above you or around you and will not let you remove them, but they are doing wrong things at the CDC, pursuing an agenda harmful to America's public health. And we've seen evidence of that. It's not a theoretical. How will you handle that situation?
Chairman, I'm not obviously there at the CDC, but you have my assurances that if I am confirmed as a CDC director, I will work with the team, the principal deputy director, Sean Slivinsky, who's already on the ground, and the deputy director, the chief medical officer, Dr. Jennifer Shuford, to have those conversations. And if there's something that comes up that is concerning, you have my assurances that I will answer any questions that this committee has regarding exactly what you just mentioned.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you. Dr. Schwartz, thank you very much for your service over the years. According to the American Medical Association, which represents over 270,000 doctors, quote, an abundance of evidence from decades of scientific studies shows no link between vaccines and autism, end quote. In fact, there have been more than 40 scientific studies in 7 countries involving over 5 million people, finding that there is no link between vaccines and autism. And yet today, the CDC has published false information on its website suggesting that childhood vaccines cause autism. Dr. Schwartz, do you agree the existing scientific evidence shows vaccines do not cause autism? If confirmed, will you commit to removing information on the CDC website suggesting a link between vaccines and autism?
Senator, we do not know what causes autism. 1 in 33 children have a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and we owe it to the American people to figure out why. The president has asked Secretary Kennedy to find out what is causing.
I don't have a lot of time, and we all want to find the cause of autism. the evidence is overwhelming that vaccines do not cause autism. Do you accept that evidence?
I do accept that evidence, Senator.
If confirmed, will you commit to removing information on the CDC website suggesting a link between vaccines and autism?
If confirmed, Senator, you have my commitment that I will look at that exact website. I have not seen that. I will speak with the secretary to understand why.
But the secretary has put that stuff up there. What I'm asking you is, will you remove information which suggests a link between vaccines and autism?
Senator, I have been in many situations where I have had to go to my superiors in the military to have conversations, very difficult conversations about things that may not have been that may have been concerning to the troops or to the military personnel. And I will do the same with the secretary. I will go to the secretary.
I just have a brief amount of time. In August of last year, Secretary Kennedy's chief of staff sent an email to the previous CDC director demanding that, quote, CDC political leadership all have eyes on the decisions for approval changes before they go into effect, make America great, end quote. Within days, the CDC director was fired for failing to approve Secretary Kennedy's anti-vaccine agenda. Dr. Schwartz, if confirmed, will you commit that you will report to Congress if you receive directives from Secretary Kennedy or any other individual in the Trump administration to implement policies that are unscientific and could harm the health and well-being of the American people?
Senator, I do not believe that the president or the secretary would ever do what you just mentioned.
Really? Do you think that is the record? He would not do that? Is that what you're saying?
Senator, that I do not think that the secretary or the president would ask me to do something like that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaufman, in 2022, you said that, quote, you would rather perish, end quote, than have any of your 3 children, quote, receive an injection of the COVID vaccine where the risks soundly outweigh the benefits gained, end quote. Is that a true statement?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And yet in 2021, President Trump called the COVID vaccine, quote, one of the greatest achievements of mankind, end quote. I don't usually agree with President Trump, but it certainly was a great achievement. So who's right? Were you right, or was President Trump right?
Senator, I think we are both right. If I may explain that, because I think there have been several things, and Chairman Cassidy alluded to it earlier, that have been mischaracterized. My children, thank God, are young and healthy. And right before that post, I had taken them to a Kroger, looked at antibodies, and they were all antibody positive for COVID-19. And the risk-benefit equation for my children didn't exist. However, this is very important, and I want to mention Trish Lawrence. Trish Lawrence is my wife's mom, who recently passed away from PLS. She had a condition, a very serious condition during COVID. And I recommended not only for Trish Lawrence, but her husband, Frank Lawrence, to get the COVID-19 vaccine because it was very appropriate in that circumstance. I believe 100% that vaccines are safe and effective, and that we should have conversations with our physicians to make a determination on which and what is the best risk-benefit equation for that patient.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dr. Schwartz, Mr. Kaufman, thank you for being here and your willingness to serve. A lot of discussion this morning about vaccines and vaccine policies. Know that I share the concerns that the chairman has outlined with what happens to an erosion of public trust when you have decisions that are advanced that do not appear to follow the science. I have mentioned in this committee multiple times the example that Alaska set some decades ago. We had historically very, very high hepatitis B rates, the highest in the nation, particularly in our Alaska Native communities and with Alaska Native children. And they embarked on a very ambitious, aggressive campaign, but effectively through screening and vaccination and sustained universal newborn immunization, they have virtually eliminated hepatitis B transmission in these communities and prevented new cases of hepatitis B liver-related causes, cancer, which again the chairman has mentioned. And I look to that as just one extraordinary example of the value. And I know that Mr. Kaufman, you have made statements previously as it relates specifically to the hepatitis B vaccine. And my question to you this morning is whether you agree that the hepatitis B birth dose remains an important tool for protecting high burden and rural states such as Alaska.
Senator, thank you for the question. And to give you an answer other than yes, I will tell you that all three of my children, who I love more than anything, have received the infant dose of the hepatitis B vaccine.
I think these are important because these types of clarifications are important because you see reference that unless you are a drug user or your concerns about sexually transmitted diseases. But again, when we're talking about those vaccines that can be given at birth that can prevent these horrible deaths, I think it needs to be made clear. We get back to the issue of how do we establish public trust here. I mentioned many of our tribal communities, and we face in the state of Alaska challenges when it comes to public health emergencies, natural disasters. It requires our tribal communities to rely on close coordination with ASPR, with the Indian Health Service, tribal health systems, the Public Health Service Commission Corps, which I appreciate your leadership there, Dr. Schwartz. But there's just a lot of challenges. The challenges come with geography, limited health infrastructure, workforce shortages. And so directed to you, Mr. Kaufman, how could you envision strengthening ASPR's partnership with IHS, the tribes, and the Public Health Service Commission Corps to ensure that we're able to respond timely and get effective support, because this is where we see the lags.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. My past experiences in emergency response, one of my greatest worries is that emergency responders come in like seagulls. They fly in and then they fly out, and they leave the community with all the issues that they had before, and sometimes leaving the community worse off than better off. And hearing Dr. Schwartz talk earlier, she has said that public health is always local, and I will say that emergency response is local as well. When something goes wrong, the community knows best, and it's always a great strategy to let the community lead during emergency situations. So my plan would be to come in, strengthen existing partnerships, ensure that individuals are empowered to respond, and that they can serve their communities as they see fit.
I appreciate that. I think we saw the benefits in delivering the COVID vaccines, where there was that on-the-ground response that really made that difference. Dr. Schwartz, again, sticking with Native communities, as we know, you and I have discussed health disparities that we really need to be focusing on. I introduced yesterday a bill entitled the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act. It directs CDC to improve the quality, accuracy, and completeness of maternal and infant health data for American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian populations by strengthening partnerships with tribes, tribal epidemiologists, centers, and other Native partners. I'm just going to ask you if you are confirmed to work with us to address some of these long-standing challenges that we see with racial misclassification, with underreporting, and really just incomplete data collection. We have to do a better job as we're addressing maternal mortality issues and ensuring that our Native communities are adequately represented in the data that helps inform.
Senator, you have my commitment to work with you and your team to make sure that we understand exactly what you submitted and to make sure that we're looking at that to your satisfaction.
it's not just in that population, but in so many others that are underrepresented. And I know we have more work to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. Now Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kaufman, I have been seriously concerned by Secretary Kennedy's repeated actions to limit the use of vaccines and spread misinformation around the safety and efficacy of vaccines. Investing in new vaccines and innovative vaccine technology is critical, particularly during an Ebola outbreak and global health emergency. We need to be prepared for everything from the next pandemic to the next bad flu season. So I'll start with what I hope will be an easy question for you. Mr. Kaufman, do you believe that mRNA vaccines, including the COVID-19 vaccine, are safe and effective? Yes or no?
Senator Baldwin, yes, I do.
Thank you. Your statements that were referred to earlier under examination by Senator Sanders, where you indicated that you would rather, I think the quote is, as a father of three who would rather perish than have any one of his children receive an injection, caused a lot of concern. And I think you're going to have to do some strong work to clarify your views on this topic. I'm going to ask the same question to you, Dr. Schwartz, but first I want to thank you for your service to this nation. Dr. Schwartz, do you believe that mRNA vaccines, including the COVID-19 vaccine, are safe and effective?
Senator, thank you for meeting with me earlier. I do appreciate that. I will say for the record, you do have the most beautiful office in the Senate. That being said, I do believe that mRNA...
You're all welcome afterwards. Yeah.
I do believe that mRNA technology is safe and effective.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, vaccine policy is just one example of political interference that you've heard several senators reflect upon in public health decision-making that we've seen during this administration that impacts the safety of Americans. This spring, a study about the effectiveness of COVID vaccines was suppressed within the Department of Health and Human Services. Public health grant awards now undergo a political scrubbing before they are awarded. The administration has now proposed adding a new office to formalize political review of CDC actions. If that isn't bad enough, a recent OMB proposed rule would create a government-wide mechanism requiring political review of every discretionary grant. Add restrictions on what funded researchers can publish, and expand the government's authority to terminate grants on a whim. We need a CDC director that can demonstrate independence from political decision-making and a willingness to stand up when necessary to Secretary Kennedy. Dr. Schwartz, you have said many times that one of your top goals as CDC director would be to bring back trust to the CDC. How do you go about accomplishing a goal like that if the views of scientists can be overridden by political appointees? How would you operate in an environment, as I've just described, where there is now going to be political scrubbing of every discretionary grant from the agency?
Senator, thank you for the question. As you heard in my opening remarks, restoring trust to the CDC is my number one priority. And I look at it in three ways. The first thing that we must do, is to go where the science leads us, no matter what. Scientific integrity is core. The second thing is that radical transparency, and a lot of folks don't understand what radical transparency means. And the way I think about radical transparency is when I was with the Coast Guard, I was the medical unit leader in Deepwater Horizon. And there was a lot of confusion on the ground. I had a pilot who came up to me and he was very concerned about his exposure to the dispersants that were being used. And he asked me, Doc Schwartz, am I going to get cancer if I get exposed to this Corexit? And the radical transparency that I had to utilize was to tell him that I did not know. I didn't know if the mixture of Corexit, dispersants, the toxins in the water would cause this individual to have cancer long term. But what I did tell him was I didn't know, but he was going to be enrolled in a long-term surveillance program so that if any health effects happened, we would know it. And that assurance, even though I didn't know the answer to his question, that assurance was enough for him to complete the mission effectively and successfully. That's the radical transparency that the American people want to know. They want to know what we know, what we don't know, and why we don't know it. And the third thing that's critical is leading with humility. I want to be the CDC director for all Americans. I don't want to be a paternalistic CDC director. I want to be a CDC director in a very similar manner as I was an occupational medicine physician, a patient-centered physician. I want to be a nation-centered CDC director.
I appreciate those sentiments so much, and I just want to say that in the context of an agency that is suppressing studies and having political scrubbing of grant decisions, that's going to be a real challenge. And I want you to convince me that you are going to be able to push back against those attempts to interfere with radical transparency.
Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For both of you, I'm going to ask you in a second about active pharmaceutical ingredients. You don't have to tell me what the problem is. I want to talk about solutions. But before I get to that, I just want to compliment both of you, two of the most qualified people I've seen in front of us. Dr. Schwartz, incredible resume, 2-star admiral. Just congratulations and thanks. And most importantly, your culture, your values, all those things that I sure hope that my kids and grandkids look up and say, that's the type of person I want to be and the type of position I want to have. And Sean Kaufman, I think you're the right person for ASPR right now. I think it's always good to go back and look at the fundamentals. So what is ASPR? This is something I didn't know of till I got here, even though I'm a physician, that it's the Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response. Your motto, stand ready, move fast. Your charge is in charge of medical public health preparedness, response, and recovery. And I believe that for such a time as this, you've been prepared to do this job. Your resume, hands-on experience inside public health laboratories, frontline response experience to anthrax attest, West Nile's virus. You understand federal infrastructure and interagency coordination. You've led private sector innovation in behavioral safety and disaster preparedness. Sean Kaufman combines deep technical knowledge, real-world response experience, and proven leadership. Exactly what we need to keep Americans safe. Now, so often this committee seems like all we care about is vaccines. It's 1% of both of your world, maybe more, maybe less. And I happen to agree there's concerns about the mRNA technology. It's short-lived. They don't stop the virus. There are significant risk associated, especially young males, that have positive antibodies, right? And like you, I gave different advice to my parents than I did my kids. But I guess what I'm looking for, Mr. Kaufman, is let's just say it's the next virus. It's the next epidemic. Are you committed to making sure that America has access to whatever vaccines that you deem safe and worthy to put in the hands of doctors to make that same recommendation for their patients?
Senator Marshall, thank you for the question. I also want to thank you. I've actually done a lot of great work in your state at the USDA in Bath, and I acknowledge the staff is phenomenal and excellent there as well. To answer the question, I will be committed to lead a phenomenal team at ASPR. Primarily, there's a small organization many may not hear of, an island of excellence called BARDA. And BARDA is responsible not only for looking at new technologies, because what we face today is we face the ability of our adversaries to actually genetically modify organisms, creating novel threats that actually pose and put Americans drastically at risk, very similar to what we saw with COVID. So BARDA is not only interested in creating vaccine countermeasures to protect Americans, but also therapeutics so that when Americans get sick,
Mr. Copeland, I'm trying to get you some votes here.
Yep.
Are you committed to getting the vaccines into the hands of doctors and nurses and regardless of anything that's ever been said?
Absolutely 100%. I'm sorry I missed the softball.
Yeah, there you go. Dr. Schwartz, I mentioned the API. You and I know what the huge problem is. What's the solution to bring API back home? Active pharmaceutical ingredients, yeah.
Senator, I actually have to get smarter on that. I have to be brutally honest here. I haven't been really following that, but I would definitely love to work with your team. And
my guess is the diagnostics that you're using, the therapeutics you want available will take API, Mr. Coffin. Now maybe it's a BARDA turn.
That's right. Yeah, there's new technology. Right now, as you know, there's a problem, and I'm so happy that you acknowledge it's actually a very, very big problem. BARDA can look at technology that actually uses different types of ingredients that can undermine the adversaries and put a need on more of a biological basis for future countermeasures than a chemical one. So there are different strategies and technologies that the scientists at BARDA are looking into and will begin to explore to protect America.
But this is the problem that this committee needs to be looking at. This is the real problem. I mean, it's great to see the manufacturing moving back here, that we're making vaccines, we're making drugs again in this company, but we don't have the API to do it. And very few companies are doing it, and I hope this committee can take on that challenge and whatever we can do as a congressional body as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. I think it's Senator Kane.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations to the witnesses, Dr. Schwartz and Mr. Hoffman. I appreciated both of our visits. Dr. Schwartz, I'll just begin this way. I cast votes that I sometimes regret. I have cast some votes in favor of some Trump nominees that I've come to regret, but I've also come to regret a vote that I cast against a Trump nominee, and it's the predecessor, Dr. Menares. She was before us, and I thought she was very qualified, but I wondered whether she would have the backbone to stand up to political pressure. And it's interesting, Senator Sanders asked a question that I think I asked in almost the same verbiage. Will you resist political pressure applied by the secretary or the president? And her answer was, they would never do such a thing. And I thought, wow, I think you're wrong. So I voted against her. And she did demonstrate the backbone that I thought was really remarkable. And I apologized to her at a hearing, a year or so later. Your answer was almost exactly the same as hers. I don't think I'll ever get asked to do such a thing. Now, look, that's kind of a theoretical, hypothetical question. So actually, I kind of like to ask one that is not theoretical or hypothetical, but it's a very live issue right now, and it deals with tobacco and the Office of Smoking and Health at the CDC. In April of 2025, the entire Office on Smoking and Health was eliminated. Now, this is an office that is in statute, and it's an office that receives congressional appropriations, but the Trump administration eliminated it. The contractors supporting the office were fired, and the employees who've lost their jobs, actually, they've been on administrative leave getting paid for not doing their job while the legality of their firing is being contested in court. The elimination of the CDC's office has weakened the nation's longest standing tobacco control infrastructure. And meanwhile, the tobacco industry is filling the void. They're expanding their influence through the FDA authorization process. So as an example, in May, the FDA authorized 4 new flavored e-cigarettes, the flavors that attract kids to use e-products, mango, blueberry, and others, directly appealing and I think addicting young people. In May, the FDA issued enforcement guidance stating that it wouldn't prioritize enforcement products that have not been approved, so long as they have a pending application that's been accepted for review. So there's been a real effort to dismantle 40 years of tobacco control infrastructure, particularly as it goes to this issue of young people. So here's what I want to know. You don't have any role in the FDA process, and I get that. But if confirmed, will you commit to spending congressionally appropriated dollars for the Office on Smoking and Health on fact-based tobacco control programs free of tobacco industry influence, and bring back a sufficient staff infrastructure to make sure that you can carry out the mission for which Congress appropriates funds to the CDC?
Senator, thank you again for meeting with me earlier, and thank you for the question. As a board-certified occupational medicine physician, you are speaking about something that is near and dear to my heart. I ran the health promotion clinic when I was in the Navy at the Naval Health Clinic in Annapolis, and the number one thing that I focused on was smoking cessation. As you know, smoking has so many significant adverse outcomes, whether it's cardiovascular disease, whether it's COPD, whether it's certain types of cancers. So I am very much concerned that what you just mentioned, I was not aware of, that is happening. You have my assurances that if I am confirmed as a CDC director, that I will work with your team, your staff, and work with you to understand if we are appropriated for this particular office, why we are not, in fact, having that office being actively.
Well, and why it hasn't been done is one thing, but going forward, see, we have both of the leaders of the Appropriations Committee on this committee. So Senator Murray is the lead Democrat, the ranking member, Senator Collins is the chairman. And when they appropriate money and Congress votes on an appropriation, we get the appropriations power in the Constitution. It's not presidential power. The Congress writes the budget. And so my expectation of a CDC director is if we vote on an appropriations bill that says, here's the money for this office at the CDC, I don't care if it's the secretary, the president, or some blogger saying, well, we shouldn't spend the money. Once Congress votes for it, it's the law. And I would just like to know, will you follow the law if we appropriate money for this mission at the CDC?
Senator, I will always follow the law.
Thank you for that. My time is up. I'm going to just say one last thing. You and I had a good visit about the routing of commercial aviation from nations that are experiencing the Ebola outbreak into a few airports in the country, including Dulles, and the need to make sure that those who are dealing with travelers from these nations have public health expertise, but also there's a lot of employees at Dulles, and I imagine at the other three airports, who have their own questions. And you committed to me in my office that should you be confirmed, you would make sure that the CDC gets to these locations where folks are coming in to try to have forums and provide information to whether it's the air traffic controllers, flight attendants, folks who work in the retail establishments. In the means of radical transparency, we want to be able to answer folks' questions, and I appreciated your commitment on that. Thank you.
And you still have my commitment, Senator.
Senator Husted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kaufman, Dr. Schwartz, thanks for joining us today. I have a question for Dr. Schwartz about something that Ohio has a great connection to, and that is Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD. As it's commonly referred. It's a rare and always fatal brain disease, and it belongs to the family of illness called prion diseases. And right now there is no treatment for it or cure. And Ohio is playing a leading role in trying to change that because we have a research facility, National Prion Disease Pathology Surveillance Center in Cleveland, and it relies on CDC funding for the research that happens there. And it helps scientists understand how the brain disease occurs and how it's passed from person to person, or perhaps from animals to persons. And that gets me to the next part of this, which is chronic wasting disease, which is another type of this disease. It's a fatal condition. It resides mostly in deer in my state, but also can happen with elk and moose. And why? And it's been detected in over 36 states and across the country. Why does that matter? Because we harvest through hunting 200,000 plus deer a year, which people eat. And it's a way of maintaining the deer population in rural states all across our country. And so continued research and understanding of this is important. And the only way to really do that is through post-mortem human brain tissue analysis. And it's imperative that we continue to do this, to monitor and understand how the disease works and how, if and how there's a transfer from animals to humans. And so what I am interested in your response to is just your reassurance that you will support the center's postmortem brain tissue analysis capacity as we have more research and done on this, that you would support additional research support if there's a backlog in this development of the postmortem analysis, and that you will ensure CDC effectively coordinates between itself and state health departments and others who are working on this to identify the laboratories and the research that's looking into this to make sure that we're controlling this disease and understanding it better. Because if something like that happens, where we get this transfer from animal to human beings, it's a huge issue. So just want your reaction and reassurance on that particular issue.
Senator, thank you for the question, and thank you for meeting with me earlier. Whether it's CJD or CWD, certainly if I am confirmed as a CDC director, I would work with your team to understand what are the capacities of the CDC to look into these types of very rare diseases. I know that resource constraints are, something that is a reality, whether it's with the CDC or any other institution. So I certainly want to make sure that I was not aware of what you just described, but I want to make sure, if I am confirmed, that I work with your team and the career scientists at the CDC to see what is our capacity, what are we appropriated to do, and what we can do to address those issues.
Yeah, chronic wasting disease is spreading in our state. I think it's spreading in other states as well. As a result, as we head towards hunting season, this will continue to be something that you have coordination with and necessary with the wildlife officers and health professionals and so forth. So just would very much appreciate your coordination and support of that.
Hey, what's up, Cindy? How's it going? Hope you're having a good Saturday night. Oh, yeah, Trader Todd Blanche. Yeah, I watched the Todd Blanche hearing. That was crazy.
It's a big issue that not a lot of people talk about. It's kind of a niche issue, but it's important. So thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Senator Hessen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Dr. Schwartz and Mr. Kaufman. It's good to see you both. Congratulations on your nominations, and congratulations and thanks to your families as well for supporting you in this. Dr. Schwartz, just a few minutes ago, you said in response to a question from Senator Kane, you will always follow the law. Mr. Kaufman, I assume that you would say the same thing.
That is correct.
So just to be clear, if the President of the United States instructs you to take an action that would break the law, will you follow the law or follow the President's instruction? Dr. Schwartz?
The President would never ask me to not follow the law, but I will always follow the law.
Mr. Kaufman?
We'll follow the law.
Thank you. And Dr. Schwartz, there are multiple examples of the President actively instructing people to break the law over and over again. So I hope you will update yourself on that, because it's not a satisfactory response to say he would never do that. Dr. Schwartz, the CDC director is responsible for protecting Americans and especially children from life-threatening disease outbreaks. If Secretary Kennedy ordered you to stop promoting the flu vaccine during a deadly flu season, would you carry out that order?
Senator, when I was the Deputy Surgeon General, I worked at the Office of the Surgeon General. And one of the things that was very concerning was that the Surgeon General had a number of campaigns, public health campaigns, that he wanted to do. And yet we had very limited resources.
Yeah, ma'am, so I'm asking you a different question, and I have limited time. So if you are instructed to stop promoting the flu vaccine during a deadly flu season, would you carry out that order, yes or no?
We had to prioritize what we could focus on, what we couldn't.
Look, I'm going to stop you again. This isn't a hypothetical question. The flu season last year killed almost 300 children, and we have clear data from the CDC that the best way to save children's lives is by giving them the flu vaccine. Nevertheless, in the middle of the deadly flu outbreak last year, Secretary Kennedy personally directed the CDC to immediately stop all promotion of the flu vaccine, including promotion campaigns that were already planned and paid for. So I want to give you a chance to answer again. If the Secretary ordered you to stop promoting the flu vaccine during a deadly flu season for children, would you carry out that order, yes or no?
So, Senator, I don't speak in hypotheticals, but
This isn't a hypothetical. It happened, and I've got the email if you want to see it later. So yes or no? Are you going to protect our kids, or are you going to follow an uninformed order from the Secretary?
Senator, I will always, always protect our children. I
So
will protect
you would refuse that order, yes or no?
Senator, my understanding of what happened back then was that the secretary has various priorities. And as he's looking at his priorities in terms of what to fund, what not to fund.
I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. You just heard Senator Kane talk about the appropriations process. The money was in the budget, it was there, and it protects and saves lives. And your answer is really disappointing. Let's go on to another issue. Federal regulations and decades of precedent make it clear that if confirmed, you would be at the top of the chain of command for vaccine recommendations to the public in the United States. So Dr. Schwartz, do you agree that you will be at the top of the chain of command with regard to final vaccine recommendations?
Senator, my understanding is when the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices makes a recommendation regarding vaccines, they've been doing this since the 1960s. Right. The CDC takes those recommendations. The CDC director will work with his career scientists, work with the chief medical officer of the CDC to analyze those recommendations, look at the evidence that the ACIP used to make those recommendations. And then the CDC director certainly can make that decision regarding should they accept or not accept those recommendations. But I also understand, and I could be wrong on this, that the secretary ultimately has the policy decision regarding that.
Let me update you. The president here is clear, and even the recent charter that Secretary Kennedy's new ACIP will operate under makes clear that the recommendations go to the CDC director. The CDC director, after consultation, examining the recommendations, all the things you just said, decides whether to adopt those recommendations or not. And then the charter says they inform the secretary. The buck stops with the CDC director when it comes to vaccine recommendations. So do you commit that you will consider and make decisions on vaccine recommendations from scientific experts without political interference from outside the chain of command, including Secretary Kennedy or President Trump?
Senator, your premise is interesting. I don't think the secretary or the president would do what you just said, but you have my commitment to follow the science wherever the science may lead.
The secretary has interfered with vaccine recommendations to the point that he has dismantled ACIP and rewritten the charter in an attempt to provide a particular scientific, or I would say unscientific, view on vaccine safety. It is outrageous and it is making us less safe. And I hope very much, if you are confirmed, that you will stand up to that kind of political interference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for both being here today. Thanks for your willingness to serve. Thanks for your willingness to go through the education that you've gone through. And thanks for your dedication to our country, talking about vaccines. I would hope the federal government would stay out of the damn vaccine business. I've got young grandkids that they want them to take 70 vaccines before they're 2 years old. That is bullcrap. Let the parents decide that decision. That doesn't need to belong in the federal government. Now, if y'all want to recommend it, I'm all for that. But my God, let's get away from this nonsense. I want to get into something that the Biden administration got involved in. It's called monoclonal antibodies. Most of us never heard that, but it was saving lives, and the Biden administration wouldn't let you have it unless you had the damn vaccine. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. So, Mr. Kaufman, how do you go handle that situation if and when we have our next disaster in this country caused by humans, basically by the federal government got involved in COVID? How would you handle that?
In 2014, Senator, thank you for the question. I had the opportunity to serve at Emory University's healthcare unit where Dr. Kent Brantley and Nancy Rival were treated for Ebola during the 2014 epidemic. I witnessed firsthand. I saw a gentleman who was close, as we would say when we serve on the front line with Ebola, compassionate cares about what we're going to offer at this point. I saw a gentleman within hours after taking a dose of monoclonal antibody therapy come alive. So much so that we actually ordered Chick-fil-A for him, and that's in his book. He could read that. I also have a brother who got COVID really, really bad. And he went in Florida and got monoclonal antibody therapeutic solutions and recovered very, very well. I believe that with the threats that we face today, with the ability to identify through genome sequencing and customize monoclonal antibody therapeutic solutions, that we must be absolutely prepared with this technology, and it must be ready to roll to be more prepared today than we've ever been before.
Thank you. In previous administrations, unless you take the vaccine, you can't have these. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We kill millions of people that shouldn't have been killed because of that decision. And we're worried about vaccine. Yeah, we got great vaccines. Let's give them if we want to. People don't want to take them, the heck with it. That's our right. This is a free country. That's the reason we don't have trust in this country. So, Mr. Cobbin, how are you going to get trust back into our country through your position? Because my state of Alabama, they don't trust health. They don't trust federal government. I don't blame them, but they surely don't trust the health in our country.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. As a private businessman, one thing that I would always do to evaluate whether we did a great job or not is we would ask our clients upon finishing the work, are we trusted more than we were before? And I think the indicators today are, maybe during COVID we didn't have necessarily the best showing in public health. And I appreciate the question because it gives me a chance to address something as well. Earlier, I was asked by a senator, are the mRNA vaccines safe and effective? Absolutely. But you know what? I'm not going to put an asterisk because, and this is important, many millions and millions of people around the world took those vaccines and did not suffer. But I cannot sit here and forget the ones that did. With any medical intervention, there will always be adverse events. And it's insensitive, and it basically, it erodes trust when we choose to write them off, when we choose to fail to acknowledge that they have legitimate issues. And so though I believe vaccines are safe and effective, I think it's important if I'm going to serve the American population that all of those individuals are recognized, treated with compassion, and acknowledged.
Yeah, Dr. Schwartz, I just got a minute here, but I'd love to hear this. Secretary Kennedy and I, we shared the same desire about nutrition. I think it's more and more important every day about nutrition in our country because what we eat is killing us, absolutely killing us. So what role are you going to be playing at the CDC with helping us have good food that's safe for us, safe for our kids? What's your role going to be?
Coach, if I could call you that, thank you for meeting with me earlier. I am all in on the Make America Healthy Again agenda. And, as I look at what the Secretary has already done and the President has already done, they have introduced nutrition education in medical school. And I won't tell you when I graduated from medical school, but I can tell you, we did not have nutrition education in medical schools at the time when I was in medical school. The Secretary is introducing physical fitness testing. In my generation, we did physical fitness testing, and this generation did not. He's removing those petroleum-based dyes and food products. So I'm fully committed, if I am confirmed as a CDC director, to continue focusing on this Make America Healthy Again, because we're looking at those things that are happening to prevent diseases. And that's exactly what I've done my entire life as an occupational medicine physician. I'm all about looking at those upstream effects, looking at those things that we can prevent diseases and continue to make America healthy again.
Well, thank you. Work on nutrition, work on physical fitness, work on exercise, because this damn thing right here is killing our kids and killing everybody in this country because they're sitting around looking at it all day long. And if we don't do something about it, it's going to be our fault, not our kids' fault. Thank you.
Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Dr. Schwartz, I wanted to start with you. I was proud to be a career nonpartisan federal worker before in the civil service. I am hearing from many across our government, but a lot at the CDC about low morale, especially after the big cuts last year. How are you going to try to address? How are you going to try to rebuild and give a sense of the trajectory of the CDC going forward?
Senator, thank you again for the question, and thank you for meeting with me earlier. When I think about trust, I always think about a particular instance in my career. I was the HIV program manager in the Coast Guard, and I had to tell a young Coast Guard.
I'm asking about specific to the CDC. What are you going to do in your first 10 days, first 20 days?
Senator, the reason why I was explaining this story is because this Coast Guard member needed to trust me. He needed to trust what I was telling him about his HIV diagnosis. And the one thing he had to understand is that I truly cared about him. And once he understood that, he was able to ask questions. He knew he could have a wholesome career in the Coast Guard. He knew he could have a wholesome life. And I take that experience to heart because that's exactly what I would bring if I'm confirmed as a CDC director. These career scientists, they have dedicated their lives to taking care of the American people. They have dedicated their lives working behind the scenes where they get no credit whatsoever to make sure they're protecting Americans from health, safety, and security threats.
Will you oppose future large-scale cuts to CDC personnel?
Senator, what I've heard through the news, I'm a private citizen here, is that the CDC is actually hiring more people to.
Well, I know that too, and I hope that to continue on, but would you oppose large-scale cuts if that was proposed again?
If I am confirmed as a CDC director, you have my commitment that I will work with the team at the CDC to understand what are those gaps, what are the things that are redundant, where are we having those inefficiencies to ensure that we have a CDC that can protect Americans from health, safety, and security threats.
Mr. Kaufman, I wanted to switch to you. I wanted to ask your thoughts about the Medical Reserve Corps that would be underneath ASPR.
Oh, I think they're absolutely essential.
The Medical Reserve Corps.
Yes, sir.
The thousands of volunteers all across the country, you think it's absolutely essential?
They're not only absolutely essential, they're the tip of the iceberg should this country ever experience not only a biological attack or a natural disaster or a chemical attack. They are very, very important.
Okay. Well, look, I'll just say I'm glad to hear you say that. The thing that kind of confuses me right now is that this has been zeroed out in the president's budget. When I was reading it, set for elimination. What are you going to do about that?
Senator Kim, I'm hoping. I know that the president establishes the policy, but I believe the purse resides with Congress. And I'm hoping if you see the importance in this, and it is important, I'm hoping that you will make sure that those individuals are well funded and resourced.
Well, will you commit then, if you're confirmed for this, to fight from the inside and work with us to see if we can continue on with this program?
Senator Kim, even with no budget, I will make sure those individuals get the best that we can give them with what we have.
Well, I prefer if it's not with no budget. I mean, if the budget is not significant, I mean, I think this is something that we should be able to continue on.
Absolutely, Senator.
Dr. Schwartz, just want to go back to you. A huge part of CDC is about protecting America, especially when it comes to global health work. And I guess I just wanted to ask you your thoughts, whether or not the withdrawal that the Trump administration set forward from the World Health Organization makes the American people more or less safe globally.
Senator, I think the World Health Organization does amazing things. But I also agree with President Trump that it was incredibly bureaucratic. And the Centers for Disease Control was doing the heavy lifting throughout the time that the World Health Organization.
So you think it's making us more safe to no longer be in the World Health Organization?
I think what's so brilliant is that the President and Secretary Rubio have something called the American First Global Health Strategy.
And that's better than being a part of the World Health Organization? It's not something that we could do an additive to membership there?
The American First Global Health Strategy, its purpose is to prevent diseases from coming to the homeland. And the Centers for Disease Control is working synergistically with that American First Global Health Strategy.
So you think we're better off now than we were a year and a half ago?
I think we are protecting the taxpayer.
It's not that hard of a question. Mr. Kaufman, I wanted to ask you, what's your thought here? Do you think we're more or less safe with the withdrawal from the World Health Organization?
Senator Kim, I think we are in the process of evaluating. Cuts sometimes, I think it's important to remember we are.
I always thought that you try to evaluate before you make cuts.
Well, we are 40 trillion in debt, and the president has asked us to scale back. And sometimes cuts don't necessarily mean poorer outcomes. It can actually lead to increased efficiency.
I don't discount the bureaucracy and reforms that are being needed, but shooting from the hip in that way, I mean, it's hurting our global reputation. It's hurting our ability to have forecasting in incredibly important times. With that, I'll give that.
Senator Banks.
Dr. Schwartz, during the pandemic, the CDC revised its guidelines on mask wearing, social distancing, and quarantine over and over again. It was confusing and frustrating for all Americans. It was later revealed that the science never supported many of the CDC's leadership's statements or the guidelines that were put in place. What internal safeguards exist at the CDC to prevent misleading the public and ensure transparency?
Senator Binks, thank you for your letter. Thank you for meeting with me. I will actually frame that letter. It's very, very lovely. And thank you for the question. So if I am confirmed as a CDC director, I certainly want to make sure, as you heard in my priorities, that we are being radically transparent with the American people. And so the first order of business for me is to really do a listening session with the CDC career scientists. I want to make sure I understand what are their pain points? What are we doing as the CDC to help restore trust with the American public? Now, the one thing I think that is very concerning to me is that internally to the CDC, there is a breakdown in trust between the career scientists and the politicals. And I want to do everything that I can to make sure that I can, and the team that's already on the ground can help build morale within the CDC. So if we have the same North Star, protecting Americans from health, safety, and security threats domestically and internationally, the American public can feel safe and secure that we are going to be protecting them while they're sleeping, while they're not even thinking about public health. Because internally, within the CDC, we're one team, one fight, and we're protecting the American people from various threats.
I think it's really important after what we went through that the American people deserve better. And what happened was a total disaster, and they were lied to. On another question, another front, what can the CDC do to better support and work directly with the states rather than over-centralizing decisions at the CDC level, the federal level? How can you better work with states like Indiana?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. As you heard in my opening remarks, one of my priorities is to strengthen the relationship between the CDC and our states, tribal, local, and territorial partners. I do not want to have a CDC that is a rigid top-down CDC. I want to work with the CDC, with our state partners to understand what are the things that we can do better, what are the things that they need our help on, what are the things that they don't really need our help on. When I was the community-based testing site leader during COVID-19, one of the things I recognized was that there were three types of states. There were states that they needed just the idea, and then once they figured out how to do it, they said, thank you very much, government. There was another group of states that said, well, we just need resources, personnel, and we're good. And then there's a third group of states that said, we need everything, don't ever go away, federal government. I would like for states to be more in that second and first category where they're learning how to take care of their citizenry and they're using the CDC only when they need to use the CDC. It's going to be a partnership, and you have my assurances that if I'm confirmed as a CDC director, I will continue working on that partnership.
I believe you on that. Does the CDC have any missions that you think are inappropriate or should be performed by another agency?
Senator, I am excited, if I'm confirmed, to understand what are I think I know what the core capabilities of the CDC are. I am a little bit biased. I am focused on the original mission of the CDC back in 1946, focusing on protecting Americans from malaria. I do think that the CDC should have an infectious disease prevention focus. I think over time, the CDC has had some mission creep, and it's trying to be all things to all people. And in a resource-constrained environment, $40 trillion, nearly $40 trillion in debt, we need to refocus and figure out what should the CDC be. And I would love to work with Congress, with the Secretary, with the President to truly understand, should the core mission be protecting Americans from infectious diseases, or should we continue to try to be all things to all people?
Yeah, I hope we can get you on the job so you can quickly begin that process. Indiana is frequently hit by tornadoes and floods, especially in the summer. Many of our emergency management officials in state and local government are really frustrated with FEMA. The CDC also has similar emergency preparedness and response mission to FEMA. What is CDC's proper role in assisting states with natural disasters?
So, Senator, I would absolutely say that the CDC should be taking a supporting role. Again, the CDC, in my opinion, should not be coming in, with our sharp elbows telling the states what to do, but the CDC should really be focusing on what does the state need us to do. And that's hopefully what I can continue to focus on if I'm confirmed as a CDC director.
Thank you. You have my full support, both of you. Look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Senator, is it also Brooks or LBR? Also Brooks. Okay.
Right, thank you. It's good to see you again, Dr. Schwartz, and good to see you, Mr. Kaufman. And thank you both for your willingness to serve. In April of this year, Secretary Hegseth posted a video where he said, and I quote, "The notion that a flu vaccine must be mandatory for every service member everywhere in every circumstance at all times is just overly broad and not rational." So Dr. Schwartz, I want to ask you whether you agree with Secretary Hegseth. Is a flu vaccine mandate irrational and absurd?
Senator, thank you for meeting with me. As you know, I spent over 25 years in the uniformed services, and I have had my share of making the mandates for influenza and other vaccines, or at least following. I didn't make the mandate, but I followed leadership as they made the mandate for those vaccines, and I understood why. When you're in congregate living situations, when you're in submarines, when you're on ships, close quarters, it is really important to make sure that you have what we call forced health protection. So I'm fully supportive of, in certain circumstances, mandating vaccines for military members, with the exception of, I believe in religious exemptions. And I believe that if there's a newer vaccine, there should be some conversation as to whether that newer vaccine should be mandatory.
Okay, so you do not believe that it's irrational and absurd to have a mandatory flu vaccine mandate in the military?
There are a lot of double negatives there, but I think that what you're asking me is, do I believe in vaccine mandates for military members? I do believe in certain circumstances, yes, there should be a requirement to have mandates in the military.
Okay. Now, he also said our men and women in uniform are forced to choose between their conscience and their country, even when those decisions pose no threat to our military readiness. And Dr. Schwartz, I know you spent years overseeing healthcare delivery for Coast Guard personnel and led public health and medical readiness programs, and you've spoken about vaccines and how they were critical, as you did a moment ago, to responding to an outbreak. Well, you spoke about Cape May, the Coast Guard Training Center, and wonder whether you believe that an outbreak among our armed services pose a threat to our military readiness.
Senator, as you mentioned, the example that I gave was when I was in the Coast Guard, with the Coast Guard, Cape May, Coast Guard Training Center, Cape May, we were seeing increases in febrile respiratory illnesses, and it was due to adenovirus. And we were trying our best to have non-medical countermeasures, hand washing, social distancing, but nearly impossible when you have congregate living situations and you have recruits that are taping up the faucets because they want to maintain A+ for their inspections. In 2011, when the adenovirus vaccine did become available, we did make it mandatory to make sure that we could actually prevent these outbreaks and improve readiness and improve training. And I will tell you, within a couple of weeks of us instituting that mandatory vaccine, the adenovirus vaccine, we did not see any such cases of outbreaks post the implementation of the vaccine.
So those vaccine mandates can be effective and are important. Now, also, Dr. Schwartz, after your nomination, Secretary Kennedy's anti-vaccine ally, Aaron Siri, called you the queen of mandating vaccines during your time at the Coast Guard. And so what is your response to Aaron Siri and other anti-vaccine advocates criticizing you for supporting vaccine mandates?
Senator, I want to be the CDC director for all Americans. I don't want to be the CDC director just for Americans that believe in vaccines. I want to be the CDC director for Aaron Series and people that have concerns about vaccines. I approach this position with humility. I want to be a nation-centered CDC director. I want to make sure I understand why parents have vaccine hesitancy. As Sean mentioned, I don't want to ignore them. I don't want to dismiss them. I want to have an open conversation with them. I would love to have a conversation with Aaron Siri. I would love to understand his concerns about vaccines. I would love to have an open and transparent debate. And that's the kind of CDC director that I'd like to be.
So it sounds like you're more polite and more reasonable than Aaron Siri. But I have one more question about vitamin K. It's an essential nutrient, as you know, which helps blood clot. And a single vitamin K shot is a highly effective intervention to prevent dangerous internal bleeding in newborns. Yet the vaccine misinformation and confusion that the Secretary has championed for years has now created a spillover effect that is increasingly causing parents to refuse the vitamin K shot and other routine care. In April of this year, Congresswoman Schreier, a pediatrician, asked the Secretary to directly confirm for worried parents that the vitamin K shot was safe, and he refused. Can you confirm for us today that the vitamin K shot is safe, and would you recommend that parents get the shots for their babies?
Senator, I can confirm that the vitamin K shot is safe. I do worry, like you, about conflation of vitamin K with other vaccines that parents may be concerned about. But vitamin K can absolutely reduce the hemorrhaging in children, newborns. I absolutely believe it is safe and it's effective, and I urge all parents to get the vitamin K shot.
Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the nominees for being. If I could just start with you. I want to ask you a question that I'm getting a lot now at home in the state of Missouri. And it's a question for which I don't have an answer because I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist. But we have a lot of data centers in the state of Missouri. More and more, 60, I think right now in my state, many more coming online. Nationally, of course, I think there's something on the order of 4,000 with another 3,000 planned as soon as this coming year, maybe by the end of the calendar year. Here's my question to you. I get asked now pretty regularly, I would say constantly, about the health effects of living near a data center, which more and more people in my state do by virtue of their proliferation. Things like the effects of electromagnetic fields, neurological issues associated with the industrial drone, as it's called, constant noise. Now, I don't know the answers to any of this. And Secretary Kennedy and I were discussing it when he was sitting where you were just a month or two ago. His comment to me was, and I want to make sure I quote him accurately, he said to me, this is his quote, "The risks to me are horrendous. The risks to me are horrendous." And he said that HHS was going to study the issue. My question to you is, do you know, is the CDC currently doing any kind of study of the health effects of living near one of these massive industrial data centers? Do you know?
Senator Hawley, I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that NIOSH, they do these health hazard evaluations. And so the answer to that question would be directed to NIOSH, which is under the CDC. So if I am confirmed as a CDC director, I would actually love to work with your staff to understand, has NIOSH done an HHE regarding data centers? They may have. I just don't know the answer to that.
Good. Well, you anticipate my next question, which is that if you are confirmed, and I believe you will be, I hope you will be, if you're confirmed, will you ensure that the CDC and whatever subcomponent is appropriate does a full-scale study of these health effects so that we can figure out what the answers are? Because I just don't know what to tell people. I mean, and I say that, I just don't know. I know that there's proliferating studies. A number of studies say that there are health concerns. Of course, industry says, oh, there's no health concerns. I don't know. But I think we should get the answers, particularly as more and more Americans, we're talking about millions of Americans, live near one of these data centers. They're very controversial, as you know. So will the CDC and its appropriate subcomponents under your leadership look into this and try to get the data, the actual evidence as it relates to these health effects?
Senator, you have my commitment to work with your staff to find out exactly if an HHE has already been done by NIOSH. It could have already been done. So if it has been done, and if it hasn't been done, you have my commitment to work with your staff to understand why it hasn't been done and to find out if it can be done.
Good. Okay, good. I'm going to take that as a yes. That's I think that was a yes. I'm going to interpret it as such. Let me ask you about another piece of reporting. The CDC collects data on abortions that are committed in the United States of America through a system called the Abortion Reporting System. This system is voluntary, and so a number of states, not coincidentally large blue states, do not turn over any data, so that it's difficult to get a picture of just how many abortions and under what circumstances are committed in this country. We do know the numbers are going up, way up. Since the Dobbs decision of just a few years ago, the numbers of abortions committed in the United States have gone way up. Well over 1 million abortions last year. I'm sure the number, based on what we know so far, will be higher this year. And all of that is just based on what we can cobble together without full reporting. My question to you is, and I realize that the abortion reporting system, there's been some talk of moving it to a different component in HHS other than CDC, but historically it's been located in what would be your agency. So if that continues to be the case, would you commit to trying to get as much information, again, to collect the data on the number and circumstances of abortions as is provided for in the system, to collect that data from these states and to work with those states that are currently holding out and not giving it to actually get the data so that we can know, we can get a picture of what really is going on here? Will you do that?
Senator, you have my commitment. Abortion surveillance is absolutely a critical component of what the CDC is currently doing. To your point, it may be moved to another agency within HHS. I also want, I agree, yes, I will look into that, but I also want to also make sure that certain states are not conflating emergency services and hiding abortions in that emergency services case definition. We need to make sure we're pulling out true abortions and making sure that we're really having clear case definitions regarding abortion so the data is actually accurate.
Tremendous. Fantastic. I thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing you follow through. My time's almost expired, so I'll just flag. I want to give you a question for the record about another Missouri issue, and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, which is would be underneath your purview. Some years ago, this agency issued a report about a toxic landfill in my state and said that there were no health effects, no health concerns. I can just tell you, subsequent data shows that that was totally wrong. We have some of the highest cancer rates in the nation around this landfill where there is nuclear radiation and its components. I want to make sure that we get that science corrected and that we're getting the health and relief that the people of Missouri need. So I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hickenlooper, who snuck in just before Blunt Rochester would have started, you know. Senator Blunt Rochester, then.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickenlooper. Thank you to the chairman and ranking member, to Dr. Schwartz and to Mr. Kaufman. Thank you for being here, and to your families. Dr. Schwartz, in the last 18 months, as we all know, the CDC has had a confirmed director for only 29 days. You are well qualified, but we've seen a lot of people who were qualified struggle to succeed in this administration. And I'd like to understand your thinking on several CDC, key CDC and administration actions to help the committee gauge your judgment and independence. And we had a very good meeting in my office. And it's really important as well because it's my understanding while the administration put your name forward, this was not Secretary Kennedy's choice. So you're going to have to work with him in these efforts. And I want to follow up on Senator Alsabrook's questions about when you were Chief Medical Officer for the Coast Guard. We had a really good conversation about that as well. And just your success there, how you did mandate that the new military recruits receive the adenovirus vaccine in Cape May, and that this actually brought down the number of cases to zero. Am I correct? And I was really impressed by that. But I also know that in April, Secretary Hegseth, our defense secretary, rolled back the flu vaccine mandate that had been in place in the United States since World War II. And so I guess my first question is, it was widely reported that unsurprisingly, a major flu outbreak occurred at Lackland Air Force Base in Texas that prompted the Pentagon to then restore the flu vaccine requirements for new military recruits. So my question is, would you have advised Secretary Hegseth against the decision to roll back the flu vaccine mandate for American troops, particularly as we talk about readiness for our troops?
Senator, I really don't like speaking in hypotheticals, but what I will tell you is,
so let's not speak as a hypothetical. Let's say you are actually in line to be the next CDC director. So you're going to be thought of as a medical expert for this country. Would you advise that?
So, Senator, I believe as a board certified occupational medicine physician, I believe that vaccines are safe and effective. I have personally given thousands of vaccines to military members for force health protection and readiness. I do understand that there are some concerns specifically about influenza because it has the 35 to 57% effectiveness season to season. So I can understand why certain individuals may have some concerns about mandating a vaccine that is not good medicine. I believe personally that influenza saves lives and vaccine saves lives. But I can understand why there are some concerns about mandating a vaccine that has, 35 to 57% effectiveness season to season.
I want to shift also to the measles outbreak. The CDC did not post a single message in 2025 encouraging people to get vaccinated for measles, even as we were in the midst of one of the biggest measles outbreaks in over 2 decades. the CDC also halted the wild to mild flu vaccine campaign and dramatically scaled back its back to school vaccine education efforts. Will you publicly urge Americans to get vaccinated?
Senator, absolutely. I am, as I said, I'm an occupational medicine physician. I have been vaccinating people throughout my entire 25-year plus career in the uniformed services. I believe in vaccines, but I do also understand that there's a large swath of Americans who have some vaccine hesitancy concerns, and I want to be in the CDC.
Would you reinstate the back to school vaccine campaign?
So, Senator, what I would like to do is make sure
it's
that
just a yes or no if you think you know the answer. If not, you can say you don't know yet.
I would actually like to talk to the CDC career scientists to understand what the current resources are to see if that.
Now we have 14 seconds. It says Senator Moody here, so I'm gonna jump to. Can I jump to my last question without questions for the record? In January, Dr. Oz, Dr. Bhattacharya, and Dr. McCary presented a memo to then acting CDC Director Jim O'Neill recommending the U.S. adopt a narrow childhood vaccine schedule based primarily on a comparison with Denmark. Do you agree with the memo's recommendation to no longer universally recommend all 17 vaccines?
Senator, I agree with the President of the United States who asked HHS to take a look at that said memo and to find out if those recommendations were sound, if they were not sound. So if I'm confirmed as a CDC director, you have my commitment to take a look at that said memo to understand whether comparing to Denmark makes sense or it doesn't make sense, whether the evidence suggests that those 6 vaccines, influenza, COVID, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, meningococcal rotavirus.
Unfortunately, my time has expired and I want to respect the committee. And I know that Senator Cassidy, we have talked about this issue of vaccines for a while, particularly comparing ourselves to Denmark, which is ridiculous. And I will share with you, while I think you are immensely qualified, I'm very, very concerned that even qualified people have either had to change their positions or quit. And so, again, I wish us all luck on our public health at this moment. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here today, stepping up for important jobs, and I guess putting yourselves through this process is no easy task. I'm sure the job will be hard, very hard. Maybe this is a good tryout for that. But we appreciate you being here. It's so important that we have great people in these roles. It's important that we have public health authorities that not only are prepared for disasters and pandemics, but can execute on their responsibilities in accordance with the Constitution. The first principle of government to protect people's rights. And boy, did most every government official forget that when COVID hit, and especially under the last administration. Although, in Florida, we tried to make every decision and to promote the health, safety, welfare of people through the lens of how do we also protect people's rights. And I'm listening to some of the questioning today, and I think it's important that we talk about this, because if you remember, there was a time when folks wanted to shut people up in their homes, shut down churches, shut down schools, shut down businesses. In fact, they shut down the cruise industry for almost a year and a half before I came in, and we litigated and pushed back legally. But they used the CDC. I think they used an old quarantine law from forever ago. That's a big deal to a lot of people in Florida. 60% of the nation's cruises leave out of Florida. It affects a lot of jobs. And I think that there is this new almost political insanity, especially in this kind of party that seems to be taking over the Democratic Party. At one of their conventions, the Democratic Socialists, they call themselves, although they are an extreme authoritarian group. They want to control lives. They required masks, and this wasn't like during COVID, this was just recently, if you took a shot, masks, social distancing, which, by the way, when I was Attorney General, I led a grand jury investigation which said that was created out of thin air with no basis in science. 6-foot rule, you had to have your COVID shot to go, and you had to have your booster shot within the last 12 months. This was just to attend the convention. This is a party that says they promote their policies and their mandates and extreme central government control over every facet of your lives, over individual autonomy. And that should scare every American. I don't care where you are on vaccines. I think that is a symbolic argument, and it is an important argument of, in the narrowest of circumstances, where you should force someone or have a mandate on someone. You know, Florida led the litigation charge against mandatory vaccines. They wanted to tell you what you put in your body. And yes, I think making someone choose service and country over autonomy and individual liberty, that is a discussion we need to have. And I hope you have good answers for that. But I ask you, do you believe it's the first principle of government? Government is set up and should be set up to effectuate protection of individual liberties first and foremost. Yes or no? Is that why our country was established? Dr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Senator Moody, and thank you for meeting with me, and thank you for representing the great state of Florida. I agree with that contention.
And do you believe in your service as CDC director that you are going to have to make important decisions regarding health, but at all times you will have to be mindful of individual liberty?
I absolutely agree with that contention. Yes.
And I think what we are seeing now in terms of what the insanity on the other side of the aisle, in terms of the things that they want to mandate and cram down the throats of Americans, and how much control of America they want, we have to be asking every nominee what they believe the purpose of government is. Because we are confronting now people that believe America should be something that it wasn't meant to be. And we have to have good, strong, bold, courageous leaders taking on these jobs that understand the evolution of this country, the success of the country, and what it was built on, and why it exists, and why we have been so successful. So thank you for taking on these roles. I do want to ask you really quick, Florida is home to more than 10,000 World Trade Center Health Program members. It's the largest population outside the New York metropolitan area. There's been no clinical center of excellence that exists in our state. As you know, your agency will oversee and administer the World Trade Center Health Program, which provides healthcare for 9/11 related conditions. Congress has previously encouraged the CDC to look at creating a center outside New York. They haven't done so. I think this needs attention. We have such a large population in Florida, thousands. I know it doesn't shock anyone, but a lot of people have moved to Florida from New York. Thousands of people. We could really be a site. I'd ask you to commit to examining that.
Yes, Senator, you have my commitment to look into that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This will be Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaufman, as you know, last year the administration abruptly canceled 22 projects, rough justice about $500 million in research on the mRNA platform to address disease. I've been led to believe that you supported the cancellation of the research funding.
That is correct, Senator.
And a few months ago, there was major news showing that mRNA, the platform of mRNA, could be a promising, perhaps transformational treatment pathway for patients with pancreatic cancer, which I'm sure, as you know, pancreatic cancer is probably one of the most deadly forms of cancer. Less than 13% of the people that get it survive 5 years. So if mRNA research like this is being canceled, how can we begin to make sure that such a promising pathway is being adequately investigated?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. mRNA platforms are extremely promising. In fact, we're going to need them. We're going to need them to deal with the threats that are coming tomorrow. NIH currently is doing hundreds of millions of dollars of research in mRNA platforms for cancer, just as you've discussed. The mRNA cancellations that occurred, those mRNA cancellations that occurred were for the development of new mRNA vaccines. And this is the issue, that this is the reason why I support that cancellation. I believe we have hundreds of millions of people that were vaccinated with the first ever mRNA platform, the COVID-19 vaccine. First ever. We have so much we can learn. how to improve it. Why did most people not have a problem? Why did some people have a problem?
Is that why we stopped the research? If we had so much to learn?
The research was development of using new viruses. The research, in my opinion, should be redirected to learn what worked well with the mRNA platform and what didn't, because it was the first interaction with human health.
So that implies we can't do two things at once.
Senator, I think it's about being efficient and fiscally responsible. Meaning, why would we invest in new vaccines that we could actually make better by simply asking questions of the population today? What worked well, what didn't?
When I hear those stories and I hear of the PhD students who are in the process of doing possibly life-saving research into things that could solve pancreatic cancer, all of a sudden that's to be stopped, because that's something that's looking forward to a future use, because we haven't sufficiently studied the past. I'm incredulous.
The studies you're referring to specific to pancreatic cancer, those have not been canceled. Those continue at NIH.
Well, how do you decide which ones are going to be canceled? As close as I could tell, you canceled 22 projects, which was the vast majority, if not almost every one at that time that was going on. So, what's the determination of which one turns out to be most life-threatening, most transformational?
To use the mRNA platform in the way that it's designed to use, which gives us unbelievable flexibility, if we ever face a threat that comes out like COVID that's so novel, we're able to sequence it. We're able to then plug it into an mRNA platform and deliver it, meaning even though we may have slowed the research down in that arena right now, we still have the capability today, if we are hit with a novel threat, to plug and play like we did in Operation Warp Speed, which by the way was a phenomenal accomplishment of President Trump.
Phenomenal accomplishment, but my argument would be that it took us 300 days to get needles in the arm. We got to get that. If we want to avoid shutting down global economies, we need to get that down to 100 days, and that's why what that research was largely to begin looking at. How do we have an array ready to go? So if we do get one of these, as everyone predicts, we will have another pandemic-related infection. I feel that we should be ready to go right then and get it. Our goal should be 100 days, not 300 days. Dr. Schwartz, let me ask you, in April 2025, nearly 90% of the staff at the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or as they call it, NIOSH, 90% of the staff jobs were terminated in that Doge event. I guess you call it a Doge event. It's like an earthquake. This resulted in the NIOSH office in Denver completely shut down for a period of time. These positions have been reinstated, but as I understand it, not every staff member has returned to work. Some of them got other jobs, gone in different places. You've spoken about your background in occupational safety, occupational health. I trust that you do understand the importance there. Right now, back in Colorado, a lot of people are battling wildfires. It's not just Colorado, but Arizona and New Mexico, Utah, many of the western states. Our firefighters are on the front lines, and they're requiring on quite protective equipment to do their jobs. The NIOSH office in Denver, at that time, and I think it's still the national headquarters of the Wildland Firefighting Program, which is doing everything it can to protect those firefighters. When we need firefighters more than ever, why was the target this office and this, that part of the program, when it seems like that should be a priority?
Senator, it was great to meet you, and I just wanted to say for the record, I did listen to Wagon Wheel, great banjo playing, so thank you for the recommendation. Senator, I did not know about what you just described happening in Denver. You have my commitment, if I am confirmed as a CDC director, to look into that with your staff and with the folks at the CDC.
Great, appreciate that. Now I'll come back to Dr. I'll stick with you, I guess. I was going to come back to Mr. Kaufman, but I will stick with you. And talk a little bit about ASIP. Am I out of time already? Oh, I thought I still had a minute 25 left. I thought you'd reset to 0. Anyway, thank you both. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here today and your patience through all of us today. Dr. Schwartz, I want to start with you. Do you think it is the role of the federal government to be tracking outbreaks like cyclosporiasis?
Senator, thank you for scheduling a meeting with me, and I hope to have a very productive conversation with you next week. I absolutely believe that one of the core missions of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is tracking outbreaks domestically and also internationally.
Well, I absolutely do think it is part of the critical role of it. And for everybody back home, and I think everybody's starting to realize that there is a parasite spreading today, likely through some fresh types of produce, and it's sending people to the hospital with which doctors are calling explosive diarrhea. And here's the thing. The CDC used to conduct surveillance on this very infection through a program called FoodNet. But in July of 25, thanks to Trump, CDC made reporting on that illness optional. Now we are here a year later, and we're already seeing over 7,000 confirmed or under investigation cases and over 100 hospitalizations with no single cause having yet been identified, and those numbers are growing every day. So Dr. Schwartz, you are a physician, you are a public health expert. Is there any scientific or medical justification for CDC having eliminated mandatory reporting of that parasite?
Senator, this is the first I've heard of that. Cyclospora, as you know, is a terrible, terrible disease. As you mentioned, watery, explosive diarrhea. It's something that you would not want anyone to experience.
So you were not aware that this was canceled a year ago?
Senator, I was not aware of that.
Okay, if you are confirmed, do you commit to reinstating the required reporting for cyclospora?
You have my commitment to work with your staff and work with the CDC scientists to understand what can be done, why did it stop, and what can we do moving forward.
Well, okay, it is the job of our public health agencies to catch outbreaks like this and to take action, and it's hard to do when you have removed the reporting requirement or fired expert staff or undermined trust in public health. So for the record, to me, RFK Jr. and Trump's war on the CDC is now landing people in the hospital. Outbreaks happen, but we shouldn't need thousands of people to get severely ill before we reinstate programs and systems that were haphazardly canceled. So I want you to follow up even when you're confirmed. Now, I am a huge proponent for vaccine research, which is why I, too, as Senator Hickenlooper just asked you about, Mr. Kaufman, about the canceling the $500 million in mRNA vaccine research through BARDA, which is they prepare our country for any kind of future issues like we all know we've had now. And last August, they canceled that. And we know that the mRNA technology has grown tremendously and provides new opportunities for biomedical research. You said you agreed with the Secretary's decision to eliminate that. I am where Senator Hickenlooper is. I don't understand how you want more research, but canceling it is okay. And I just wanted to be on the record. You are fine with that being canceled.
Senator Murphy, I think it's the type of research.
Right.
I'm sorry, Senator Murphy, my apologies. Senator, I think it's the type of research that we're looking at. I do believe that going back and learning about what we can improve and why things worked well and why things didn't is absolutely critical research. But the research that was canceled was actually investing in new
Correct, so that we would be able to be ready for the next COVID. And I think for all Americans, we've lived through that. We don't want to live through it again. And I think we really need that kind of research. But Dr. Schwartz, you're here too. So same question. Do you agree with the Secretary's decision to cancel mRNA research funding?
Senator, this is the first time I'm actually hearing about this. As a private citizen, I certainly was not following that. As we had discussed before, mRNA technology is safe and effective, and I definitely would like to know more about this topic.
Okay, I'd like to ask you about that again, but Mr. Kaufman, you have said we need more research on people who received the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, good news is that CDC was doing just that, but then in April, the CDC delayed and they ultimately blocked the release of a report that demonstrated that the COVID-19 vaccine was highly effective. And that study, which was eventually independently published in JAMA, showed a 50% decrease in hospitalization from that vaccine. And just for the record, this is important to me, this type of political interference is really deeply disturbing. It doesn't do anything to instill the trust that you have talked about, Dr. Schwartz, and this committee in our public health agencies. So I know I am out of time. I see my chairman has been very patient with everybody. I just want to ask you, Dr. Schwartz, this is critical, and I know some of my colleagues have pointedly asked you this. If you are confirmed as CDC Director and Secretary Kennedy asks you to commit in advance to approving every recommendation that ACIP makes in the future, regardless of scientific evidence, will you do that?
Senator, the Secretary would never ask me to do that, and you have my commitment
This is not hypothetical. As you have heard, this happened with previous Susan Manaras, who was in and fired and came back here and actually told us that she was outed because of her scientific integrity. So this is not hypothetical, it's a critical answer. So I'd like to know, will you, if you're confirmed, commit in advance to approving every recommendation that ACIP makes in the future, regardless of scientific evidence?
You have my commitment, Senator.
If the Secretary of Health and Education, Health asks you not to, will you defy him and follow the advice of ACIP?
I will follow the science wherever it leads. Senator, you have my commitment on that.
Thank you.
I will take the chairman's prerogative and ask a few follow-ups. Mr. Kaufman, we got to restore trust. You were running for office for school board. You said you hated the CDC. Boy, that's a good way to undermine trust. And I mean that, kind of tongue in cheek, but no, really. That undermines trust in CDC if you're running for office and telling people you hate the CDC. What do you comment on that?
Senator Cassidy, Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity to address it. In fact, there have been many statements post and many statements pre where I've said that the CDC is America's treasure. And it is, and it remains that way. In fact, I've been working there since November, and I believe the staff of CDC are exceptional. When I was running for school board, I believed in 3 fundamentals that I want to bring to ASPR as well. I believe that they provide the best information, all of it, not incomplete, not just the good news, but also the bad news as well, everything. I believe that we empower people to make decisions. We don't make it for them. We empower people with that information to make decisions that are right for themselves and their families. And then we serve, no matter what decision is made, whether people chose to get vaccinated or not vaccinated, we serve them equally. We don't deprive them. We don't hurt them. We don't demonstrate a lack of compassion towards people's decisions surrounding public health and medical interventions. At the time that decision was made, it was in the height with the greatest amount of sensitivity during COVID-19. I have since made numerous statements about CDC where they remain the national treasure. And at that time, heightened sensitivity, I did not agree with what CDC leadership was doing. The CDC workforce has always been the most dedicated workforce I have ever seen, and I was happy to learn.
Thank you for that explanation. I am almost flummoxed that you would support more research on the development of mRNA type vaccines. Now, you speak of the need to do research on the side effects, the adverse events, et cetera, but that would either be CDC or NIH doing that research. At ASPR, you're supposed to be, ASPR, not you, but ASPR is supposed to be supporting advanced research and the development of pandemic vaccines. And the mRNA vaccine, as Dr. Schwartz just pointed out, is safe, effective. It is rapidly able to be adopted for a new biosecurity threat. If the Chinese fashion a designer vaccine and they release it upon the world, our biosecurity depends upon the ability to rapidly respond to it. And an mRNA vaccine is probably our most rapid way. You really don't want to do research on that, man?
Senator Cassidy, I would always love to promote research. We were talking about a decision.
No, but on this in particular, on mRNA vaccine as a future pandemic vaccine, which I consider just like a cornerstone of our biosecurity response. Doesn't mean we're going to use the vaccine, but to say we're not going to research it?
I get accused by my wife all the time of caring too much about the technical aspects, but I'm stuck on a technical aspect, and I hope you give me some time to explain that.
You gotta be quick though, because
I apologize.
I gotta go vote.
If there is ever anything that's new, Senator Cassidy, that comes out of this novel, the mRNA platform is there, and it will be used the way it's been used in the past. The current research that was being proposed was taking existing strains of things we know about, and rather than using tested and proven vaccine platforms like viral vectors and traditional platforms.
Let me stop you there.
Yes, sir.
During the COVID outbreak, it was the traditional viral vector that caused the thromboembolic disease. The mRNA was safer than the traditional viral vector. Now, do we not do more research on the traditional viral vector type vaccine because no, it had thromboembolic disease and people were dying of strokes, etc.?
Senator Cassidy, if I am confirmed, I will care tremendously about patient outcomes.
I stop though. The question here is, I'm just again flabbergasted that you would support stopping research on mRNA vaccines because there were some adverse events. I mean, there's an adverse event from the Aleve I took this morning for my bad knee.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that we don't do continued research in non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, and it doesn't mean that I don't continue to take them. Because the risk-benefit ratio clearly favors the benefit. There's been multiple research recently since the COVID pandemic showing the risk-benefit ratio, for example, for pregnant women, favors taking immunization. So I'll go back to, how do you defend not doing research on mRNA vaccines going forward?
Well, moving forward, I would love to do more research on mRNA vaccines. If we're looking at,
but I'm talking about as to develop another vaccine, because CDC and NIH are the ones that do the type of research you were describing, the kind of retrospective, okay, let's do a longitudinal follow-up. This is again, directly in your bailiwick.
It is.
You would be responsible for, yes, I approve this or I don't approve this. And the fact that you're casting doubt upon it, obviously is concerning.
I'm sorry, Senator Kent. I don't believe I am casting doubt. I want research. I want a better mRNA platform. But I believe before we proceed, we owe it to those who had issues, not just to those who benefited and did okay. We owe it to everyone to explore how we can make the mRNA platform more
But how do you do that without doing the research? I mean, that's the whole point of research, is to determine how to do that more safely.
The COVID-19 mRNA vaccine was the only mRNA platform in human health ever used. It was the first time it was ever used. I think we should be asking
there
questions.
were circumstances surrounding that. Let me go on. You had mentioned in some place a deleted LinkedIn post about an association in your mind between the birth hepatitis B dose and the increased onset of various things, and then saying that in the countries that had the birth dose, they had the highest rates of hepatitis B. Of course, that was misleading. The reason they started the birth dose is because they had a high rate of hepatitis B being passed from mother to baby. And if you look at the age at which they began to have hepatitis B immunization at birth, there was no hepatitis B after that. It was the kids who weren't, it was the people who were not vaccinated both that had the burden of disease. So your LinkedIn post was either uninformed or deliberately misleading. But when Murkowski speaks about Alaska, they had endemic hepatitis B in the Alaskan Native population, and it's only with the birth dose that went away. Now, again, if we're talking about restoring trust and either misinformation or I don't know what you're thinking, why would you repeat those damn lies? Because that destroys trust. And we don't start getting back to where we trust unless people speak the truth. I'm sorry to be kind of worked up about this, but I've seen people die from these vaccine-preventable diseases, including hepatitis B, and you're going to be one of the leaders in our response. I can respond to that, please.
Senator Cassidy, for 30 years in public health, whether I've been at a university teaching in classes or I was in Trenton, New Jersey with the postal employees post-anthrax exposure, I have promoted vaccines as a public health.
I'm speaking specifically about that LinkedIn post.
The LinkedIn post that was pulled down for multiple reasons. I'm a Gen Xer. I'm my social media skills are not as good as everyone is today, but I saw that it was decisive. that it was actually dividing people, Senator. And I didn't want to divide people as a result of that post, but that post did have a critical aspect. Within that post, Senator Cassidy, I did say that I've always believed that vaccines are the gold standard of public health. It's in that same post. And that post that individuals have misrepresented and mischaracterized that I had tied the infant dose to autism, that's a mischaracterization. I have simply said public health owes it to the people to take a look at why there's been such an increase in autism and allergies. And even though I mentioned it in the same article, I never tied it directly to the infant dose of hepatitis B.
So putting it in the same article, of course, makes a connection. And the critical thing is, and I ask this not to be anything but trying to illuminate. Do you understand the difference between causation and association?
100%, Senator.
So just because there is an increase of something when something begins to get done. I once vaccinated a young lady for hepatitis B. She subsequently got pregnant. There's no biological way in which the immunization caused her pregnancy. That's pretty well established how she got pregnant. And so to establish an association and to imply, because it's in the same article, and I think it would be disingenuous to suggest it wasn't an attempt to imply, the United States began recommending hepatitis B immunizations for infants in 91. Can you guess at which age most children are diagnosed with autism? 5 years old. If you add 5 years to 1991, you'll notice a sharp increase in autism rates around that time. Now, that looks like it's trying to establish a connection.
Senator Cassidy, I again believe in vaccines. I believe in the infant dose of hepatitis B. My children are vaccinated. I believe hepatitis B. I believe vaccines have eradicated smallpox and changed the face of polio. And Senator Cassidy, I know what I've wrote. I know what I did. I believe that autism and allergies in this country have significantly increased. I believe we owe it to the general public to explore and identify why. Vaccines are safe and effective and do not have.
So if you're elected, if you're approved of this job, would you advocate for, changing back to our previous topic, research for the use of the mRNA platform to develop, to see its potential, not to foreordain a conclusion, but to see its potential in fighting future respiratory viruses or any other type of illness for which it could be potentially applied?
Senator Cassidy, if I am confirmed, I will fight for the very best mRNA platform vaccine strategy for all Americans should we face.
That's not the same answer.
I will fight for research, Senator Cassidy, sorry.
Dr. Schwartz, one last question, then we'll wrap it up. And thank you both for your patience. I have a sense that you were way over prepped for this, because in our conversation, we spoke as two doctors. And here I spoke as, I felt like you were always trying not to answer my question, which was disappointing. So if you don't know that Kennedy asked Menarez to approve blanket ACIP recommendations, then they didn't prep you on that, because that's public knowledge. Now, he may dispute it, but that's public knowledge. And to claim that's a theoretical does a disservice to you. It really is. And I'm here personally liking you, but feeling as if I'm having to represent the public health of the United States of America, so that it's not taken over by people who are ideologically inclined and looking to file a lawsuit, not looking to prevent disease. So have you ever fired someone before?
I have, Chairman.
And have you stood up to a senior, to someone in charge of you, and told them that you were wrong, that they were wrong, and that you would not carry out that order?
As a very specific example, Coast Guard wanted to transition from a paper health record system to an electronic health record system. My leadership asked me specifically what my recommendations were. It made sense to go with DoD. DoD was having a huge modernization with their EHR. Not only that, it would save the Coast Guard tremendous amounts of money. Not only that, we would be part of a broader ecosystem. Our beneficiaries, Coast Guard beneficiaries, and our active duty members were using the DoD MTF ecosystem. I made that recommendation very clear to my leadership. My leadership said thank you for your recommendation and said we're going to go ahead and build our own instance of an EHR. Several years later, 60 million taxpayer dollars later, they still do not have their own instance of an EHR. They looked to me and said, Doc Schwartz, what was it that you recommended again? And I said, we should be going with the DoD EHR. I said many but sirs and but ma'ams throughout that 5-year, 6-year period as they were trying to create their own instance of an EHR. I was ignored. And guess what? To this day, the Coast Guard is using the DoD EHR per my recommendation. But there was a period of time where my recommendations were not listened to. I respected the chain of command. I disagreed in private, but I certainly have had many instances where my recommendations were ignored by the policymakers.
It's a little bit of a different scenario than what I gave you. If you're presented with the absurdity to believe that the demographics of the United States are similar to those of Denmark, and therefore we should adopt Denmark's type of recommendations versus the knowledge that in the United States our demographics are quite different. Would you just carry out the order? Because you'll be at the place where the rubber hits the road. And this is not a theoretical, because we hear this coming down. But anyone that knows an iota of our demographics knows we are not Denmark.
As chairman, you're a physician, I'm a physician, and you know exactly when you've had a question about something, some issue, whether it was something with hepatology, you didn't just look at American-based studies. You looked at some studies that were in other countries. You yourself made the assessment that, hey, listen, we are different. The demographics are different. My recommendation is not that we go with the Denmark study. What I was trying to say was the president asked the secretary, take a look, do a double click. Maybe there's nothing there. Maybe there's something there.
Of course, that's not my question. My question is, if a recommendation was made to implement a system which is not appropriate for the US demographics. One example, Alaska natives have a high incidence of mother-to-baby transmission of hepatitis B. Denmark doesn't have that. We are different than Denmark. And so if they said in Denmark they don't do it, we're not going to do it. What do you think? I mean, it could just be, I'm going to take the order and execute it even if I disagree. It has to be something firmer. Stop. No. Time out. This is wrong. Dr. Menarez did that. And I think she will go down in history with great credit, even though I suspect she's being harassed. But that's the courage it takes to lead the CDC. So my question to you in that situation, would you just accept ACIP recommendations even if they were attempting to adopt a system not appropriate for our country?
Chairman, I would never, ever accept ACIP recommendations without doing a deep dive into what those recommendations are or were. I would work with these career scientists at the CDC. I would work with Dr. Jennifer Schufert, who's the chief medical officer at the CDC. We would look at the evidence. Where are they getting the evidence? Are these randomized controlled trials? Are these cohort studies? Are these test negative design studies? We would make sure we understood the weight of the evidence that they use to make those recommendations. And if the weight of the evidence isn't there, or if the science is questionable, you have my commitment that I would not at all ever agree to those recommendations.
Thank you. Do we have my script?
All right, that's the end of that CDC Senate committee hearing. All right, it's Senate hearing Saturday, guys. Just post it up, listening to these hearings. It's pretty cool. I like listening to these. Appreciate anyone that's here hanging out and sharing your opinions or just hanging out and lurking or whatever the case may be. Appreciate everyone. Let's go check out another hearing. So there was like a Todd Blanche hearing. I watched part 1, but there's like a part 2 of it that happened like the next day. So let's check out this Todd Blanche hearing. This happened 2 days ago.
Because we swear each in at every meeting.
All right, this is the beginning of it.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
They all answer affirmative. Okay.
Senator, I would like to give an update, so
go ahead. to say something? Okay. So, welcome back, Senator Ashcroft. Will you please begin your testimony, and then we'll go right down the list of people the way you're seated there.
Well, thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin. I'm grateful to you. Please allow me just a moment to extend my condolences to the committee, the friends and colleagues of Senator Lindsey Graham. He had a vivid history of bringing out the best in people he worked with on both sides of the aisle. And we enjoyed his friendship, and I take this moment to say my condolences and my sympathy also to Jennifer Boss, whose daughter was brutally murdered. Allow me to thank you for your serious consideration and attention to the constitutional responsibility of confirming high-ranking executive branch officials. It's an honor for me to participate with you today by my appearance, testifying and sharing my profound support for the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche as Attorney General of the United States is something for which I am deeply grateful. Justice is best served in the United States through a commitment to uphold the Constitution and laws of this country. Integrity is an indispensable imperative for the rule of law. The rule of law is the best friend of constitutionally guarded liberty. For the highest quality administration of justice, law enforcement must never be diluted nor contaminated by personal bias or political preferences. Todd Blanche's record of upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law recommends him supremely to serve America as the 88th Attorney General of these United States. I know of no person of a higher commitment to integrity. He has spoken the unvarnished truth to those he works for and to those he works with. Todd's career stands as an outstanding record of public service. He is a consistently well-prepared, tough, but fair prosecutor, fundamentally focused on the Constitution. He understands that he has a profound responsibility in the Justice Department to seek justice, not merely to prosecute. 25 years ago, during my opportunity to serve as Attorney General, Todd worked as an individual in the Justice Department. And in his law school years, Todd worked with the Justice Department. And in that respect, upon graduation from law school, he clerked for several judges, two of whom are now serving on the respected nationally focused Second Circuit Court of Appeals. So he had an understanding of the law from both the prosecutorial side and the side of the bench. Following his clerkships, Todd became an assistant United States attorney as the U.S. Attorney Office for Southern District of New York, a premier prosecutorial office of the United States. He spent roughly 2 years as the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit, supervising there nearly 24 prosecutors. Then served as the co-chief of the office's White Plains Division, where he presided over a wide span of work: public corruption, securities and bank and wire fraud, federal programs fraud, Medicare fraud, RICO, and violent crime. Today, as Deputy Attorney General and Acting Attorney General, Todd energizes the roughly 115,000 employees from across Main Justice, the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, and 93 U.S. Attorney's offices that span the United States. He's conducted the department's daily operations at full scale, demonstrating his readiness to manage the office in his own right. Todd therefore brings to the Department of Justice a relevant reservoir of experience, coupled with sound judgment on an array of different issues. They're all related to law enforcement and the administration of justice. He understands that the rule of law exists to secure this and safeguard the God-given rights of liberty and freedom in America. In professional moments, both private and public, I have seen Todd's thoughtful, decisive, yet humble leadership. He's He's a careful and willing listener, skilled at welcoming diverse viewpoints. He is adept at synthesizing and harmonizing different voices in complex situations. He is comfortable in being held to account, and he will require those in the department to be similarly accessible and accountable. Todd Blanche's record reflects a commitment to the rule of law and the Constitution. Our 250th anniversary properly reminds us that liberty is the core value of America. In fact, it's the core value of human existence. To safeguard this core cultural value, America needs an attorney general exclusively devoted to the rule of law and who unfailingly will honor his oath to the Constitution. Todd Blanche is the right person for that responsibility. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for what I consider to be a privilege to appear before this committee and communicate to you my unreserved endorsement of Todd Blanche for Attorney General of the United States. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ashcroft. Now, Ms. Bensky.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you and the committee for
Push the red button.
There we go. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all and thank you to the committee for hearing survivor voices. I'd like to remind you of who you're hearing from today. At this time, can my survivor sisters and family please rise? We may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children. Young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen. Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, sisters. Now look at our faces and remember the women and families of who the DOJ re-victimized. You guys can sit. Thank you so much. I'm a teacher. In my school, if a student released a nude photo depicting a peer's sexual assault and abuse, they would almost certainly face expulsion. And yet, this is what our Department of Justice did to crime victims. Today, Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Does, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional. Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm. While coping with our emotional distress and psychological trauma, we also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims. For us, this has never been about politics. It has been about getting justice for the crimes committed against us. And the redactions are not the only problem with Todd Blanche's nomination. Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us, the crime victims. Survivors in this room repeatedly asked to meet with Todd Blanche through multiple channels. He never responded. Yesterday, he said he would meet with us, with our attorneys, if they were present. But let's be clear, that was the first time that was ever communicated to us before yesterday. He simply ignored us for the last 8 months. He's been radio silent, and the silence was deafening. Crime victims deserve better from the nation's highest level of law enforcement officials. We deserve to be heard directly, not dismissed and ignored. There are numerous investigative leads that must be followed, despite Mr. Blanche's claim that there are none. Epstein and Maxwell did not abuse women and children alone. They did not build their operation alone. Others enabled these crimes, exploited victims, and avoided accountability for decades. You do not have to take my word for it. Several weeks ago, after examining the evidence, Chairman James Comer directed Todd Blanche to open investigations into 2 men connected to Epstein. The Epstein files are not merely a collection of embarrassing names and politically damaging associations. They are records connected to the sexual exploitation and trafficking of girls and young women. They contain information about how Epstein's network worked, who assisted him, and whether additional crimes can still be investigated. The Department of Justice should pursue every credible lead, not just work tirelessly, not just to shut down the investigations. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with a survivor. Afterward, Maxwell was transferred to what many have described as a summer camp prison. We learned all of this through the news. Imagine what that feels like as a survivor to sit there if you were exploited by Ghislaine Maxwell and you're hearing this for the first time with no explanation, no outreach, and no transparency from your. And to add insult to injury, the information that Todd Blanche gathered in the White House Situation Room last summer to curb the political fallout from the Epstein files was absolutely abhorrent. Instead of following investigative leads, our government treated and continued to treat this as a political crisis that needs to be managed. In our nation, everyone deserves equal protection under the law. Todd Blanche has been unwilling to protect Epstein survivors' personal information, and he has been resistant to investigate the people who helped Epstein and Maxwell commit those crimes. We need an attorney general committed to ensuring that everyone who facilitated Epstein's crimes is held accountable. Please, I implore you, please think carefully and think about the girls in these photos. Thank you.
Ms. Bensky, now Ms. Boss.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Is it on? Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin and members of the committee.
Can you pull it real close to you?
There.
Yeah, I think that's right.
My name is Jennifer Boss. I live in Antioch, Illinois. I'm the mother of an angel named Megan Boss, and I'm here because my daughter's tragic and gruesome death has exposed catastrophic failures in immigration enforcement and drug trafficking policies. The investigation into her death continues, but one truth is painfully clear. Dangerous gaps in our system allowed an illegal alien to exploit our laws, and my daughter paid the ultimate price. Losing Megan and then being forced to navigate multiple broken systems while drowning in grief taught me that policies carrying life or death consequences cannot remain political talking points. That's why I've tried, despite the most intense heartache anyone can ever experience, to speak locally and nationally about the 4 crises that compounded our tragedy: illegal immigration, sanctuary policies, the fentanyl crisis, and cashless bail. I'm so grateful that the whole of this administration, with Todd Blanche leading the DOJ, has prioritized all 4 of these issues. I'm asking the committee not to wait until another mother is sitting where I am. Confirm Todd Blanche. He is a leader who will uphold the law, honor victims, confront dangerous criminal organizations, and fight to give other American families the safety and lasting protection that came too late for mine. I couldn't save my daughter, but Todd Blanche is Attorney General. He might save yours, because next time it could be your child. It could be your family. It could be you. This can happen to anyone. We must have leaders that are willing to act before the next life is taken. Leaders that are willing to confront the failures instead of explaining them away. Leaders like Todd Blanche. Megan was my firstborn. She was a mom and a sister and an aunt, loyal friend. She was bubbly and funny. She loved to be silly. Sorry. She was extraordinarily creative. And she was blessed with a spirit that just lit up the room. In February of 2025, Megan disappeared. For 51 days, our family lived in the most unbearable agony. Day after day, I did everything I could think of to search for her. Instead of bringing Megan home, our search ended with the most unbearable truth a mother could ever be forced to face. We learned that Megan's life had been cut short and her body was concealed, stuffed upside down in a garbage can filled with bleach by an illegal alien that had no right to be here. Again, she was stuffed upside down in a garbage can for 51 days, soaking in bleach. For 7 weeks, this man walked past that garbage can on his way to the bakery he worked at every day under a fake name. And during those weeks, I couldn't breathe or eat or sleep. We searched his neighborhood. We knocked on his door. We left Megan flyers with Megan's face on every surface we could find. And then I learned she was only a driveway distance away from us the whole time. Excuse me. Not only was she killed, her dignity was stolen in death. Had Megan not been identified by the tattoos that she loved so dearly, even the beautiful image of my daughter that I hold in my heart, my head, it would have been replaced forever by the unbearable image of what had been done to her. Megan's daughter, she was only 5 years old when this happened. Her life with Megan and her right to know and make memories with her mom, it was stolen. This is Megan's bracelet. It's a charm bracelet we started with just 5. And it has every memory on it from growing up. Every milestone, every place that we visit, anything that was important to her. It's here, this is her story. And these are the stories that she should be telling her daughter. I have to hope I can remember them all. There's so many. My husband and I, we won't be retiring like we imagined, of course, because we have to pray that we live long enough to raise her little girl into adulthood. And this is because our laws that we already have aren't enforced. This is why victims don't care about partisan victories. We care whether the dangerous criminals and drug traffickers and cartels are stopped before another loved one is buried and another family's life shattered. Right now, governors and local officials enact sanctuary protections, cashless bail policies, and identification laws that undermine federal enforcement and create dangerous public safety loopholes. A criminal that's released under a reckless local policy does not remain inside that city or state. He can cross into yours. Megan's perpetrator was released the day after he was arrested. Do you want him as your neighbor? Angel families have told me how they've been entirely abandoned and ignored by the government. Our children and our families were politically inconvenient. Some of these angel families have been trying, asking for someone to listen to the stories and learn from what's happened to us for more than 25 years. In this very room, the last angel mom that sat here was asked how come she was here and why did they have to sit through another hearing. That's beginning to change now under the current leadership of Todd Blanche. Angel families finally are feeling heard and respected and taken seriously. There is a renewed focus on prosecuting immigration crimes and the transnational criminal organizations, drug trafficking, and the like. So much work that's done by ICE and Homeland Security. Investigations goes unseen. It's not limited to detaining the individuals who escape detection at the border. Their work is life-protecting. From the time that I've spent talking with Todd Blanche, I knew immediately that he makes victims a priority. Under his direction, the DOJ has engaged directly with the angel families and treated us not like political props, but as partners in preventing future tragedies. And that's all that we've ever asked for. Justice can't bring our children home. Nothing. So the justice that we're seeking now is the assurance that their deaths won't be ignored and they won't be in vain, and preventable tragedies from these laws not being enforced won't be repeated. I 100% believe Todd Blanche will be the one who can deliver that justice, saving lives of people who will never know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boss. Now, Ms. Hoyer.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of this committee. I am here as a public servant, a former Justice Department employee, and a concerned American who cares deeply about the future of our country. I had great hope that Todd Blanche would be an effective leader and a responsible steward of the Department of Justice, but he quickly proved me wrong. 2 days after Mr. Blanche was confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, he fired me from my position as the department's career pardon attorney. I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job. Mr. Blanche's office had asked me to recommend restoring the gun ownership rights of a convicted domestic abuser. I raised concerns about public safety, but Mr. Blanche's staff pressured me to go along anyway. I did not. Domestic violence is the leading type of homicide among women. When a domestic abuser is armed, his victim is 5 times more likely to be killed.
But because this particular domestic abuser had a personal relationship with the president, Mr. Blanche's staff asked me to set aside my concerns. When I wouldn't, Mr. Blanche fired me within hours. He then took extraordinary measures to silence me. He sent U.S. Marshals to my home in an effort to prevent me from speaking with members of Congress. I was shocked to hear Mr. Blanche's testimony about this yesterday. What he said about my firing is provably false. His claim that it had nothing to do with the concerns I raised is contradicted by documents and evidence. His claim that he tried to call me before sending marshals to my home is flat out false. His claim that it is normal for DOJ to use armed law enforcement officers to deliver mail to the homes of its former employees is preposterous. The casual lies that Mr. Blanche tells, even while sitting in this chair testifying to this committee, are emblematic of a much larger problem. Courts across the country have said they can no longer trust the Justice Department to uphold the law and tell the truth. There are over 700 documented instances of DOJ violating judicial orders. There are nearly 100 cases in which judges appointed by both parties have found that DOJ presented false or misleading information in court. Earlier this week, a federal judge found that Mr. Blanche personally misled this Congress about the department's settlement agreement with President Trump. To the American public, it looks like Mr. Blanche is running DOJ as Donald Trump's personal law firm. He is using law enforcement powers to pursue petty grudges harbored by the president. These pointless vendettas are wasting our scarce resources and destroying DOJ's credibility. Mr. Blanche has repeatedly placed President Trump's interests ahead of the interests of the country. The collusive settlement agreement is a perfect example. It protects the entire Trump family and all of their businesses from any investigation or audit forever. It gives away nearly $2 billion of our money for no reason at all. It is a windfall for the president and his allies at the expense of the American people. A court found that signing this agreement was a betrayal of Mr. Blanche's duty to zealously represent the interests of the United States. That is the most basic obligation of the Attorney General. Mr. Blanche said yesterday that the settlement fund is dead. It is not. That is Contract Law 101. Mr. Trump or his sons could seek to enforce it at any time. Mr. Blanche gave bizarre excuses for not meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Yet he spent 2 days personally eliciting testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's partner in crime. After this imprisoned sex trafficker made statements claiming to exonerate the president, she was moved to a minimum security camp. That is a grievous breach of DOJ policy. It is an abuse of Mr. Blanche's office. It is a terrible betrayal of Epstein and Maxwell's victims. Mr. Blanche's callous approach to the Epstein case matches his cavalier attitude toward rearming domestic abusers. At the end of the day, the priority of this DOJ is protecting powerful men, even when it comes at the expense of vulnerable women. What Mr. Blanche is doing is dangerous. Earlier this week, 2 Supreme Court justices sat here and testified about the terrifying threats that judges are facing in this country. Meanwhile, Mr. Blanche is fueling those threats by attacking judges who rule against the administration and declaring a war against the courts. These are not partisan concerns. Americans across the political spectrum rely on DOJ to keep us safe and free. Mr. Blanche has shown that he is willing to put all of that at risk to serve a political agenda. I beg the members of this committee to think about what this is costing our country. Please do not degrade our justice system further by promoting Mr. Blanche. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Now, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is John Adler, and I appear before you today in my personal capacity to provide testimony in support of the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche to serve as the United States Attorney General. I respectfully offer my perspective both as a former colleague of Acting Attorney General Blanche and as a national law enforcement organization leader. My experience in law enforcement spans over 30 years, and I was honored to serve under 10 attorney generals as a federal law enforcement officer. Concurrent with my active duty law enforcement service, I also served as the national president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association for 2 terms, representing federal offices from 65 different agencies nationwide. As a volunteer law enforcement leader, I had and continue to have the privilege of serving with the leaders of the largest national law enforcement organizations, including the FOP, NAPO, NSA, IACP, and others. I have dedicated my life towards making it safer for those who serve and supporting innovative approaches towards augmenting both officer and public safety, which are intertwined. As a career tactical instructor, I emphasize marrying tactical proficiency with compassion and civility. Within a legal context, I am convinced that Acting Attorney General Blanche exudes this. When I joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in April 2001, I met an incredibly intelligent and highly motivated paralegal by the name of Todd Blanche. My first impression of then paralegal Blanche was that he moved like a football fullback, carrying the federal criminal statutes book under his arm as he charged through the revolving doors. It didn't take long for me to figure out why all the prosecutors were so friendly with Mr. Blanche. They all wanted him on their trial teams. It was clear from the beginning that paralegal Blanche had a passion for prosecuting violent crimes. He later became an assistant U.S. attorney, and his amazing work ethic and passion for combating violent crime were unparalleled for a new AUSA. AUSA Blanche exuded the speak softly but carry overwhelming evidence demeanor. It was no surprise to anyone at the office that AUSA Blanche ultimately became the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit. It was clear that Unit Chief Blanche was fully committed to litigating violent crime cases in furtherance of public safety. For context, I want to emphasize that the Acting Attorney General began his paralegal and prosecutorial career in an office that was predominantly represented by AUSAs with different political views. What impressed me during my 16 years with the U.S. Attorney's Office was the unified commitment to the rule of law, irrespective of political affiliation. I am absolutely convinced that if confirmed as the Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Blanche will carry forward that spirit and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. During the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York was located in the hot zone in New York City. While we often hear the Acting Attorney General speak of the extraordinary bravery of first responders who run forward into harm's way, he exuded that charge-forward spirit during the challenging days following 9/11. I have profound respect for his service-above-self spirit then, and it has only grown. Moving forward to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's tenure as the Acting Attorney General, his outreach and engagement with law enforcement nationwide has been extraordinary. Same can be said for his 24/7 staff. In speaking with my fellow national law enforcement organization leaders, it is clear that they have great respect for the Acting Attorney General and appreciate his commitment to backing the blue. Acting Attorney General Blanche has demonstrated a strong commitment to officer safety and ensuring that all law enforcement officers have the same protection under the law. According to the FBI's recent annual report, 90,000 law enforcement officers were assaulted in 2025. That represents a 10-year high. Acting Attorney General has made clear that his department will stand by law enforcement and support the prosecution of anyone who assaults a law enforcement officer. Civility does not work when it's one-sided. He has earned the respect and admiration of officers nationwide. In terms of civility, Acting Attorney General Blanche has distinguished himself during the substantial time he spent with all the national law enforcement organizations during National Police Week. In particular, the time he spent with the concerns of police survivors, which are the survivors of our heroes killed in the line of duty, was heartfelt and riveting. Much like his powerful support for our angel families, Acting Attorney General Blanche is equally supportive of the surviving family members of our fallen heroes. And I have no doubt he will continue that as he prioritizes the safety of all Americans. As the father of a beautiful teenage daughter, I worry about her safety every day. I expect our government leaders to do everything they can to support a safe and just quality of life for all our children. That should be an unbreakable priority. I sleep well knowing that my daughter's safety and all Americans are an unwavering priority for Acting Attorney General Blanche and his team. Under his leadership and through the dedication of all law enforcement officers, violent crime continues to be driven down. We must sustain these powerful results, and we need Acting Attorney General Blanche to be confirmed as our nation's chief law enforcement officer. Throughout my law enforcement career, I wore and continue to wear a pendant that has John 15:13 inscribed. Greater love hath no one than this, to lay down one's life for a friend. I am absolutely convinced that the Acting Attorney General Blanche, will exude that spirit of the scripture and do everything he can to protect the safety of all Americans by following the rule of law. I therefore respect that the committee set aside any political differences, demonstrate its unwavering commitment to both officer and public safety, and vote to confirm Acting Attorney General Blanche as the next Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boss, first of all, thank you for your courage coming forward. You know how important it is to have effective leadership in pursuing justice. I think you've answered my question in your last 2 minutes of your testimony, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to say it once again, how you feel about Mr. Blanche and the prospects of his continued leadership at the Justice Department.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel like we have already seen what has come out of the Justice Department as far as the prosecutions of the drug trafficking, the cartels. He is following up the hard work of the men and women that are in our the ICE agents, CBP, and he's prosecuting those dangerous criminals, and that is making a difference.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Ms. Oyer, we know the Biden administration was the most active pardoning administration in American history. 4,000 total acts of clemency. I think you were the pardon attorney on January the 17th, 2025, when President Biden granted more communications in a single day than any prior president had over that entire presidency. Is that right?
I was the pardon attorney on that date, sir.
Okay. Were you also the pardon attorney on December 23rd, 2024, when President Biden commuted 37 of 40 inmates on federal death row?
Yes, sir, I was.
Thank you for that. So I want to bring up some of these commutations. Thomas Sanders, who killed a 12-year-old girl, Lexus Roberts. He shot Lexus 4 times and slit her throat after the girl had witnessed him murder her mother. Did you object to President Biden's commuting his sentence?
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations that I made to the president regarding acts of clemency.
Can you speak? Did you turn your microphone on?
I believe it's on, sir.
You were the pardon attorney, yeah.
I was, yes.
You recommended, you didn't object to the recommendation.
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations I provided to the president about clemency matters, which are considered to be covered by executive privilege.
Okay, I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. So are you telling me the evidence I read that I'm wrong? So did you make the recommendation, or you don't want, you're telling me you can't talk about it?
Sir, just like Mr. Blanche explained yesterday, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations that I provided to the White House because they are covered by executive privilege.
You can't even tell me if you contacted the victim's family? You can't say yes or no to that?
Sir, I cannot talk about the discussions I had unless the White House chooses to waive the executive privilege. I would be happy to come back and speak with you or other members of this committee.
And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I know. So let's go to the case of Jorge Avila Torres, who stabbed to death 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias, who were riding their bicycles in Chicago suburb. He had also sexually assaulted at least one of them. And 4 years later, he strangled to death a 20-year-old naval officer, Amanda Snell, in her barracks. So you can't talk about this, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And you can't even tell me yes or no whether you made that recommendation.
Well, sir, what I can tell you is that President Biden did commute the sentences of 37 individuals who were on death row to sentences of life imprisonment, and all of those individuals will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in maximum security prisons.
Well, we know what the commentation did, but the fact is that they were taken off death row. Then we have the case of Dylan Roof, shot up a church in South Carolina. That made national history for a long period of time in his trial. He murdered 9 African Americans in a racially motivated attack. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And since you can't comment on it, I'm just going to have to tell you that you made that recommendation. Robert Bowers murdered 11 people in Pittsburgh Tree of Life Synagogue in the deadliest attack on a local Jewish community in American history. And you're telling me you can't talk about the commutation of Robert Bowers, but I want to tell you that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And then also Johar Tsarnaev planted bombs at the 2013 Boston Marathon, killing 3 and injuring hundreds in an act of terrorism. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And it seemed pretty, I'm going to give you a chance to react to it, but it seems pretty obvious that you were fired because the current Justice Department leadership disagreed with how you handled the pardons last administration. You want to respond?
Sir, regarding these cases, these are absolutely horrific cases, and every one of the individuals you mentioned will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in a maximum security prison facility. As far as the reasons for my firing, I've been in litigation with the Justice Department for over a year about my firing, which was plainly illegal. And Mr. Blanche's comments in this room yesterday are the first time I have ever heard the explanation that I was fired because of recommendations I made to the prior administration about how to accomplish their clemency objectives. Mr. Blanche's Justice Department submitted a pleading to the Merit Systems Protection Board that stated that the facts about my firing were not in dispute. The facts, as I have been saying for 1 year plus, are that I was fired within hours of declining to make a recommendation that I believed was very dangerous. And Mr. Blanche's statement yesterday that it was for another reason materialized out of thin air and has never been stated before.
Okay. Mr. Ashcroft, you served this nation with distinction during your tenure as Attorney General. You know what it takes to do the job and to do it well. Based on Mr. Blanche's leadership of the Justice Department during this administration, do you believe he would serve as an effective and capable Attorney General?
Well, I think the statistics and the history tells a story here. Thank you for the question. But Todd Blanche has a heritage and history of involvement in the Justice Department, pursuing the rule of law and enforcing the rule of law, and that extended from his time as an assistant in the office when I was Attorney General 25 years ago, to recent times when his aggressive approach in fighting crime has actually been a part of the effort that's driven down violent crime across the country, and particularly in cases where the department has been welcome to assist and work with local officials. In my home jurisdiction in Southwest Missouri, they had Operation Spring Cleanup, and a number of very important prosecutions were begun at that time. And I think it's a credit to him. I have no doubt that his commitment to maintaining the safety and security of Americans and their rights will be pursued in the pursuit of the rule of law and within the bounds of the Constitution of the United States, which is the framing that I think every American expects, that the Constitution and rule of law of the United States be followed and defended.
Mr. Durham. Senator Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Boss, breaks my heart to hear the story of you and your loss of your daughter. And I just want to say my heart goes out to you and to your husband. Carrying on for her with your granddaughter is the greatest tribute you can give her. I'm sure. I'm sorry you went through this terrible tragedy. I'm glad you're here today to tell that story. Ms. Pinsky, it's hard to imagine that this government kept publishing your personal information. Did anyone notify them of this breach of privacy?
Yeah, I mean, we notified them immediately back in the first document release, and even before the document release happened, after the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed. Like I said in my testimony, my lawyer teamed up with other lawyers and gave 350 names, and basically every batch that came forward, all the way through basically, I believe it was April, but in the January batch, I was exposed.
So did this happen to any of the others who were present here?
Oh, yes. I mean, all of them. I think almost all, yeah. Yes, there were hundreds of victims that were outed and Jane Doe's. And, I do want to speak to just the damages for a moment. We've been receiving threats. We've had loss of jobs. We've had loss of confidentiality and privacy. But there's another piece here, and it's that this idea of withholding information, we're trying to get justice. We have always been trying to seek justice. And we're seeing, if you just even look at New Mexico right now, that the New Mexico AG has attempted 5 times to get the files from Todd Blanche and from this DOJ, and it's obstruction. They are obstructing. So for us, yes, of course, there are so many damages. There are so many things that we are mourning the loss of, including a lot of our innocence and who we were as these young girls. But to still see it be obstructed after 30 years, and this is 5 administrations. We're not saying that this is just this administration. We've been at this fight for 30 years. So we just really hope that, there's a huge impact as far as just releasing information and making sure that it's followed up on.
I can't understand how this attorney general can find 48 hours to visit with Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been prosecuted for sex trafficking, and can't find 30 minutes to meet with the survivors of that sexual predatory conduct.
It's certainly not for lack of trying. We have tried in every way we know how to try. And then we did hear from him yesterday that he would sit with counsel. And I would say, I think many of us in this room would be interested in meeting with him today if we could.
Many of the members of the committee will remember when we had the Olympic athletes in here who had been sexually abused, and the head of the FBI sat through their entire testimony to show his concern for what had happened to them and any wrongdoing by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That to me was the right thing to do from both sides. Why in the world would Mr. Blanche at this point say he doesn't have the time? I couldn't understand his argument yesterday. He couldn't see you because you had a lawyer, or he couldn't see you because you didn't have a lawyer.
Yeah, I think it was because we had a lawyer, but I think as a career prosecutor, we talk so much about Todd Blanche's credentials in this room, and we've heard a lot about them, and that's great. But I think as a career prosecutor, he should be salivating by this case, right? This case is, it's gold for somebody that wants to prosecute. There are 6 million files. There are thousands of victims, and yet all we've seen is one perpetrator that died in prison. The other perpetrator is now in a minimum security penitentiary, and Todd Blanche believes that there are 0 investigations when he's already been told by members of the House that that is inaccurate.
I'll just tell you point blank, I don't think his name should be called on the floor of the United States Senate until he meets with you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not too much to ask. Mm-hmm. Set aside 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes, so that there is clearly an effort by this government to get all the information.
Yes.
And make a judgment as to what to do with it. But to shun you and to snub you at this point, there's something else going on here. There's got to be, someone told me once in politics, there's always a good reason, and then there's always a real reason. What is the real reason why Todd Blanche does not want to meet with the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein?
It appears from the outside reputational harm. And that is what I think is at the core of this, that he prioritizes the reputation of the administration over survivors of sexual abuse and of crime survivors in this country.
Well, I hope the message goes out to all senators on both sides of the table.
And I do want to say, to that end, we've been saying that we're not political. I've asked everyone, we've met with a lot of your offices on both sides, and every single conversation, Mr. Hawley, we had a great conversation with your office, right? It was amazing. And I feel so much hope leaving those spaces, actually. And when we had those conversations, it just felt like you see us as human beings. You don't see us like, we have survivors on both sides of the aisle. We are not here to be political. These are just our stories. Like 17-year-old me, I promise you, not political. But so when we have these very real interactions in your offices, we hope that you can put politics aside. It was something so beautiful that we saw during the Epstein Files Transparency Act. There was a moment where Marjorie Taylor Greene went and sat right next to Melanie Stansbury, and that is a moment that will live in my memory forever because they crossed party lines for something that was really important. So I hope that you can all do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that note, Ms.
Please,
Miskey,
yeah.
and for everybody who's here, all of the victims, thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and telling your stories. Ms. Boss, thank you for being here and for telling us about your daughter. I'm sorry for what all of you have been through. So I want to say thank you and honor your voices and honor what you're doing. Ms. Orger, if I could just turn to you. You were President Biden's pardon attorney, is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You made clemency recommendations to the White House whether or not to pardon inmates, is that correct?
My job was to make clemency recommendations.
And in that capacity, you recommended that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, grant clemency to all 40 federal death row inmates, all of them, clear them out, correct?
Sir, as I told Chairman Grassley, I'm not free to discuss the recommendation.
Well, that's what your memo says. I mean, we have your memo. Your memo of November 4th, 2024 says, and I quote, disparity and undue severity of sentence, which are present in many, if not all of these cases, have been recognized as grounds for clemency. And you went on to recommend in that memo and a series of other memos that are now recorded and public record that the President of the United States grant clemency to murderers, rapists, and the most horrible offenders, all of them, clear death row completely out. I'm amazed you've been called here today. I'm absolutely amazed by it. But let's just talk about the people who you recommended. You talk about honoring victims. The people who you recommended get clemency and live at the expense and sufferance of taxpayers for the rest of their lives. Let's start with Dylan Ruth. Dylan was a neo-Nazi who murdered 9 African-American worshipers at a Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina, 2015. Do you remember this case?
I do remember it very well.
I would hope you did. Here's his victims. You want to look at them? There they are. 9 of them at a Bible study in a church, killed in cold blood. The DOJ knew from day one that he had decided, I'm going to quote from the prosecutors, decided to attack African Americans because of their race. He further decided to attack African American worshipers in a black church in order to make his attack more notorious. More notorious. And yet you recommended that he be granted clemency, live at the expense of taxpayers for the rest of his life, substitute your judgment for that of the American judicial system. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
Oh, he's going to live in prison for a very long time because of you. because of your recommendations. And here's what you said in your memo of October 30th, 2024. You said that actually Ruth is not a compelling candidate for clemency, but you recommended it anyway. Why? Because he suffered from anxiety, you said. Right? He suffered from anxiety. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the family of his victims might suffer a little bit of anxiety because he marched into their church and murdered them in cold blood because he was an incredible racist and he wanted to get on TV?
Sir,
Do you regret it?
I'm not going to comment on the record.
Do you regret it?
That I made.
Let's talk about Robert Bowers, a man who regularly spewed such vile hatred of Jews. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. He barged into a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 and he shot everybody he could find, killing 11 innocent people who were there to worship. A federal jury in Pittsburgh unanimously recommended the death sentence after finding him guilty on 63 counts. Here they are. They're his victims. Take a good look. You recommended clemency for this person who went in and killed these people just because they're Jews. The other guy killed people just because they're black. This guy killed people just because they're Jews. A jury recommended that he be sentenced to death, and you substituted your judgment for theirs, and now he's going to live. Are you proud of that?
Sir, what I am proud of is the fact that I took my job as pardon attorney extremely seriously.
Apparently not seriously enough. You certainly didn't take the victims seriously. Then there's Jorge Avila Torres, who wasn't just a murderer. He was a serial killer and a rapist.
Sir,
Here is who he assaulted and killed. He sexually assaulted and killed 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias in a Chicago suburb in 2005. And then 4 years after that, he committed another murder. He slaughtered a fellow service member, Navy Petty Officer Amanda Snell, in 2009 while she was in a barracks. That's what he did. And you recommended clemency for this individual, and now he'll live his life at the expense of taxpayers because you substituted your judgment for that of the American judicial system, jury, judges, the whole lot, and yet you're here to tell us that you're somehow a victim? I don't think so, Ms. Oyer. I think your judgment is astoundingly terrible. I'm amazed that this side of the aisle has called you, and I just asked my friends on this side of the aisle, do you agree with this? Is this what you want? Do you want these people to be pardoned and live at the expense of taxpayers for their whole lives? Do you want to excuse the murders of African-American churchgoers? Do you want to excuse the murders of Jews in their synagogues? Do you want to excuse the murders of these children? Because that's what she did. And now she's online hawking products to try to make money off of it. I see you've got your own website where you put your face on baseball caps and mugs, thelawyeroyer.com. You're trying to make money on this?
Sir,
This is unbelievable, Ms. Oyer, and yet you said you're a victim? These are the victims, and you helped victimize them. And what you're doing is wrong. I hope every member on this side of the aisle will repudiate what you have done, what you stand for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, I assume that your questions directed at me were rhetorical and that you're giving.
They're not rhetorical at all. I asked you to respond, and you said you wouldn't. So what I did is I read to you what you have said. I quoted verbatim. And I'm happy to keep doing it. In fact, I'd ask now, Mr. Chairman, that this report, Restoring and Strengthening the Federal Death Penalty Report, be entered into the record. It contains information regarding Ms. Oyer, her recommendations, and the track record of all of it. The written records are here. I ask you to enter into the record.
It'll be, Ms. Hoyer, take a minute to respond if you want to.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I, under President Biden, just like under President Trump, had a job to do, which was to make recommendations to the president about how to best accomplish their clemency objectives. I put the utmost effort into doing that in a way that was consistent with the interests of the justice system and all of its stakeholders, which includes crime victims, as well as defendants, as well as family members, as well as judges, as well as prosecutors, all criminal justice system stakeholders. The process that I presided over was one that was beyond reproach. What's happening now with clemency is an absolute disgrace. And I'm sorry that I can't answer the questions about the specific recommendations in this public setting, but I would be glad to meet with any members of this committee who have concerns privately to discuss to the extent I can what your
Privately, why don't
concerns
you meet with the victims' families? Here's the disgrace.
Senator, go White House. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ashcroft, welcome back to the Senate. You knew Jim Comey?
Yes, indeed, I did.
You trusted him?
He was the Deputy Attorney General as well as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
You trusted him with the top job in your department?
I asked him to help administer justice at the Department of Justice.
Yeah. You respected him?
Yes, I did.
Can you vouch for this department's prosecution of him for lying to Congress or for the process that was performed?
I'm not in a position, I don't know all the facts. I'm not in a position to comment on pending investigations or prosecutions.
Can you vouch for this department's prosecution of him for posting a picture of the numbers 8647 or the process that led to that?
My response would certainly have to be the same as it is for any prosecution. I'm not a part of the department now. I'm not fully informed of its factual basis or for the considerations it's made in bringing prosecutions.
What are your views today of Mr. Comey's character and merits?
I'm not going to start to discuss the character and merits of individuals, especially those who are standing in a position of responding to charges from the Justice Department. I can respond to what I believed during the time I served as Attorney General and when he served with me, and his service to me and I believe to the United States at that time was commendable and honorable.
What is OPR in the Department of Justice?
I believe it's the Office of Professional Responsibility.
Yeah, and what is its role?
Its role is to encourage individuals in the department to act in compliance with and in conformity with the rules of ethics and responsibility.
And did you respect the role of the Office of Professional Responsibility when you were Attorney General?
I certainly did. I hope that they would advise me properly to keep me out of trouble.
If the Office of Professional Responsibility were functionally disabled by an administration in the Department of Justice, what message would that send to the line prosecutors?
I'm not in a position to comment on a hypothetical of disabling. And when you say functionally disabled, I think that requires an assumption of what does functionally disabled mean. I personally, it's a hypothetical to which I just am unable to respond.
But you do agree that OPR does an important job and has an important role and is important to the Department of Justice in the performance of its duties.
I certainly respected the department's operation, including OPR, at the time of my opportunity to serve as Attorney General of the United States.
While you were Attorney General, were there procedures that took place of prosecutorial misconduct or dishonesty occurred?
I have to say, I don't remember charges of prosecutorial misconduct and that I had dealt with.
Yeah, they were scarce until now. It was pretty unusual to have judges say that arguments were made in bad faith, that arguments were made as pretexts, that arguments were disingenuous, that arguments were shoddy or terrible, that the department was losing or sacrificing its credibility, that the department was disrespecting orders of the court, that the department had lied or was engaged in sham, that there was willful and intentional noncompliance or willful disregard of court orders, that department lawyers were contemptuous or that their behavior and arguments were unconscionable. To me, those are red flag words. I was a United States attorney, and if my federal court had used those words about my line attorneys, there would have been some follow-up. And I expect that in your department, if those kind of words were used, there'd at least be some preliminary follow-up. And if it were serious, there might actually be a review by the Office of Professional Responsibility. Does that sound like what likely would have happened during your day?
I was only admonished at one time that I remember by a court for having commented on evidence. I thought it was pretty good evidence. I think I just said pretty good evidence. And
yeah, I didn't mean you. I meant your line prosecutors.
At that time, I decided that I need to be more careful about my remarks.
Yeah, no, my question.
My remarks were safeguarded and carefully made.
Yeah.
And frankly, I might add more carefully made than the remarks of some of the judicial officers who have been, who while very concerned about the Justice Department, seem to be willing to themselves engage in political considerations, which I didn't think were appropriate for the judiciary. So maybe there's a problem that's broader than we would otherwise recognize.
Well, you've changed the topic a little bit to your own comments and the response to that, which is fine. I appreciate that you've said that. But my question had to do with when criticisms like that are leveled against department lawyers, there is ordinarily some kind of a process or review that takes place. They're not just brushed off. That is correct, is it not?
It's certainly the reason that the Office of Professional Responsibility exists, to safeguard against things that are not responsibly done or undertaken in a way that discredits the department. Public confidence in the department is very important.
Indeed.
And the rule of law, guided by the Constitution, is at the foundation of our safeguarding liberties. And I take that seriously. I believe that with all my heart when I served, and I believe it today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and most importantly, I want to thank all the victims who are here for your courage to come forward. This is not easy to do, to relive everything. So thank you for being here and telling your stories. Ms. Oyer, I want to turn to you. You were Biden's pardon attorney, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Your testimony here today is that you were fired because you wouldn't recommend restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Is that right?
I was fired just hours after I declined to make that.
Okay, but you can't think of another reason why you might have been fired.
That's the only explanation that I'm aware of. The Justice Department actually put in a pleading that was submitted in my appeal of my firing, the fact that the facts of my firing
Okay.
are not in dispute.
On November, and you talked about you're concerned about public safety. On November 4th, 2024, you authored a 73-page memorandum recommending the commutation of all 40 federal death sentences. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I've told to
Yeah, I
members
know,
of the committee now,
but don't play the game with me, because it's not. They've waived executive privilege. I have the report right here. It's dated April 24th, 2026. It's actually, your memo is quoted in here. It's public knowledge. And the idea that you would come here, you know that already. You would come here and disparage somebody else and not be willing to answer questions about how you commuted the sentences of murderers is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're here to do that.
I don't have the authority to commute.
Do you
anyone's
deny it?
sentence.
Do you deny that you authored the memo?
I'm not sure which memo you're referring to.
I'm referring to the November 4th, 2024 73-page memo. Do you deny authoring it?
I can't say without having
It's ridiculous. I can't believe you did. You did, and everybody in America and in the world can pull it up. So it's a ridiculous.
Like a
Do
document.
you
That
also?
looks like a document that has DOJ's logo on the cover.
Yeah, and it quotes your letter. It quotes your letter.
I don't know.
You're losing credit. You should just admit it. You should just admit you authored it. Everybody knows you authored it. So I'm not going to waste any more time on your convenient little game you're playing here. You also authored and recommended the commutation of the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue murderer, and Dylan Roof. We all know this. How many pages of the 73 pages did you dedicate to victims? Because you expressed your concern over victims. How many pages were dedicated to the victims?
Sir, I don't have the memo.
I can tell you 3. 3 pages. 3 pages were dedicated to the victims.
So I also happen to have, I made a special access request last year under the Presidential Records Act for documents from the Biden White House on the abuse of pardons and commutations. We recently got those documents. I want to show you a couple. Here's one. It's dated December 3rd, 2024, and it's an internal memo on the commutation of the 37 death sentences that you were involved with. The memorandum states that the White House worked with reporters to, quote, ensure positive coverage. It says the White House gave advocates, the elected officials, resources and key messaging to amplify the news. You personally recommended commuting all 40 death sentence cases, an even broader action than Biden took. Again, that included Dylan Roof, the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter. Did you know that the White House was using your recommendations as a PR stunt?
Sir, I have no idea what document you're referring to currently.
Well, let me just ask you in general, did you know that they were planning to message around your commutation?
Sir, I was not an employee of the White House.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no, but they used your ridiculous recommendation as a veneer of legitimacy. Document 2.
I was called here to talk about Mr. Blanche's nomination.
Yeah, I know that's what you thought you came here to talk about. But the reality is your credibility is gone. You can't come here and do the political bidding of the Biden administration. And then when you're called out on that and being fired, and thank God you're being fired. You know what I really think? I think you thought you came here and you're selling merch, by the way. Do we have the hoodies that are up for sale? You sell merch. Let's show the hoodies. I think you came here thinking that you were going to be ordained the high priestess of the resistance. That's what I think. That's why you're denying simple facts that you authored the memo commuting the sentences. Everyone knows that. And we have documents now from the White House that they use that memo as a PR stunt. And so the idea, you have no credibility to talk about Todd Blanche. You have none. You've come here, you deny basic facts. You recommended the commutation of murderers. You gave no quarter at all or any time to the victims of these brutal murders. So again, I can't believe you've been called here by the other side, but I'm glad we've had an opportunity to expose your hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all the witnesses for being here. As a continuation of the confirmation process for Mr. Blanche, we are here to determine whether or not Mr. Blanche, who continues to be President Trump's lawyer and all that that implies, should be the Attorney General of the United States of America, who is supposed to be defending the Constitution, not the President. Ms. Bensky, thank you so much for being here and for all of the other Epstein victims. Mr. Blanche was asked whether he would meet with you, and because we knew that he had refused basically to meet with the victims of the Epstein crimes. And he offered apparently yesterday, and he made some excuses about it not being appropriate for him to meet with the victims directly. And why, I do not know. But he offered up a staff person, and I understand that a staff person from his office contacted you and others, and offered to meet with your counsel. Is that correct? Not with you directly.
I am not aware of a staffer reaching out. I can ask, but we have not heard from a staffer. No, we have not heard from a staffer last week.
Okay, then let's get that clarified. Did I misunderstand that? In fact, yesterday when he said, I have a staff person here and we can get this done today.
Yeah.
That they have not contacted you.
They have not contacted us. No.
He also said that it would not be appropriate for him to meet directly with you. So not only is his staff have they not contacted you, as he indicated yesterday, that this could all happen yesterday, he continues to make excuses, as far as I can tell, for not meeting with you, in spite of the fact that he met for hours with Ms. Maxwell. Why is it so important? Can you tell us once again, why is it so important for you and the other victims of Epstein's crimes to meet with the with Mr. Blanche
Yeah,
personally?
thank you for the question. I think that if a victim comes and reports a crime in the FBI, what is the first thing that they do? They follow up. Like Law and Order SVU taught me that when I was 15 years old. The DOJ has never followed up in 30 years with any of us. There is a lot in the files right now that you should be investigating and looking into. And to my knowledge, I mean, they can answer this too, but we have never been approached by anybody on the prosecutorial side of things. So I do think like sitting down, telling our stories and explaining like the people that were in the room, right? We were witnesses of crimes. We had crimes committed to us directly. We do have a lot of information, and you would think that somebody would take that lead that's already in, like we already went to the FBI because we wouldn't have 302s if we hadn't have gone to the FBI. It's already there, right? So the following up of those 302s, and then once it's supposed to be handled by the Department of Justice, why aren't we hearing from prosecutors? This case was never handled correctly from the beginning.
And he also made some excuses as to why personal information was not redacted and exposing making a view, including you.
Yeah. I think something that stood out yesterday was that he had said that immediately when things were misredacted, that they were taken down and they fixed them, and within 24 hours they were put back up. That is entirely not true. There are still things that need to be redacted, and there's still survivor information in there even today, from my awareness. My information just came down in April, and that was after begging.
Would you say that Mr. Blanche exhibits a rather dismissive attitude toward all of you and the Epstein crimes?
1000%, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, Trump's DOJ under Todd Blanche leadership has purged career prosecutors for personal reasons for refusing to prioritize President Trump's interests over their constitutional oath. Todd Blanche has fired more than 1,200 former career DOJ employees who worked for both Republican and Democratic administrations. This doesn't even include all of the DOJ attorneys who resigned because they didn't want to be part of the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is creating, which is basically not a Department of Justice, but a Department of Retribution and Corruption, in my view. Ms. Oyer, what risks does this pose to our country for the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is running?
Senator, one of DOJ's greatest strengths historically has been its non-political career workforce of experts, people who are experts in their subject matter. That is crucial to keeping all of us safe. We need people who have specialization in things like national security, prosecuting child exploitation, all manner of sophisticated crimes involving cryptocurrency. Mr. Blanche has decimated the expertise of the career workforce. The Justice Department has lost over a quarter of its attorneys under his leadership and has not been able to replace them, certainly not with experienced, knowledgeable, non-political people.
I think the DOJ is very much losing its credibility. And as Mr. Ashcroft mentioned, the credibility and trust in DOJ is very important. The rule of law is very important. We have a president who does not believe the rule of law applies to him, and his attorney, Mr. Blanche, is helping the president proceed with his basically anti-rule of law agenda. I thank everyone for testifying today. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
I just want to start off by saying, Ms. Oyer, I uphold you in the highest esteem and respect, especially what you're doing now as a private citizen. You use a platform to educate people about the law. It is technical, but yet accessible. And the badgering you just endured, it should be completely unacceptable. You were asked to comment on things you didn't have before you. The treatment here to me is just outrageous. I apologize on behalf of the United States Senate. This idea that as a private citizen you can't sell things is insulting to me when we have Kash Patel, our sitting FBI director, selling merch on his site. When you have a president of the United States hawking the Bible. And yet you as a private citizen who has a platform to inform people about the law, how dare we make such an accusation when the mockery of justice, the exploitation and the grifting off of their offices has never received criticism from that side of the aisle. And yet they want to demean you as a private citizen for engaging in commerce. That's ridiculous. In addition to the fact that you were a career public servant for your entire life, you were a public defender, underpaid, overworked, not for a year, not for 5 years, but for years. The dignity and the service you have brought, no matter whether we disagree with your politics or not, should merit the praise of every single senator here. So I apologize for what you endured. I thank you for the service you've given to this country. And on matters of horrible killings, horrific acts, these are complicated matters. I hold here, and I'll submit this for the record, people who were victims, families, survivors, who wrote letters to the President of the United States asking not to have the death penalty put there. And I understand there's differing views, but you were put in those complicated decisions to write career memos for the president to make decisions about who's pardoned and not. And so I am sorry. What I witnessed, I came late to the hearing, was just unacceptable to me. And I am grateful, as somebody that follows you, that reposts your content, I am grateful that you're here.
Thank you.
I want to say, I didn't hear that on the microphone. And senators enjoy praise. So what did you say?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to say, before serving as a partner attorney, I pointed out that you were a federal public defender with clients in the Bureau of Prisons. Was it customary process for transferring a Bureau of Prison prisoner from a low security prison to a minimum security camp? Was that standard practice?
That was unheard of.
Unheard of. It's against BOP policies. What role does the Deputy Attorney General usually play in that process?
Usually the Deputy Attorney General would have no role in designating or transferring inmates.
No role whatsoever, yet the Todd Blanche went directly and met with him. Are you aware of any person serving time for child sex trafficking like Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred from a low security prison facility to a minimum security camp?
I have never heard of that. It would be an egregious violation of the Department of Justice's own rules.
Ms. Banksky, how do you feel knowing that the Deputy Attorney Todd Blanche went to meet with her for 2 days and then gave her a cushy transfer while he would not meet with you, and then lied to this committee yesterday saying he was barred by the law, which a first-year law student can know the difference of? How did that make you feel?
It's devastating for survivors, and I'd like to add to that Annie Farmer, a victim and survivor who testified in Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing, actually wrote a letter to Todd Blanche immediately after that and requested a meeting with him regarding the move and the transfer, and she's never heard anything back at all.
It is insulting to heap upon survivors the indignities that he has by not even meeting with you, yet he transferred a sex offender to a cushy camp against BOP policies. It sounds like she got a sweetheart deal while he released your personal information, your address, phone numbers, images, and yet he seems to be favoring the victimizer and not the survivors. I'm out of time, and it's honorable to see Mr. Ashcroft here, sir. I know you. I know your record. We may have disagreed on policies, but I also know you would never, when you were reviewing a merger, you would never go out to dinner with the parties of that merger. It would be unacceptable for a person that is supervising a matter to attend a social event with those people before your lawyers. It's about ethics. It's about the appearance of impropriety. It's about following the law. This nominee has not followed the ethics laws, has not followed the urgency for avoiding the appearance of improprieties,
has broken a bipartisan law passed by Congress, has demeaned and degraded survivors of sexual violence, and has shielded the president by some kind of deal we know nothing about that allowed her now to be transferred to some cushy camp that has never been done before with sex offenders. This man should not be in this office. I cannot believe we're going through this farce when his record alone should make him disqualified, not to be the Attorney General, but for even being employed by the federal government. Thank you.
Mr. Welch, Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ms. Boss, thank you so much. And I fully support your advocacy that the Department of Justice have as a priority, focusing on victims. And I also want to express to the Epstein victims my appreciation for allowing me to be with you yesterday and be so uplifted by your support for one another and all you've done to ennoble the rights of victims and the strength of victims to recover. Thank you very much. Mr. Ashcroft, I wanted to first of all say we seem to have a problem in Missouri with the attorney generals not being able to keep their job. They all end up in the U.S. Senate. You started quite a trend with Mr. Hawley and Mr. Schmidt.
Well, in all deference, it should be remembered that a very important member of the Senate named Jack Danforth.
That's right.
Had previously served as Attorney General of Missouri. So myself excluded, I have been privileged to be in a line of individuals that I believe have rendered very significant and valuable service to this nation.
Well, I think you, thank you, and I agree with that. And I think, first of all, I want to express to you how much I've admired your career. And I think that being an attorney general is probably the most difficult cabinet position. And one of the things that's required is that you give advice to the president, and it may be advice he doesn't want to hear. And, you know, I remember March of 2004 when you were recovering from an illness and Mr. Comey was the acting attorney general. And the president's counsel came to your hospital room and wanted you to sign off on a security law that Mr. Comey, in his opinion, thought was not legal. And you said that was Mr. Comey's decision because he was the acting attorney general. Is that right?
I believe that the public the written reports, it's been in novels and other things, and I have no reason to contest what they've said.
Right.
I was in bed with a morphine pump in one hand. I was in what you call what do they call this? Intensive care. And
but the bottom line here is that the president wanted an answer to permit him to proceed, but it was the opinion of Mr. Comey at that time that that was not legal. And this raises really what I think is the heart of what is so challenging to be attorney general. The president is the executive, you serve in his cabinet, but there are times when an attorney general has to say no. Is that correct?
No attorney ever is a good attorney who doesn't tell his client the truth.
Right.
And it's important that the client trusts the attorney.
And I appreciate
accept that. And so I believe that the attorney general is sworn to the Constitution of the United States.
And not to an individual.
The answer is to the president. He is sworn to the Constitution.
That's exactly right. Now, also, when the Enron case, which was an explosive case, came up, you had received contributions in your political career. They were totally and completely illegal. But my understanding is because of that and the appearance of a potential conflict, you recused yourself from that case, correct?
I wish I remembered things, especially things you say are favorable about what I've done. But it's over 2 decades ago that I did
what you did, Mr. Ashcroft, is what needs to be done. You said it. It's the Constitution who's your client. It's the American people who are ultimately your client. And you have to give that direct and candid advice to the executive, who is the president. So that's my question about Mr. Blanche. It's not his competence. It's not that he's got an ongoing relationship. But can you imagine serving as Attorney General and having President Bush come to you and say, who, by the way, who paid you $9 million before you got to be Attorney General to represent him in criminal actions, okay? It's astonishing, right? But then he said, I've got an idea. We're gonna sue the federal government for $10 billion and you're gonna represent the IRS. And then why don't you work out a settlement where there's a $1.7 billion fund that I control. Would you see anything like odd about that?
I didn't have that situation. I didn't have a president that had been the subject of illegal disclosure of his activities.
No, but seriously,
criminal disclosure.
I want to get to your judgment on this because
I swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's a big challenge in an oath, so I want to give my answer and not your answer, although I respect your question.
No, but what I'm asking, you have incredible credibility, incredible character,
incredible credibility is kind of almost like Senate speech.
Right, but
unbelievable believability. I mean,
no,
yes, I was in this body myself and sat on that side of the dais, but
well, you wouldn't have had that reputation if you were a senator. I mean, this is because you stood up to the president.
Oh yes, I would. I was honest as a senator. I have to. I mean, I confess my faults from both eras, both my legislative.
I'm just going to finish. Thank you for your indulgence. But number one, when you saw that there was the appearance of a conflict, you did not continue representing the government in the Enron case. Number two, when it came to a president's demand on something of vital concern to the president, a national security law, surveillance law, where it was the opinion of your department that it was illegal, you stood up to the president and didn't cave. I respect that, and I believe that's the obligation and the burden of whoever serves as our Attorney General. Mr. Blanche does not share that.
I thank you for that respect. I hope when I grow up, I live to do things right.
Senator, tell us. Mr. Ashcroft, and to all the witnesses, thank you for being here. Mr. Ashcroft, I told the chairman, or I told the chairman's staff, I had one question, but like John Kennedy, it has two parts. My first question, Mr. Ashcroft, I mentioned yesterday that I'm disturbed with the political physics going on today. If you think about the Obama administration, they had vindictive prosecutions. President Trump came in, more or less matched up on some of it. President Biden comes in, goes a little bit further. And this administration seems to me, when we're doing 8647, we're doing indictments for that, unless there's it's an active investigation, but that's a reason to bring Mr. Comey and do a perp walk because he arranged shells 8647 on a beach in North Carolina. That's all we know right now. It just seems like it seems to me like there's a continuing, this exceptional nation we are. Americans always want to do better, get bigger, higher the next time. Am I wrong, or am I perceiving a continued escalation of prosecutions that some of which really, because of the way that they're being adjudicated, they're not being successful? It just seems to me that we're like shooting, shoot, ready, aim on some prosecutions. And I'm not only talking about the current Trump administration. I'm going back to the Obama era. Do you agree with me that there seems to be a trend that each administration, we seem to be upping it of late?
I'm not sure I could quantify any disenchantment. I believe
that's fine.
I believe
I think
partisanship.
Yeah,
and
that's okay, Mr. Ashcroft. I'm going to live up my promise to yield back some time. My point is, I'm a management consultant. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a law enforcement officer. But I deal with facts and empirical data pretty well. I guarantee you, I can give you a list of cases and a list of investigations, a list of vindictive audits. And every year, it's like from 2008 to 2012 to 2016 to 2020 and 2024, one party is going to have to actually be an adult in the room and stop it. And our members here need to stop having situational ethics where they're only opposed to it when the other party's in power. But that was not my question. Yesterday, before the hearing, and Mr. Blanche, I have a positive predisposition to, just so that everybody knows. I have not made a final decision. But Mr. Blanche said very quickly yesterday that he would meet with the victims, the Epstein victims, today, if it could be arranged. Well, right now, the markup, if you all don't know procedure here, after this hearing is done today, next week we'll hold it over. The earliest possible markup would be 2 weeks from now. And because it seemed to me that Mr. Blanche was willing to say that he would meet with them and counsel, I understand the restriction, the counsel has to be present. I expect that meeting to occur before I'm willing to vote out of this committee. And I'm trying to get to yes. But this is a very important part of getting to yes. There should not be any reason why, based on what Mr. Blanche said yesterday, if he said that he would do it today, then he can certainly do it over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Talking about what you said, what advice or how political Attorney General office is, I remember that Holder said he was a wingman for President Obama.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. And anybody who comes up here and steps up on their pulpit, and then all of a sudden I can go back and see a record, the absolute silence of Democrats when Biden and Obama did the same thing. I'd love to see a Democrat who has taken the position that I have with an administration that shares my jersey, because that's the only way this nonsense stops.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adler, thank you for being here and for your many years of service. Ms. Oyer, likewise, thank you for your courage at the Justice Department and for your willingness to speak out. Ms. Voss, I'm just heartbroken for your loss and very much appreciate your advocacy. And Ms. Bensky, thank you for your willingness to speak out and for all of the Epstein victims that are here. I'm glad the Attorney General finally acknowledged that he could meet with you. I was perplexed when he said somehow that he was prohibited. That's simply not the law. And I hope that meeting takes place. Mr. Ashcroft, thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you about some remarks the Attorney General made when he said that he thought the president, he was asked about the president targeting his political opponents and enemies for prosecution. And I don't subscribe to what I think is a false equivalence. We've never seen a president behave this way, where he openly and privately calls on the Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I want to ask you about that, Mr. Ashcroft, because Mr. Blanche has said that he believes the president has both the right and the duty to use the Justice Department to go after his enemies. Do you subscribe to that view?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that the Attorney General of the United States has the right and responsibility to enforce the law uniformly. And if the law has been broken by the president's enemies, he has a duty. They do not become exempt from following the law merely by their enmity to the president of the United States. As a matter of fact, the people who break the law are in enmity with the people of the United States, whose expression of what is the law has been developed in this body and the Congress of the United States. So we used to call people who break the law public enemies. And so my view is that whether a person has been a political supporter or not of the president of the United States is not the determining factor regarding prosecution. It's whether a person has violated the law, and in enforcing the law, the Attorney General is carrying out the will expressed in the Congress.
Mr. General, you realize, having sat here, my time is very limited. That really isn't my question. My question is, do you think it is appropriate for the president to call on the Attorney General to prosecute one of his enemies, and acting on that, request the president for the Attorney General to do so?
The President of the United States is the executive branch of the United States whose charge it is to enforce the laws of the United States.
So when
the President of the United States asks that the laws be enforced, I don't see that as consistent with his duties or responsibilities. If the laws were to be enforced differentially, and which one of the things that scares me about as many laws as we have, you know, someone said, oh, in order to run a police state, you only have to have one policeman. But if you have enough laws, you go find something wrong with anybody you want. So the president, I believe, his job is to have an administration which calls for the enforcement of the laws of the United States without regard to the political preferences of the people who are perpetrators or accused individuals in the system.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer, except you seem to accept the premise that it is okay now for a president to call the Attorney General and ask him to prosecute his enemies. You don't seem to have a problem with that. If you do have a problem with that, please say so.
I believe the president needs to be an advocate of strong law enforcement.
Okay, that
includes
enemies of his. With respect,
if an enemy of the president goes out and conducts a violent crime, it's nothing wrong with the president calling the Attorney General and saying, I hope you do something about this violent crime.
And if the president's enemy takes a photo of seashells, you think it's appropriate to prosecute them? If senators make a video stating the plain law and Constitution that you can disobey an illegal order, you think it's okay for the president or others to call them to be prosecuted? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think you would have done that as Attorney General. I hope you wouldn't have. If you would have, you were not the Attorney General I thought you were. I don't think it's appropriate for this Attorney General or any other. And I don't remember seeing, notwithstanding the false equivalence I hear expressed so many times from my colleagues in this committee, I don't remember any Democratic president calling the Attorney General and saying, you need to prosecute him, you need to prosecute her, and you need to prosecute them, and you need to go after this organization. We have never seen that before or anything like it. Anything like it. And generic statements, oh, they all do it, is simply not the case. And by making that argument, it just further erodes the wall of independence that I'm sure, Attorney General, you remember after Watergate, when because of the abuses of President Nixon, there was an effort to make the Justice Department independent from the White House, not completely independent in the sense that the president couldn't set general priorities. I want you to emphasize these cases and these cases, whether it's immigration cases or drug cases. That was always appropriate. But what has never been appropriate, and particularly so after Watergate, was for the Attorney General of the United States to break that wall and call on his Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I would say even without any basis to do so. And this Justice Department has been willing to do so and has gone before grand juries. And we have never, I think, seen the likes of this either in these high profile cases where the grand jurors, in some cases to a person, have refused an indictment. How often did you have that happen to you, Mr. Attorney? Last question I'll ask you. How often, Mr. Attorney General, did you seek an indictment as a prosecutor and have not a single grand juror vote to indict? Did that ever happen to you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of you being here today, witnesses taking your time to be in front of us. Before I start, I want to say thank you to Attorney General Ashcroft for being here today and your service to our country, both as Attorney General and as a United States Senator. And also thank you for your kind words about Senator Graham. Really appreciate it. Mrs. Boss, thank you for sharing your story, reliving the worst day in your life, being willing to tell your story so that people hear it. Really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for your loss. We're going to talk a little bit in a second about people needing to meet with survivors, which I completely agree with, and victims. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that when someone is killed at the hands of an illegal alien, that their representation in Congress, senator, congressman, should meet with that family?
Absolutely, of course.
It's my understanding that there are many Angel families that cannot get meetings with their senators. Have you heard that?
Absolutely. It happens all the time. As a matter of fact, the lovely and kind words from Senator Durbin, I am his constituent. This is the first time I've ever spoken with him. I haven't spoken with him, he spoke to me.
Well, I hope, and I'm sure that, I heard actually the ranking member yesterday talk about the need for the Attorney General to meet with victims, which I support. And I certainly am hopeful that he will, and others, will meet with you.
Yes.
So Sheridan Gorman and other names need to be said. And I think the accountability that we have in this room for other people, we should be able to have it for this body as well. So I certainly hope that you get your face-to-face meeting that you deserve.
I would hope so. We've had several laws introduced, legislation introduced in this last session that have been completely ignored. And there hasn't been any way to really get in and talk to anybody, especially those who are opposed to those legislations for whatever reason.
Well, thank you so much for elevating your voice. Ms. Bazinski, am I saying that right?
It's Bensky, yeah.
Okay, gosh, I'm gonna have to try. I am so sorry for everything that you've been through, and thank you for your courage for being here today and being able to elevate your voice. I completely support your quest to be able to be heard, to obviously for victims to be protected, and for us to pursue every lead possible. And I do believe after my conversations with the Assistant Attorney General that he is going to pursue those. Let me ask you this. Were you asked in the previous administration, did you ever have an opportunity to sit down with the then Attorney General, Merrick Garland?
We did not, but there were active investigations going on because of Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing.
So, but did you ever have a face-to-face with him? No. Did y'all request a face-to-face?
This was before a time that I was comfortable coming forward. It was just this last September that a group of us felt like we had met each other. And a huge part of this has been finding the collective voice of a sisterhood and understanding that we weren't isolated in these experiences.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. Did you, was there ever, because I know that my colleague, Senator Blackburn, really wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to tell your story. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any Senate hearings that were held under the previous administration that tried to
I don't personally have that information because, again, I just came forward really in September.
Well, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Oyer, obviously, are you cutting people off right on time today?
What?
Are you cutting people off right on time today, or are people getting to go way over?
I've been too liberal, but go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead and ask one more question.
Just let me ask one more question, please, sir. I appreciate it. After you were fired from DOJ, you had an independent media company and a Substack platform, and you had the Lawyer Aura brand name and the hoodies that said hardwired to stand up to bullies. I'm wondering, it's my understanding that as a pardon attorney during the Biden administration, you recommended actual commutations for Daniel Troyer and Ricardo Sanchez Jr., who were sentenced to death in 2009 after executing a family of 4 on the side of a highway. Is that true?
No, I think you were not in the room when several of your colleagues asked me about those recommendations.
This is my turn to ask a question. So is that true?
I said then remains, which is that I'm not able to talk about the clemency advice that I provided to the White House because of
the victims included a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old boy who died while cradled in the arms of their mother who was trying to shield them. Those 2 little boys were shot 10 times and their mother was shot 11 times and their father was shot 5 times. So I appreciate the grace on getting to go over, but that doesn't sound like to me that you stand up to bullies. It sounds like to me you stand with them. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for being here. This day of the hearings often gets less attention, but it is very important to us, and you are performing a very important service. I particularly want to thank Ms. Bensky and Ms. Boss for sharing your stories and reliving a lot of the pain that you have been through. Ms. Bensky, I don't know whether you were here yesterday when I asked Acting Attorney General Blanche to apologize. And I'd just be interested in your reaction to his response.
Yeah, I think it was the most that we've gotten from him. And that was a moment where there was a touch of humanity to say that we do understand that there was in fact failure here, because he's been on record multiple times saying that nothing was mishandled. And as a survivor who literally saw nude images of, you know, friends and had my own information exposed all over the place, you know, to tell the world that this had not been mishandled was just so absolutely egregious. Like anybody from here to Mars, and no matter what political affiliation you're with, can see that like your government should not be, you know, sending out nude photos of you. Obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let me ask you a general question. And you don't have to give me an exhaustive answer today, and I know there are others in the room who may want to answer this question as well, but what should we demand of the Department of Justice to make things right, to make things better?
Yeah. We've always just been looking for accountability and for this case to be handled correctly, because even from the very start of this case, we have not seen it handled the way anybody would normally prosecute something. So we are looking to get to the bottom of why our perpetrators were never held to account. How does the largest sex trafficking ring in this country exist when only 2 people have been found even remotely? I mean, Epstein's dead, but Maxwell is the only one who has been held to any sort of account, and she's in a lower, a lower security penitentiary at this point. So, I think we are owed answers, and we are owed, justice. For us, we get that question a lot of what does justice look like? I think, yes, the culture shift is part of it, but really like having your government stand up for you and stand up for what's right. And, there's a chilling effect that it sends to survivors everywhere when their government is outing their personal information. Other survivors are not going to want to come forward, right? And so we need to make sure that we are getting all the information with these cases. So I think we really just hope that the government will take it seriously and start investigations. Accountability, yeah, always.
And I think a working hypothesis here is that accountability is difficult when rich and powerful people are potentially...
It's always been the vulnerable versus power for this case, for most sex trafficking cases, or all sex trafficking cases, really. And it is about how the powerful consistently exploit the vulnerable. And that is what we see a lot. I mean, I have a 6-year-old son, and I teach him that accountability matters every single day. And I hold him to account. Why can't we hold our government to account?
Well, I will just say your voice and face has been a very powerful antidote to the wealth and power that may be brought to bear here. And I hope that this forum will encourage you and others to come forward as you've done so courageously.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do also want to mention that Virginia Giuffre has been monumental in all of this, and I think it would be unfair to not name her because her deposition holds the key to quite a few things. So if you started her deposition, you can start really investigating.
Thank you. Ms. Euer, I want to ask you about the pardon that I mentioned yesterday. I asked Todd Blanche about it. David Gentili, sentenced to 7 years for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme that involved a 7-year sentence. He served 12 days of it before he was pardoned. He boasted to his fellow inmates that he was going to pay $2.5 million to someone to get him out. Father Frank Mann told one of his parishioners that he had talked to President Trump to get David Gentili out of prison. These are facts that have been publicly reported. The investigation into the potential impropriety of this pardon was shut down, allegedly, by high officials in the Department of Justice, talking to the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, Joe Nasello. I know you're not familiar with the facts. I'm not going to ask you whether you believe that that reporting is true. Mr. Blanche never denied it. He basically said, well, it was a leak. Sometimes leaks actually involve truthful information. But the point that I think is lost here is that that pardon involved $16 million in forfeiture to innocent victims, many of them retirees who were depending on that money to survive. And he will no longer be required to do restitution. So his ill-gotten gains, some of which he may have used to pay for his clemency, so to speak, are not going to go back to the people who were cheated, his victim, as a result of that pardon and clemency. So I guess my question to you with this introduction is essentially, are victims and survivors often re-victimized by pardons that are unjust or unfair to them? And shouldn't we have them given a voice and recognize the Constitution gives the president unlimited authority? And it's one of those powers that's unchecked, rarely. But isn't there a need to give the victims a voice in this process?
Yes, Senator. The millions of dollars that Mr. Gentili stole from his investors, unfortunately, are a drop in the bucket of the restitution that victims have been deprived of as a result of President Trump's pardons. He has forgiven over $1 billion in restitution that is owed to victims of fraud, as well as money that is owed to taxpayers by people who committed white-collar crimes and who have served, in many cases, none of their sentence and repaid none of their money. That is not consistent with the regulations that the Justice Department has in place for evaluating applications for pardons. The Justice Department historically has looked to see that people have repaid their debts before recommending clemency, but this president is using clemency in a strategic, transactional way to forgive huge amounts of debts owed to taxpayers and crime victims.
Senator Durbin.
Mr. Chairman, in closing here, I would like to make a couple points.
Please do.
First, I understand that the senator from Alabama mentioned my name while I stepped out. Ms. Boss, anxious to meet with you. I hope we can do it soon, maybe even right after this, because I know it was a hardship for you to make this journey here, testify from Illinois, and I don't want you to have to wait to see me. I want to meet with you now, and we can talk as soon as this meeting adjourns, if it's okay with you. If it fits in your schedule. Let me say a word about Ms. Oyer. I'm glad that the senator from New Jersey said what he did about you. I believe the fact of the matter is that most of the things that were brought up today in this hearing about your activity related to a decision by the Biden administration as they were leaving office to turn death penalty convictions into life imprisonment instead. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
That reflects, I'll say this, you don't have to comment on this. I believe that reflects President Joe Biden's opposition to the death penalty. I share that opposition. There are people in the audience who agree with me and some who vehemently disagree with me. But America is divided on this issue. I didn't have this position my entire political career, but toward the end of it, I've come to the conclusion, as Justice Blackmun did at the end of his conclusion of serving on the Supreme Court, that he no longer wants to tinker with the machinery of death. The fact of the matter is, there are clear cases where one can argue a death penalty, and there are cases which we have found were wrongly decided, and people faced a death penalty or worse until evidence and other things were discovered at the end. That is my position. That was Joe Biden's position. That's why the cases which were brought up today are so serious. And I believe that you were doing your job as a pardon attorney to advise him as to his decision. But is it not true that the final decision on the disposition of these inmates was the decision of the President of the United States?
That's absolutely correct, Senator.
So if you want to take exception to Joe Biden and his position, be my guest. But to blame you for those, I think, goes beyond your responsibility as pardon attorney. And I'll just say, I know the controversy behind this issue, but I feel that that's what led him to his conclusion. Ms. Binsky, thank you for bringing your friends with you today. It's great to see them. And I hope that what you heard from Senator Tillis is a promising possibility that he said he would not, I hope I'm saying this correctly, he would vote to confirm this nomination until there's been an actual meeting. That would be a dramatic work of progress for us to reach that point. And because you had the courage to stand up, not only you, but your friends, we've achieved that, I believe. I hope that's the fact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today and for traveling the long distances some of you have had to go. We're grateful that you did it. For all the members of this committee, written questions to these witnesses here are due on Wednesday, July 22.
All right, that's pretty much the end of the, hey, what up, everyone? That's pretty much the end of that that hearing. Let's see what else we got in the queue here. Yeah, that Todd Blanche. When do we find out if Todd Blanche gets passes the test? I guess in a few weeks. Is that when they like vote on it or something? All right, let's see what else we got in the queue here. Let's see, we got some Mamdani. Yeah, let's see what's up with Midas Touch. I think he probably just came out with he probably just dropped a new video. The new Midas Touch joint. All right, for sure. All right, Trump goes mute as U.S. soldiers killed in the war. Let's see what's up with this.
Donald Trump has gone silent since it was revealed that multiple U.S. service members were tragically killed in the Middle East as a result of Trump's escalation in this unlawful and catastrophic war in Iran. Donald Trump has not made any social media posts in the past 24 hours. He has not given any public interviews in the past 24 hours. He has not publicly addressed the fact that multiple U.S. service members have been killed in this war recently. Also, we know that dozens of U.S. service members have been injured. We believe that the extent of those injuries are still being covered up by the Trump regime and CENTCOM. Multiple U.S. military bases were hit hard by Iran. U.S. military equipment, helicopters, drones destroyed by Iran's counterstrikes. No public statements by Donald Trump. In fact, yesterday, he was in Bedminster, his luxury golf course. He was holding a fundraiser. He was spending time with the right-wing oligarchs, and he was hiding from the press. In fact, he called a lid He kicked out the press. He was potentially going to speak with the press. And then it was uncovered that there were these multiple U.S. service member fatalities. So he kicked out the press. I'll show you what state regime media, which calls itself Fox News, said when it was discovered that there were these U.S. service member fatalities, and then Trump kicked out the press yesterday. Here, let's play this clip.
He had argued that this was for the future. We heard him last month during the ceasefire say that if service members were killed, it would end the ceasefire. Again, that ceasefire is no longer in effect. So the White House has just called a lid, meaning we do not expect to see or hear the president make any public appearances for the rest of the day. However, I have met some people here in Bridgewater who say that they are attending a black tie summer bash at Bedminster. It's worth noting that the president does hold fundraisers throughout different weekends at many of his facilities. John.
So we have some photos of Donald Trump at his Bedminster luxury golf club yesterday as U.S. troops were under attack and being killed. We have photos of Paul Ingrassia, Paolo Zampoli, that's who introduced Donald Trump to Melania at the Kit Kat Club in the late 1990s. And his ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child, says that she knows about Melania's dark past and Trump's dark past. That's him right there. He's like an ambassador. Andrew Giuliani there. Their thumbs up. Their thumbs up while all of this is going on. Also, you did hear a public statement from Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary. He said, "Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve," in response to the news that multiple U.S. service members were killed at an air base in Jordan. Notably, CENTCOM had previously put out a statement after those service members were killed, and CENTCOM should have known that those service members were killed. And the CENTCOM statement was, "No U.S. troops in the region have been recently killed or captured." And that was in response to Iran saying that there were U.S. troops killed in Syria and in the region, and CENTCOM said absolutely false. Now, the last time Donald Trump spoke publicly was at Trump Tower. We have footage of what went down there. That was when he was speaking with Gianni Infantino, the head of FIFA. And Donald Trump, while he was escalating the war, before we knew about those, although we suspected on the Midas Touch network there were fatalities, but before it was publicly reported, just so you can get a sense of where Donald Trump was speaking in the Trump Tower and how everything he does is fake. Like, this is the public relations, this is the press room that he kind of manufactured, just so you can see what it looks like for yourself. Here, play this clip. Now we're getting additional footage of what went down at the Muwafiq Salti Air Base in the Iranian counterstrike that killed those U.S. troops. Let me just show you some of the footage of the Iranian strikes. Now, we showed you some of that footage the other day when we suspected here that that's what took place, but let me show you the footage for yourself. Play this clip. And then this open source intelligence accounts did a side by side where you can see video from inside and outside of the Muwafiq Salti Air Base at the moment 2 ballistic missile impacts took place on July 17th. Here you can see it for yourself. And this resulted in multiple U.S. service members being killed. And I'm saying multiple because I still don't believe the CENTCOM number. They publicly reported 2. We believe that number, of course, is increasing. And we believe the seriously injured, that number is being covered up as well. But here, let's play this clip.
Hey, what's up?
Now, the Iranian army also published a video of
Yo, what up, Living Dead Girl? How's it going?
Drones that were launching towards the various U.S. military bases. Yet,
Damn, that sucks. More military personnel died because of Trump's illegal war. RIP to the brave soldiers.
and the day before, and Iran has been able to strike bases in Kuwait, in Jordan, in Iraq, Erbil, in Qatar, in Oman, in Bahrain, in all of the surrounding Arab nations, in Saudi Arabia. Just let's play this clip. Now here's video of an Iranian Shahed 136 hitting its target in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Let's play this clip.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Some chimichangas, huh? That's awesome.
And you can see the U.S. CRAM systems active over Erbil in Iraq with reports of explosions. Play this clip. Now, one of the things we're learning is CENTCOM is very worried that.
Hey, what's up, Byron? For sure. Yeah, Midas Touch is a trustful, independent news source that throws the truth out there in the receipts.
The Patriot interceptors and its systems are really not capable of stopping the Iranian ballistic missiles and the Iranian drones at this point. We know that the U.S. has gone through a lot of its munitions, but even where it has some PAC-3 or these THAAD interceptors, Iran's been able to calibrate its ballistic missiles in ways that these U.S. Patriot interceptors are really struggling to strike down.
Well, what's up, Todd Bedusik? So what do you listen to, Todd? I mean, I'm going to take a wild guess. It's Fox News and Truth Social is where you get your info from?
The movement and the patterns of the Iranian ballistic missiles, and maybe the interception rate is like 10-15% right now. And so these Iranian ballistic missiles have been able to, kind of strike with impunity at this point. And Iran's clearly found big vulnerabilities in the U.S. air bases in Jordan. And that's why Iran's been really focused on hitting Jordan, where they see a lot of vulnerabilities. And there are multiple air bases and other U.S. bases in Jordan that Iran has been targeting. And we've been sharing with you some of those over the past week or so as well. Should be noted that the State Department had to issue this worldwide caution notice right now. The Department of State has advised Americans worldwide exercise increased caution no matter where you are in the world. That's what happens when you have Donald Trump as your president at this point. Oil prices, the price of crude has gone up 20% or so in the past several days. We believe that that'll be over $90 a barrel when the markets open, may even approach $100.
Yeah, I think Iran's going to unleash the Houthis in the other strait. And then once that happens, then man, we're going to be paying like $10 a gallon pretty soon here.
Strait of Hormuz remains shut down. Iran, in response, so the U.S. has been striking all of these bridges, civilian infrastructure surrounding Bandar Abbas. I've been covering how it looks like the U.S. is prepping the terrain for a potential ground invasion. Basically, cut off Bandar Abbas and cut off the coast of Iran from the rest of Iran. That's why the U.S. is destroying them. The U.S. is engaged in all of these war crimes, but they're destroying the bridges and the tunnels The U.S. also had two desalination facilities. Iran responded by striking two desalination facilities in Kuwait. 90% of the drinking water, more of the drinking water, comes from these desalination facilities. So they're really reaching a tipping point there. In the Middle East, Iran has demonstrated its ability to counterstrike very, very hard. Clearly, when Donald Trump said that Iran doesn't have its weapons anymore and we destroyed all of its weapons, they don't have its radar. Remember back in March, they don't have anything. I mean, that's the furthest from the truth. Iran's actually even mocking Donald Trump. They're posting photos of him, the Iranian embassy in South Africa. Here you go, the owner of the world's most worthless signature, and it's Donald Trump in Versailles, holding up the memorandum of understanding. Or they show this photo. We intercepted all of Iran's missiles, showing that as the USA. You have Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson talking about how the U.S. striking down the Kandahar Maritime Surveillance Tower, a civilian facility dedicated to maritime safety, was deliberately targeted by the United States as part of its ongoing aggression. They go on to say, and then the U.S. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, proudly released footage of the tower's collapse. Had he been able, he would likely have broadcast the lethal missile attack of the Manab school and the massacre of these civilians in Lammer with the same chilling pride. Last night, the U.S. attacked power facilities, desalination pumps at the Bunji village, Pear and Jas, leaving more than 10,000 people without drinking water. For a state that once cast itself as a
Man, Donald Trump's over there doing war crimes. He left 10 million people without drinking water out there in the desert in the Middle East. What an evil piece of crap.
Champion of order, liberalism, and the war on terrorism, proudly displaying images of destroyed bridges and civilian infrastructure, has become its only remaining victory. Yet with the collapse of every bridge, every tower, and every civilian facility, it is not merely steel and concrete that is being reduced to rubble. It is America's moral standing, along with the entire architecture of international law and the civilization claims of the West, that is crumbling before the world's eyes. The question that must now be asked of America and its allies is stark and simple. What is the real difference between what they have done in Kandahar, Manab, Lamard, and Jask, and the very acts of terrorism they once invoked to justify their war of occupation? That statement coming out from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson. Donald Trump's last post was about a day ago, where Donald Trump was attacking Canada for climate-related wildfires and talking about sanctioning Canada and attacking Canada. One more thing to note as well. It was also revealed yesterday, CNN got the scoop, that Donald Trump is trying to allow Saudi Arabia to be able to enrich uranium, which it could quickly turn into weapons grade without any oversight by the IA.
Oh, great. Give the people responsible for 9/11, allow them to have nuclear weapons. Good job, Trump. What a failure.
And again, Donald Trump gets a lot of money from MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And so that was revealed yesterday as well, while Donald Trump, again, nowhere to be found in the past 24 hours, while multiple troops killed, dozens seriously injured, we believe a lot seriously injured, and that's being covered up. And Iran hitting these U.S. bases hard. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7.
All right, so that was Midas Touch. All right, folks. Well, it's been stimulating, but I'm out of here. Hope you guys all have a good Sunday fun day out there. Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for everyone that voted. Is Donald Trump and his whole cabinet incompetent? And a whopping 64% of the American people have spoken and said that, yes, Donald Trump and his whole cabinet is incompetent. So that means that the blue wave tsunami that's coming in hard, coming in very strongly, it's going to be bigly. All the maggots are going to get washed back to Jonestown. So get your surfboards ready, guys. Hey, Living Dead Girl, I'll catch you later. You have a good one. Later, Rock James. Later, Sabine. Hey, see you later, Curly. All right, you guys. Catch you guys later. It's always fun. It never fails. There's always like a maggot that has to get the last word in. It's comedy. But anyways, stay cool, my friends, and stay away from that Kool-Aid. And shout out to everyone that never has and never will drink the Kool-Aid. And for all you maggot cult members, it's time for you guys to put down the Kool-Aid. All right, peace out.